Chapter 2301. Can you help Dream Scar recover now? I beg you, she's my only family. If you can help me escape the primeval troll's control, you can definitely help her too. Long Chen, I beg you, Yi Shui looked at Long Chen. Her eyes were still glistening with tears. Long Chen suddenly realized that these two were not young. However, on the path of cultivation, as long as one could maintain a vigorous progress, age was not very important. At least to them, they were still young. He recalled that when Dream Scar had fainted, her eyes had also turned black. He felt much more at ease. After I save her, I still have many questions to ask you. Yi Shui nodded gratefully. You've saved us, so you're our benefactor. We will definitely tell you everything we know. That was enough. Long Chen used the fire of life to burn Dream Scar's body. He could see that her wounds were rapidly healing, and her injured skin had returned to its perfect state. It was hard to imagine that her tender skin would turn into a body of steel. Long Chen had made some preparations. At that moment, Dream Scar suddenly opened her eyes. They were black. She jumped up immediately, looking around cautiously. She immediately saw Long Chen and Yi Shui. She quickly stood in front of Yi Shui, her black eyes filled with murderous intent staring at Long Chen. Who are you? She asked in a low voice. Yi Shui hurriedly hugged her slender waist from behind and laughed tenderly in her ear. Meng Hen, you're already naked, why do you still care who the others are? Hurry up and put on your clothes, they're going to see everything. Okay. Dream Scar looked down, and her expression became very strange. She was angry, embarrassed, and unprecedentedly shy. Her movements were very fast, and in the blink of an eye, she had covered her exposed body and changed her clothes. It was still that ugly black robe. During this process, she seemed to remember everything that had happened. She frowned and looked at Yi Shui in disbelief. Yi Shui, we escaped the primeval troll's control. Yes, Dream Scar, we're free. Yi Shui wrapped her arms around her waist, and the two of them hugged each other tightly. The curves of her chest were squeezed out of shape. Meng Hen was still in disbelief. She stared blankly at Long Chen, her eyes filled with tears. She bit her lips and wiped them away, regaining her cold demeanor. She pulled Yi Shui out of her embrace and looked at Long Chen. We fought before, but it wasn't of our own volition. Now, you've saved us. Thank you, I can't thank you enough. From the looks of it, his decision was not wrong. Dream Scar, he's our benefactor. I have to tell him everything I know. Although Yi Shui had fully recovered and was no longer in the state where she had been severely injured when she first fell, it was still not easy to move around on this gravitational star. She brought Dream Scar to sit on the star and beckoned to Long Chen. Come over here. Long Chen obeyed and sat down beside them. Yi Shui smiled slyly. Hey, you've seen my Dream Scar naked. Aren't you going to take responsibility? You can be the first person who dares to take advantage of her. Dream Scar's body tensed up. Yi Shui. All right, no one wants you, old lady. Yi Shui laughed a few times. Seeing that Long Chen didn't have any reaction, she felt bored and said, ask whatever you want. Long Chen's entire mind was focused on the matter of the Devil Star, so even the two beauties could hardly distract him. He had worked hard for so many years just so that he could learn more at this moment. Hence, he asked, you should all know about my father's matter. I want to know why he broke the seal of the Devil Star and brought you, the devils who were controlled, to the Dragon God domain. I hope you can tell me all the details. Let me think about your father. Yi Shui tilted her head. I know, Dream Scar said suddenly. Then you tell me, Yi Shui said. Dream Scar looked at Long Chen and said, back then, your father had probably reached the peak of the Samsara realm. He was a half step away from becoming a god. He was invincible, and no one on the Devil Star was a match for him. In order to take that last step, he traveled the world but couldn't find the answer. In the end, he came to the Devil Star. The outermost seal of the Devil Star can only be entered, not exited. Except for demons who had nowhere else to go, no one dared to enter. But he did. Long Chen listened carefully. Dream Scar continued, after he entered, he met us, who were influenced by the will of the primeval troll. We originally pursued the Tao of freedom, and wanted to use a method that didn't require us to pass the 18 tribulations to become a god. But under the influence of the primeval troll, we became their puppets. Of course, there's a time limit. The primeval troll awakens one after another, and the primeval troll that influenced our will is called Ta. Ta awakens once every tens of thousands of years. Every time he awakens, he uses his will to influence everyone on the Devil Star. You might not know this, but we also have descendants on the Devil Star. Most of our descendants don't cultivate the Devil Tao, but no matter what cultivation method they use, they're still influenced by Ta. Yi Shui and I were born on the Devil Star, but we chose to become a demon. That's because only by becoming a demon can we avoid the 18 tribulations and gain eternal life. That's equivalent to becoming a god. Of course, becoming a demon isn't easy, so Yi Shui and I are the lucky ones on the Devil Star. He hadn't talked about Long Qinglan yet, but Dream Scar wasn't the kind of person who liked to talk nonsense. Long Chen only knew one thing. Because Ta awakens every tens of thousands of years, sometimes 10,000 years, or even thousands of years, there will be some newly born life forms on the Devil Star that are as normal as we are now. Or after tens of thousands of years, they will naturally awaken from Ta's control. When your father arrived there, it was the time when the controlled faction and the awakened faction were fighting. To be more precise, it was the time when the controlled faction was chasing after the awakened faction. Now, it was time to reach the end. Long Chen absolutely believed that Long Qinglan wasn't someone who deliberately stirred up trouble. His goal from the start was to find the path to godhood. In reality, your father approved of our methods of cultivation. It's just that our auras are similar to the primeval trolls, and we even have a common origin. That's why we were sent to the Devil Star. He took care of the awakened faction, helped them defeat their opponents, and became good friends with them. Then, it seems that the Eternal Dragon Emperor heard the awakened faction's pleas and asked him to take them away from here, so that they could truly obtain freedom. At that time, everyone from the awakened faction knelt on the ground and begged for his help. It was obvious that Dream Scar respected Long Qinglan very much. Long Chen could also imagine the struggle in Long Qinglan's heart at that time. There were so many people in front of him begging him to save them, begging him to grant them freedom and let them leave the Devil Star. On the other hand, he was naturally worried that they would bring danger to others once they left. In the end, he agreed, right? Long Chen said somewhat woodenly. Yes, he was very noble. He told the 15 Dragon Emperors that he was researching the path to godhood with some of his friends on the Devil Star, and convinced the 15 Dragon Emperors to obtain the 5 Dragon Balls. In reality, he just wanted to help us leave the Devil Star. I forgot to tell you that although the seal on the Devil Star only allows entry and not exit, it can't stop the Eternal Dragon Emperor. He can enter and leave freely, but he can't take people away. But in the end, he used the 5 Dragon Balls to remove the outermost part of the seal on the Devil Star, allowing the awakened faction to leave the Devil Star. Because most of them were humans, he brought them to the Dragon God domain. I think he was still a little worried about our methods of cultivation. After all, demons have never had a good reputation. What happened after that? Why did the demons massacre the humans? So it was because of you guys? Long Chen asked somewhat agitatedly. He really couldn't tolerate it. Long Qinglan had done all of this out of good intentions. He was such a good person, so why did such a disaster happen to him, making him pay such a price in the face of so many people begging for help? Long Chen could imagine that if it were him, he would also choose to save them. After all, the Devil Star was in such a miserable state. Dream Scar shook her head and said helplessly, actually, it wasn't a problem with our methods of cultivation. The awakened faction spent half a year in the Dragon God domain without any problems. At that time, I think the Eternal Dragon Emperor also trusted his friends without worry. But what he didn't expect, and what the awakened faction didn't expect, was that after half a year, Ta actually woke up. Long Chen stared at her, waiting for her to tell him what had happened after that. Even your father was remembered. When Ta woke up, he released his will. Although he was so far away and had even escaped to the Dragon God domain, the awakened faction was still affected. Even the Eternal Dragon Emperor was affected. This was something they didn't expect. They didn't expect Ta's will to be so terrifying. The Eternal Dragon Emperor left everyone in the Dragon God domain in order to control them before any accidents happened. However, when Ta woke up, he just so happened to be attacked by Ta's will. He could only resist, and by the time he defeated Ta's will, the demons were wreaking havoc in the Dragon God domain. The tragedy was also caused. Under grief, pain, and self-blame, he could only send the demons back to the Devil Star and seal them again. This series of words was incomparably heavy for Long Chen, but his eyes were still brimming with tears. This was the truth, this was his father. 77 years ago, the events of 77 years ago. Today, the mountains and rivers are still there, and the country is prosperous and peaceful. Chapter 2302. That incident at the Devil Star was a turning point in Long Qinglan's life, and it even led to his future death. Ever since the calamity of the demons began, Long Qinglan, who had caused millions of casualties, had been questioned and reviled. Originally, when he had brought the demons to the Dragon God domain, many people had objected. However, because they trusted Long Qinglan, they had chosen to believe him in the end. In truth, when he had come to the Dragon God domain, they had not been completely disappointed in him. However, from that day onwards, he had disappeared. When he had reappeared, he had actually wanted to destroy the battlefield of the gods. After another great battle, the 15 dragon emperors were all injured to a certain extent. Only then did he finally choose to give up. However, his ferociousness and viciousness at that time truly caused everyone to be completely disappointed in him. Long Qinglan had never told anyone about the details of the Devil Star, so no one knew. This was his habit. Perhaps he knew more, but before he could confirm it, perhaps everyone would think he was joking. Now, the battlefield of the gods and the Devil Star were two major events, and Long Chen knew the key to them. This was the answer he had been pursuing for the past few years, and he had finally succeeded. For this moment, he had sacrificed a lot, and finally he had a definite answer. To him, this was a kind of release. He had never doubted Long Qinglan, and his father had not let him down. Everything he had done had its difficulties. That failure was only because he had lost to Primeval Troll, and he had not publicized it. Perhaps he had encountered other things after that, causing him to lose his sense of propriety, and at the same time, he had been lonely. Seeing Long Chen's eyes redden, Dream Scar and Yi Shui looked at each other. In their opinion, Long Chen was an unkillable monster, terrifyingly tough. They had not expected him to have such a side to him. They did not know how important this answer was to Long Chen. Not only could it explain Long Qinglan, but it would also make Long Chen believe in his father even more, shattering the rumors. Are you alright? Yi Shui asked softly. Long Chen nodded. Now that he had an answer in his heart became much more resolute. After a moment of silence, he said, "Thank you, but before I think of a way to leave this place, I still have a question." "Go ahead and ask." "You are the one who saved us. We will tell you everything we know about the Devil Star." Yi Shui blinked her beautiful eyes and said sweetly. Long Chen put aside his father's matter and said, "Do you know Mo Xiaolang? There's also a blue-haired woman. She should be the one who brought Mo Xiaolang into the Devil Star." Him. Yi Shui and Meng Hen looked at each other in surprise. Yi Shui said, "You mean the devouring demon that just entered the Demon Star?" "I think so. Mo Xiaolang could devour flames and was influenced by the martial demon seed. He should be the devouring demon that they were talking about." Yi Shui tilted her head and said, "Well, the devouring demon came not long ago. The one who brought him in was a mysterious woman. Yi Shui tilted her head and said, well, the devouring demon came not long ago. The one who brought him in was a mysterious woman. After coming in, she disappeared. She's the blue-haired woman you mentioned. The devouring demon was nurtured by the demons of the Devil Star. His progress is very fast. This time, he opened the gap in the Devil Star's seal. Of course, during this period of time, Ta hasn't woken up, so he should be one of the few people who are awake. However, I'm afraid he doesn't know that the people on the Devil Star are controlled by Ta's will. After all, our usual behavior is normal. We only serve the primeval troll. We aren't that cruel and bloodthirsty, so he shouldn't be able to find out. Moreover, the Devil Star is very united now, so he should have blended into our environment. Meng Hen said, the great demon masters all like him very much, and nurtured him as their successor. His strength now is probably similar to us sisters. The devouring demon is a terrifying monster. After becoming a demon, he doesn't have to face the 18 tribulations, and his cultivation can increase almost limitlessly. He doesn't have to worry about tribulations, and he can devour flames to increase his cultivation. These two characteristics make him grow at an unbelievable speed. Of course, you're not the devouring demon. To be able to reach such a terrifying level at this age, you're even more abnormal than him. Oh, in reality, when he heard that the people on the Devil Star were controlled, Long Chen was also very worried about Imo Xiaolang and Sui Yan. Now that he heard that they were safe, Long Chen was relieved. At least they wouldn't be in any trouble. However, he had been deceived by the city master of the wronged. The cultivation method of demons was indeed a symbol of freedom and bravery, but the Devil Star wasn't their heaven, it was their hell. Of course, he didn't seem to be able to resist the new city master of the wronged at that time. However, he thought of an even more troublesome problem. In other words, he has already been to the Devil Star. Even if he comes out in the future, no matter where he goes, as long as that primeval troll wakes up and emits his will, Mo Xiaolang will be controlled, right? Yi Shui said, of course. However, since you can free us from control, you can also free him from control. In fact, Ta basically only wakes up once every tens of thousands of years, and the last time he woke up was less than 10,000 years ago. For that friend of yours to be controlled, it will be at least 10,000 years later. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility of Ta waking up earlier. Yes. Although it was troublesome, he was lucky that the Death Claw could solve it. He basically knew all the questions he wanted to know. Next, he asked, what are your plans for the future? In reality, Long Chen was also worried that if Ta woke up, they might still be controlled. Of course, this might take a long time. When that time came, he would definitely be stronger, and these two girls probably wouldn't be able to cause him any trouble. Yi Shui smiled tenderly and said, Big brother, you are our benefactor. We have nowhere else to go, so why don't we sisters follow you and serve you, to repay your saving grace? Anyway, we won't be returning to the Devil Star. If Lingxi and Li Xuanji knew that he still had these two beautiful maidservants with him, they would definitely be beaten up. The limit of their tolerance was probably 2. Any more and it would be too much. Long Chen hurriedly said, don't, really don't. I just need to lift a finger. Just know your place and don't cause trouble for me. Also, when we get out, I need you to help me with something. Of course, Yi Shui was joking with him. She puffed up her cheeks and said angrily, you are really shameless. I was just joking with you. Humph, we won't follow you. You look like a playboy. Oh right, what do you need help with? Let's think of a way to get out. Now that they were in the starry sky of the Origin Dragon Palace, whether or not they could get out was a problem. The Origin Dragon Palace was right in front of them, but along the way, there were many gravity stars. Some were even bigger than the one below them. Who knew what kind of gravity they would have? Moreover, the Origin Dragon Palace was still surrounded by the light shield. It didn't seem like it would be easy to get in. Even though he had the body of the ancestor dragon, Long Chen wasn't confident. In fact, it seemed like it would be extremely difficult to escape from this gravity star. Yeah, what should we do? Yi Shui's eyes were filled with worry. Although the temptation of the Origin Dragon Palace was huge, they had to be alive to get in. This place is called the Origin Dragon Palace. Yi Shui also saw that place. Long Chen turned his head and said coldly, "The two of you, don't tell anyone about what you see here. Can you? This is the mystical dragon race's place? Don't worry, I don't want to come back to this damn place," Yi Shui said angrily. After hesitating for a moment, Long Chen turned his head and said, "I will try to see if I can charge out. Do you want to enter my god country?" Yi Shui and Dream Scar looked at one another. Now that Long Chen was stronger than Dream Scar felt that she couldn't escape the restraints of this gravity star. However, Long Chen should be able to. They nodded their heads. Just at this moment, a bright light spread out from the Origin Dragon Palace. In the blink of an eye, it swept past Long Chen's body. A consciousness barged into Long Chen's body and turned into a voice that rang out in his mind. "Once you cross the true dragon realm, then come back to the Origin Dragon Palace." The majestic voice was like a drum that reverberated in his mind. What is the true dragon realm? Long Chen knew that this mysterious existence was talking to him. He quickly came back to his senses and treasured this chance to speak to the other party. The so-called God realm. The voice rang out once more. "May I dare to ask who Senior is and what kind of place is the Origin Dragon Palace?" Long Chen asked once more. However, after saying these two sentences, the voice completely disappeared. Long Chen waited for a while, but there was still no reply. It seemed that the other party only wanted to tell him one thing, and that was that he could only come to this mysterious, majestic, and sacred place after he became a god. The Origin Dragon Palace that was related to the Ancestral Dragon Cave. In fact, Long Qinglan probably hadn't even been here before. God Realm is the God Realm. The God Realm is above the Rebirth Calamity Realm, but he calls it the True Dragon Realm. Long Chen had no choice but to give up. It seemed like he wouldn't have a chance to explore the Origin Dragon Palace this time. However, there was no rush. Once he became a god, he would definitely have more confidence in coming here. Since the security of the Origin Dragon Palace was so tight, it was impossible for others to enter. This place definitely existed for millions or even hundreds of millions of years. Long Chen, look. Just then, Yi Shui's excited voice could be heard. Long Chen turned around and saw a golden door frame appear behind him. There were golden ripples within, and it was obvious that this was a door that led to the outside. After telling Long Chen that he had to return after reaching the True Dragon Realm, the Origin Dragon Palace opened the door for him. "It seems like we have to leave this place," Long Chen said. "What happened just now?" Yi Shui asked curiously. Chapter 2303. 5 to 6 days had passed, and he didn't know what was going on outside. Were the people of Devil Star still controlling the magic eye? Were the 15 Dragon Emperors safe? What about Chen Ting and the Black Hell Emperor? As long as he crossed this door, Long Chen would know. But before that, he needed these two ladies to promise to help him clarify the matter. If the Aurora technique still existed, he could announce the matter of the Devil Star to the world. After the truth was revealed, he believed that everyone would have a new opinion of Long Qinglan. Even though there were still many things that were hard to guess about Long Qinglan, if the two major events of the battlefield of the gods and the Devil Star could be resolved, he believed that it would change their opinion of him. In reality, ever since the immemorial spirit assimilation technique was revealed in the battlefield of the deities, the people of the Dragon God region had already begun to abandon their previous views. It was time to clear Long Qinglan's name. Of course, that's no problem. Yi Shui grinned. Now that they had escaped the control of the primeval troll, they naturally wouldn't stand on Devil Star's side. They wouldn't be soft-hearted when it came to spreading the news. Back then, Long Qinglan hadn't announced the matter of Devil Star to the world. Perhaps he had been worried about something. But looking at it now, at least to him, that was a wrong choice. He had been misunderstood because of it. Let's go. Yi Shui and Meng Hen walked to the front and entered the golden door. Long Chen followed suit. Just like how he had entered this mysterious starry sky, he quickly returned to the outside world. When he turned around, the Origin Dragon Palace had disappeared before his eyes. Long Chen believed that he would eventually become a god and come here. This place definitely hid the mystery of the extinction of the mystical dragons. After a while, he couldn't see the Origin Dragon Palace anymore. What he saw was the even more mysterious cave of the Ancestor Dragon. Of course, he couldn't get close to this cave that hid the eternal secret. It was said that the 10 great Ancestor Dragons were all born here. The celestial waters still exists. After Long Chen, Dream Scar, and Yi Shui rushed out, they discovered that they were still surrounded by the sky without water. This meant that the 15 Dragon Emperor had not solved the problem. The martial artists of the Devil Star were so strong that they could make the immobile magic eye last for 5 to 6 days. This was too terrifying. Without another word, Long Chen opened up a path in the extremely filthy heavenly waterfall. After rushing out, he saw that the immovable magic eye was still there. He quickly took out the god-slaying sword and used the Eye of Hell to fight against the immovable magic eye. When the three of them came out, everyone looked at them in surprise. It was just the change in his eyes. The 15 Dragon Emperors were still under the control of the motionless magic eye. Chen Ting and the Black Yama beast could not move either. The Aurora technique actually still existed. The people who had been spectating the battle 5 or 6 days ago in the Dragon God domain were still spectating the battle. How could he control 15 Dragon Emperors for such a long time without using his magic eyes? That's impossible. Long Chen was very puzzled. Long Chen, where did you go just now? Why are these 2 demonesses standing behind you? Be careful. Dragon Emperor Yongye's voice was transmitted over. She was secretly communicating with Long Chen. The other Dragon Emperors also started talking at once. Just now. That was 5 to 6 days ago. How could it be called, where did I go just now? Very quickly, Long Chen realized the crux of the matter. When I came out from that ancient starry sky, the flow of time seemed to have changed. The flow of time inside was actually a lot faster. I have cultivated for 5 to 6 days inside, but it seems like only a little time has passed outside, about half an hour. It was almost a difference of 300 times. A year outside was equivalent to 300 years inside. This was simply unbelievable. The entire sacrificial dragon continent had a kind of flow of time. Only the Sea of Time was different. However, the Sea of Time only fluctuated between 1/4 to 4 times and could change at any time. It was impossible to maintain the speed of 300 times that of the sacrificial dragon continent like inside. This was a miracle. This world was filled with endless wonders. Long Chen was extremely shocked. 300 times the flow of time could actually do a lot of things. It could even make up for his disadvantage in time. Unfortunately, he had already come out from inside. Moreover, it should be impossible for him to go back in again. The Black Yama beast and Chen Ting were not dead yet. Therefore, the most crucial thing now was to remove the motionless magic eyes and kill the Black Yama beast and Chen Ting. The 15 Dragon Emperors kept reminding him because Long Chen and the 2 devils were too close. Moreover, they were not on guard against each other. Everyone, don't be nervous. The situation is already different. They are not my enemies now. Long Chen quickly said. At this moment, the Devil Star powerhouses might have noticed the changes in Dream Scar and Yi Shui. Yi Shui, Dream Scar, quickly snatched the Dragon Ball. A Devil Star powerhouse shouted loudly. Yi Shui raised her head and said in a sweet voice, Great Demon Masters and Little Demon Masters, quickly wake up. You have already been controlled by the will of the primeval troll and are its slaves. This is not the freedom that you seek. She was very bold. However, this sentence obviously didn't have any effect. The Devil Star powerhouses were enraged and their eyes were bloodshot. They had placed all their hopes on these two girls. Even if they went missing for a short period of time, the Devil Star powerhouses still persisted. Now, they actually rebelled. Yi Shui, Dream Scar, I'll give you one last chance. Rebel against the Devil Star and you will suffer eternal torture. You will be immersed in pain and pride for the rest of your lives. You will not be able to extricate yourselves even after hundreds of millions of years. Snatch the Dragon Ball and return to the Devil Star to repent. Otherwise, you will regret it for the rest of your lives and be miserable forever. Many Devil Star powerhouses were threatening them. If they had known that these two would rebel, they would have taken the next step a long time ago. The Devil Star powerhouses were under the control of the primeval troll. Of course, they did not realize that they were being controlled. Even if it was explained to them in the past, they would not understand or believe it. Therefore, Yi Shui's words were completely ineffective. However, she did not expect that these few words would wake these people up. Dream Scar, let's go together. Yi Shui ignored the people of the Devil Star. If not for the fact that she still needed to help Long Chen, they would have left by now. It was not easy for them to break away from the Devil Star. They did not want to cause trouble. Their actions made the Devil Star powerhouses furious to the extreme. Yi Shui, Dream Scar, from today onwards, remove your identity as Little Devil Master. You have a great mission on your shoulders, yet you betrayed the Devil Star. You deserve to die. No matter where you escape to, you will not be able to escape from the hands of the Devil Star. One day, you will be captured back to the Devil Star and suffer eternal torture. Their bloodthirsty eyes and their sharp cries were like that of wild beasts. Everyone in the Dragon God domain saw them. Although they didn't know why Yi Shui and Meng Hen had such changes, the Devil Star experts still scared them. They were simply too terrifying. Everyone in the Dragon God domain was trembling in fear. As for why Yi Shui and Dream Scar had changed, they naturally knew that it was definitely related to Long Chen. It was because they were missing for half an hour. Now, no one had the time to think about what had happened in between. Because the people of the Devil Star had used so much strength to cast such a devil-seeking array, they naturally would not let it go. Chen Ting, Black Yama Beast, we will give you the power to crush everyone. Do it. To the people of the Devil Star, the Black Yama Beast was dangerous. That was why they had violated the agreement at the beginning and shrouded the Black Yama Beast in the unmoving magic eye. But now, Yi Shui and Dream Scar could no longer be used. Therefore, when they were forced into a corner, they let the Black Yama Beast take action. They could not control the Black Yama Beast and let it obtain the 5 Dragon Balls for them, but it could deal a huge blow to the human race, to Yi Shui and Dream Scar. Now that the 15 Dragon Emperors were controlled by the unmoving magic eye, in front of the Black Yama Beast, they were simply waiting for death. Yi Shui and Dream Scar could not kill the Dragon Emperor, but the Black Yama Beast could. This is a very happy deal. Chen Ting gradually recovered his movements, and so did the huge Black Yama Beast beside him. He did not expect to have such an opportunity after falling into a trap. His goal was nothing more than to kill Long Chen and the 15 Dragon Emperor, and now the people of the Devil Star had helped him a lot. He could not help but laugh out loud. The people of the Devil Star were crazy. They actually released such a dangerous thing. It seemed like they no longer had any hope for the 3 Dragon Balls. They wanted the human race to pay a heavy price. As long as the 15 Dragon Emperors were dead, they would not have to worry about not getting the 5 Dragon Balls. Chen Ting, we can work together again. Get the 5 Dragon Balls for us. We are willing to make you stronger, so that you will have power close to the Eternal Dragon Emperor. We have the corpses of many experts. The people of the Devil Star said loudly. All right, everything can be discussed. I will get the 5 Dragon Balls. Although the people of Devil's Star tricked me, I still won't bicker with you. It's just that this time, I need more benefits. Let's get the 5 Dragon Balls first. The motionless magic eye gradually relaxed, giving the Black Llama Beast and Chen Ting the right to move. Everyone watched in despair as the tentacles of the octopus waved in the darkness. Under such circumstances, if the 15 Dragon Emperors were still controlled, then whether it was them, Long Chen, Yi Shui, or Dream Scar, they would all be waiting for death. Even if everyone here died, the entire human race would suffer unprecedented damage under the rampage of the Black Llama Beast. It might even be destroyed. At this moment, everyone's mind went blank. Some were so scared that their faces turned pale. They almost fell to the ground. By releasing the Black Llama Beast, the people of the Devil's Star could no longer control the situation, so they could only use this method. In order to get the 5 Dragon Balls, they might have to pay a certain price, but the human race would have to pay the price of the future of the entire race. The Black Llama Beast was so terrifying, who could fight it? Long Chen. Chapter 2304. Everyone in the Dragon God region could only watch as the Devil Star experts made a deal with Chen Ting. They watched as the Black Llama Beasts regained their ability to move. Under such circumstances, who could stop the Black Llama Beasts? As long as the 15 Dragon Emperors died, the Dragon God region would definitely perish. Although Long Chen was heaven-defying, he was still a little short of the peak and needed time to make up for it. Therefore, he was destined to be unable to turn the tide here. Under such circumstances, the entire Dragon God region was in a state of extreme panic. Even Long Chen did not expect that the two sides would join forces because of the changes in Yi Shui and Dream Scar. It was very normal for them to take what they needed. This was also something he had not considered. Therefore, at this moment, the lives of the 15 Dragon Emperors were in the hands of the other side. He was even more nervous. At this time, he did not care about anything else and directly rushed towards the 15 Dragon Emperors. However, the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor told Long Chen not to move. Long Chen looked over in surprise. He realized that the 15 Dragon Emperors did not seem to be as simple as he had imagined. They seemed to have long expected this situation. The appearance of the immovable magic eye was a huge blow to the 15 Dragon Emperors, putting them in a very passive situation. As the rulers of the human race, it was impossible for them to not think about it and not give in just like that. They had been waiting for an opportunity. And the Devil Star experts pulling the restraints on the Black Llama Beasts was such an opportunity. At this moment, the restraining power within the entire immovable magic eye shook. In fact, because the Black Llama Beasts were the strongest here, most of the power of the entire demon-seeking formation was used on the Black Llama Beasts. The release of the Black Llama Beasts caused a certain shock to the demon-seeking formation. The 15 Dragon Emperors made a shocking reversal when the human race was in despair. They had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Attack! With the same voice in their hearts, the 15 giant dragons under the motionless magic eyes suddenly flashed, emitting explosive light and creating a strong tremor. In an instant, the sky void water in the surroundings was swept away in all directions. Break! At that moment, the 15 divine dragons struggled out of the motionless magic eyes at the same time and launched their most powerful attack at the countless dark stars in the sky. Resistance, reversal, full of passion and passion. This time, the resistance and reversal were beyond everyone's expectations. Even the experts of the Devil's Star did not expect that the 15 Dragon Emperors could release such power at this moment, and basically at the same time. 15 types of power converged together. It was similar to the collision of time storms. Countless rays of starlight shot out, forming a blade that soared into the sky. The great tribulation of the common people, which was similar to the heavenly tribulation. The sea of blood that soared into the sky set off at the same time, emitting countless rays of light. Under the shocked gazes of the Devil Star powerhouses, those attacks bombarded the dark black star. The millions of stars formed the devil-seeking array. Under the collision of the 15 forces, the power in the center of the devil-seeking array exploded, turning it into light and shadow. Among them, a few of the paths to the sky demon were forcefully closed, causing the immovable magic eye to completely lose its effect. The 15 types of energy still spread out, destroying the entire demon-seeking array. Everything shattered. In the sky, the unwilling roars of the Devil Star powerhouses could be heard. In the Aurora technique, the same scene and sound could be heard. The powerhouses hidden in the paths to the sky demon were forced back into the Devil Star one by one. Before they could say a word, they completely disappeared. In the blink of an eye, all the dark stars disappeared, and the sky of this star domain became exceptionally clear. However, there was still the endless sky void water below, and it could not be resolved. The 15 Dragon Emperors completed the reversal and sent all the powerhouses of the Devil Star back. The Dragon Emperors did not shout. They were very low-key. After completing the reversal, the 15 of them went to 15 different directions, silently surrounding the Black Yama beast and Chen Ting in the middle, sealing off all the blind spots. If they had the help of Long Chen, the matter of the Devil Star would have been basically resolved. However, they were the leaders of the human race, and they still shouldered more responsibilities. This time, they had encountered a great disaster. One victory was nothing. Perhaps they would only be able to face the people of the world if they completely eliminated the Black Yama beast. It was still a little too early to claim credit at this time. It was just that this world-shocking reversal still caused the entire Dragon God domain to be in a state of extreme excitement. Astonishing splendor blossomed on their deathly gray faces as they cheered, yelled, and leaped for joy. Enthusiastic shouts and shouts filled the entire Dragon God domain. At this moment, they could not use words to express the joy in their hearts of being reborn. They could only roar to vent the anger in their hearts. At the same time, they also expressed their respect for the 15 Dragon Emperors. Long Chen completely did not expect these 15 Dragon Emperors to be able to do this. This was the result of them not being defeated under the suppression. Instead, they were well prepared and finally reversed the situation. If they had already surrounded the Black Yama beast, Long Chen could be at ease. Next, they had to deal with Chen Ting and the Black Yama beast. Time was running out. The 15 Dragon Emperors did not even want to talk nonsense with Chen Ting. To Chen Ting, he was originally majestic and was about to vent the depression in his heart and kill everyone who was an eyesore. However, such a reversal happened. This caused him to be stunned. Even the Black Yama beast beside him became terrified. Now, the 15 Dragon Emperors had accumulated a terrifying anger in their hearts. If they were facing him in the past, they might have shown mercy. However, this time, they definitely would not. Kill. This word came out of their mouths. They were filled with murderous intent and anger. They were a group of elderly cultivators, but it did not mean that they were not hot-blooded and angry. Seeing that they did not intend to show mercy, Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. People like the Black Yama Emperor would always be trouble in the future if they were not killed. He did not dare to be negligent. Before this battle broke out, he had already made preparations. Even if he could not help, he definitely could not let the Black Yama Emperor escape. Are you going to kill me? Huh, are you finally going to kill me? Just like how you surrounded that trash Long Qinglan in the battlefield of the gods. Surround me. Chen Ting stood on the Black Yama beast, waving his arms and laughing sinisterly. He was the real lunatic. To him, this might be a kind of glory. Back then, there was such a huge gap between him and that proud son of the heavens. But today, weren't they being treated the same way? Because of that challenge, he swallowed the Black Yama beast and lived a life of torture. Therefore, he wanted revenge. He wanted everyone to pay the price for what they had done. Unfortunately, Long Qinglan was dead. He could not vent all the anger in his body. He longed to show the Black Yama beast and let everyone fear and revere him. He wanted everyone to tremble in fear when they heard his name. This was to cover up his pain and cowardice. He wanted to show that he had not lost that day. He wanted to show that even though he had swallowed the black llama beast, he was still the victor. Therefore, he was laughing loudly. No one in the entire dragon god domain could understand him. Come, give me the same treatment as Long Qinglan. Isn't he just a sinner? He's a sinner, so I'll be a sinner for the time being. Remember, my name is Chen Ting. Let the history of the human race remember my name. One day in the future, my dark llama beasts will destroy your entire world. He was still laughing loudly. At this moment, 15 divine dragons charged forward. The scene of the battle between the powerhouses even sent Long Chen flying. Fortunately, this battle took place in the Eastern Star Domain. If it had taken place in the Dragon God Domain, a large number of mountains and rivers would have been destroyed. This battle was even more intense than the battle between the 7 Dragon Emperors and Long Qinglan's corpse. The Dragon Emperors had made up their minds to kill the Black Llama Beast. They did not hold back and fought with their lives on the line. Even Long Chen himself could not see the battle clearly from nearby, let alone through the Aurora technique. He had to use all his strength to stabilize his body, let alone participate in the battle. Only now did Long Chen realize how great the gap between him and the Dragon Emperors was. The 15 Dragon Emperors were all existences close to the divine level. This was the final stage of the 9 Palaces tribulation. The people of the Dragon God domain felt their hearts clench as they watched the dazzling light. The dazzling scene of the Aurora technique. The battle lasted for about 7 minutes, but they still couldn't see anything. They could only feel the extremely intense tremors. Those were the tremors of the earth, and the people in the eastern part of the Dragon God domain could feel it even more clearly. This was the result of the battle between the 15 Dragon Emperors and the Black Llama Beast. The intense explosion spread throughout the entire Dragon God domain through the Aurora technique. Kill him, kill him. This Black Llama Emperor is a beast. He is the one who truly betrayed the human race. Just because he was attacked by 15 Dragon Emperors, he wants to compare himself to the Eternal Dragon Emperor. What a joke. Compared to the Eternal Dragon Emperor, you are just a pitiful worm. Who will remember you? To most people, the crimes of the Eternal Dragon Emperor were all hearsay, and there was very little information that they could understand. In addition, Long Chen's recent efforts had already clarified part of the truth, proving that what everyone had imagined was not the truth. Now, most people had already changed their minds. And the crimes of the Black Llama Emperor Chen Ting were seen by everyone in the world. What right did he have to compare himself to the Eternal Dragon Emperor? If he heard this, Long Chen would be very happy. This was exactly what most people in the Dragon God domain thought. They were kind-hearted. As long as there was evidence, anyone would believe it. This time, Long Chen had brought them the final evidence. In the midst of the battle, all Long Chen could do was protect himself. What he saw was that in the battle between the 15 Dragon Emperors and the Black Llama Beast, a large amount of celestial water had been destroyed and disappeared. This was probably done deliberately by the 15 Dragon Emperors. This was a holy land. How could they let this filthy water be polluted? Chapter 2305. From Long Chen's point of view, these 15 leaders of the human race were very respectable. Of course, apart from the stubborn Eternal Dragon Emperor. But this time, when he heard the evidence he brought, he should be completely convinced. The fact that so many disrespectful rumors about Long Qinglan had spread so far had a lot to do with the fact that the 15 Dragon Emperors had no restrictions. Now, perhaps they were fighting with all their might to make up for some of these mistakes. Long Qinglan had never wanted to blame anyone. All he wanted was understanding and fairness. Perhaps he was a proud person who felt lonely at the top, and even the 15 Dragon Emperors couldn't become someone he could confide in. But later on, he understood, and longed for understanding and respect. Long Chen had come to the eternal sacred realm for this desire, for the promise he had made to him. Boom, boom, boom. The entire eastern starfield was shaking. The giant Black Llama Beast and the 15 dragons danced in the air, attacking each other. Black tentacles often shot past Long Chen, proving that the Black Llama beast was still very strong. Of course, although the eastern starfield was shaking violently, countless broken stars exploded into dust, and the celestial water was wiped out, the cave of the ancestral dragon was still very calm. As expected, the 15 dragon emperors were far from being able to reach the level of the cave of the ancestral dragon. Chen Ting's sinister laughter came from the Aurora technique. I admit that you can kill me if you team up, but in my counterattack, one or two of you will die, right? From today onwards, we can choose a new dragon emperor. Who will benefit? Who will die at my hands? I'm really looking forward to it. Firmament Dragon Emperor? Thousand Kill Dragon Emperor? Netherworld Dragon Emperor? Eternal Dragon Emperor? Oh, you're Long Qinglan's adoptive father? Chen Ting's sinister laughter filled the galaxy of chaos. Hearing this, everyone could not help but feel nervous. Chen Ting was right. Although he could not fight back under the siege of 15 Dragon Emperor, with his tyrannical strength, he should be able to kill 2 or 3 of them, right? The death of any one of the 15 Dragon Emperors would be a huge loss to the Dragon God domain. In fact, it had even caused great damage to the Dragon God realm's vitality. Long Chen was also quite nervous. Yi Shui and Dream Scar looked around him. The battle here had nothing to do with them, so they weren't nervous. This monster is really strange. I've never seen or heard of it before. Yes. The two of them were whispering to each other. Time passed slowly, and the battle continued. Long Chen's vision was blurry, and he could only carefully protect himself to avoid being caught by Chen Ting. But perhaps the 15 Dragon Emperor were also protecting him, so he didn't have the chance to do so. This fierce battle lasted for almost an hour, and the surrounding heavenly waterless water was almost cleansed by the impact of the power. Long Chen's vision was slightly wider, and he could roughly see the battle. Rumble. With a final explosion, the entire eastern starfield almost collapsed, and countless cracks appeared in the space. Long Chen also heard the last roar of the Black Llama beast, and then it exploded, completely disappearing from the world. Ashes and smoke. Even the shattered corpses were taken away after being sealed by the 15 Dragon Emperors. The Eastern Star region, which was originally in a state of shock, suddenly quietened down. The 15 mystical dragons suddenly transformed into human forms and descended. Through the Aurora technique, everyone from the Dragon God domain also saw this scene. For a moment, the entire Dragon God domain erupted in intense cheers. Even Long Chen, who was present, could almost hear the surging cheers. Chen Ting was responsible for the 3 incidents in the Eternal Dragon City, the Massacred Dragon City, and the Cave of Ancestral Dragons. Those who had a certain understanding of these 3 incidents, of course, hated Chen Ting to the core. These 3 incidents were the most decisive events. Even Long Qinglan hadn't been able to cause such a huge disturbance and turmoil. Now that the Black Llama beast was gone, everyone was naturally happy. Their tense hearts were finally released, and the joy of surviving turned into tears, filling their eyes. Dead, that disgusting Black Llama beast is finally dead. Yeah, but the 15 Dragon Emperors shouldn't be injured, right? They looked over nervously again. Through the Aurora technique, they could vaguely see that the 15 Dragon Emperors were supporting each other to barely stand. Many of them looked pale, and it seemed that in order to kill the other party, they had expended a lot of energy, and one of the Dragon Emperors was even seriously injured. Eternal Ghost, you deserve to die, deserve to die. Suddenly, there was a discordant voice. Only then did everyone see that Chen Ting was still alive, and only the Black Llama beast was dead. Now, Chen Ting was under the control of the 5 Dragon Emperors, unable to move, and could only shout and scream, perhaps to cover up his current failure. Even the Black Llama beast residing in his body was dead, and now he had completely lost the chance to turn things around. Without the Black Llama beast, Chen Ting was just a demigod, and there was no danger. Therefore, everyone was more concerned about the Eternal Dragon Emperor's injuries. In the battle, he had been the focus of the Black Llama beast, and had taken the majority of the attack, so he was seriously injured. Now, several dragon emperors surrounded the eternal dragon emperor, looking a little nervous. The human martial artists' hearts tightened again, and their brows furrowed, especially the people of Eternal Dragon City. Among them was the Blue Fire Emperor, who was guarding Eternal Dragon City. Now, hot tears were flowing down his eyes. That time when the Black Llama Emperor looked for me, I actually didn't tell father. That time, it was out of selfishness, so now he was deeply blaming himself. His eyes looked painfully at the Aurora technique, and at the Eternal Dragon Emperor who was surrounded. Long Chen rushed up and looked down. The Eternal Dragon Emperor only had half a head left. Fortunately, his primordial spirit was not injured. Of course, he was an ultimate mystical dragon, and had the ability to resurrect. Even if he died, he could still be reborn, but no one was willing to die. Now that this old guy had fallen to such a state, it was quite pitiful. Long Chen wanted to reveal the truth of the Devil Star to the world, so how could he miss out on this old guy? He took out the flame of life from the God Nation, and put his hand on the Eternal Dragon Emperor's head, providing him with a continuous stream of life. The flame of life would never dissipate, and under its nourishment, the Eternal Dragon Emperor began to recover magically, and the speed was getting faster and faster. Feeling his life force recovering, the Dragon Emperors heaved a sigh of relief. How magical! Yes, Long Chen, you are getting more and more complicated. I really don't know how many heavenly Daos you have cultivated, and what Long Qinglan left for you. The Dragon Emperors laughed. Now that the twin devils had been awakened by Long Chen, and the Black Llama beast was dead, the world was at peace again. For these two obstacles, they had been under great pressure. But now, they finally had a good ending, and there were no casualties at all. Long Chen. Chen Ting gritted his teeth as he spat out those two words. He had thought that he could at least let the Eternal Dragon Emperor die once, and let people remember him. But Long Chen had appeared again. Every time, he was the one causing trouble, causing him to fail. Chen Ting knew very well that if he and Long Chen had risen in the same era, then this opponent would be even scarier than Long Qinglan. Because he was not arrogant, but decisive, cold-blooded, and good at communicating with others. Such a person had almost no weaknesses. One could imagine that in the future, he would be like a comet, rushing into the untouchable starry sky. And Chen Ting was destined to be overshadowed by his rise. I can't accept this, I can't accept this. Heavens, why are you doing this to me? I am the real victim. Why am I the one who lost? Chen Ting's bloodshot eyes teared up. He struggled with all his might, but could not break free of the Dragon Emperor's control. Without the Black Llama beast, he was no longer scary. I really regret it. I regret not merging with the Black Llama beast again. That way, we would have been even stronger. I, Chen Ting, made one wrong move, and lost the entire game. Why did I hesitate? I should have merged again from the start. When the Founder Dragon's sword had separated him from the Black Llama beast, it had entered his body and had not come out again. That was why he had hesitated. He had thought that he could control it, so he had not been in a hurry. This only means that in your heart, the Black Llama beast is not that scary. It is disgusting and filthy. That is what you really think. You hate it, but you do not believe it, and you do not admit it. That is why you want to prove to us how scary the Black Llama beast is. Long Chen turned around and gave him the answer in a cold voice. Indeed, what one lacked, the more one wanted to show off. He, Chen Ting, was like that. He had been drugged by the dream that the Black Llama beast was invincible. He wanted to prove it to everyone at all costs. After enduring for so many years, he finally could not take it anymore. That was why he had not merged with the Black Llama beast in the end. Chen Ting, you should have told us when you let the Black Llama beast live in your body. We should have helped you solve it. But you chose to hide it, to endure it alone, to numb yourself. Because of the founding ancestor dragon sword, you once again had a chance to turn over a new leaf. However, you gave up on that chance. You nearly destroyed Eternal Dragon City, killed tens of thousands of people in Slaughter City, and sullied the Holy Land. Now, you have committed a capital crime. Only death can convince the people of the human race. In the Devouring Dragon City, the first Dragon Emperor said in a low voice. The world rejoiced at this verdict. I have been possessed by this monster. My life has been ruined. Can I say anything else? Chen Ting's eyes were full of tears as he looked at him. Why can't you say anything? You are my disciple. How can I not save you? The first Dragon Emperor's eyes were also filled with tears. This was a mistake in his choice. Under the influence of his hatred, he chose to endure and take revenge instead of freeing himself from it. Long Chen felt that he was pitiful. But how could Long Qinglan have known that he would be possessed by the Black Yama beast after eating the poisonous frog? His hatred and revenge were not the right choice. That was why he was pitiful, but also hateful. No. I will not accept this. I am the victim. I should not have died. The one who should pay the price is Long Qinglan. Don't think that just because he is dead, he can erase this sin that has plagued me my entire life. I will take revenge. Chapter 2306. To be able to turn the entire dragon god domain into such a state, Chen Ting could be considered a heaven-defying figure. Even now, in front of the world, he still did not feel the slightest bit of regret for his actions. In his opinion, everyone owed him everything. They were the ones who caused his miserable life. What is the human race? You are just a bunch of heartless, lowly beings. One day, you will pay the price for your ignorance and selfishness. Today, you 15 Dragon Emperors can easily kill me, but I, Chen Ting, will never die. You have never defeated me. As for that Long Qinglan, he was just a defeated opponent. No matter how glorious and invincible he was still cursed and died without a complete corpse. Haha. Come, let's do it. Isn't this what you are best at? Long Qinglan is dead, and you spurned him, making him a sinner for all eternity. Compared to him, I should not be any weaker. Isn't this what you are best at? How many years are you going to remember my name, Chen Ting? Do it. Disgusting human race, selfish and independent. With your shameful human nature, of course you are best at killing me. Who will do it? Chen Ting did not have the slightest awareness of his death. He shouted and shouted, his eyes bloodshot, looking down on everything. What right do you have to be mentioned in the same breath as my father? Chen Ting, don't think too highly of yourself. You are just a pitiful worm who did something wrong. No one will remember you. You are just a grain of rice. Do you think you can shine as brightly as the moon? You think too highly of yourself. Indeed, what he said was not without reason. The human race was indeed selfish and fawning on those in power to a certain extent, but it was not absolute. Long Chen believed that the human heart was originally kind. It was just that it had been covered by a certain amount of filth. This was not a big deal. As long as the truth erased the filth from their eyes, their hearts would shine. And Long Chen was one of them. They were all compatriots. Nonsense. Haha. Nonsense. Brat, do you think you are very capable? One day, when your value is lost, you lose your power. As long as you make the slightest mistake, you will fall into an unimaginable abyss like your father. How many things did your father do for the human race? What happened in the end? How many curses had he received? How many curses? The human race would only flatter those who were beneficial to them. If you lost your value one day, you would find out how cruel the reality was and how ugly they were. You will have that day. So what if you become the eternal dragon emperor like your father? Long Chen narrowed his eyes. All these years, it had been extremely unfair to Long Qinglan. He had not received anything in return for everything he had done, but instead received unimaginable disdain and discredit. This was indeed the helpless side of the human race. However, he saw it differently from Chen Ting. He could see the brilliance of human nature, and it was precisely because of this that he had come this far. He was not defeated. Instead, he laughed and said, "Time will prove everything. It's a pity that you won't be able to see it, Chen Ting. Yes, time will prove everything. Even if these 15 dragon emperors kill me today, I can also imagine that one day in the future, you will bear the same ending as your father and die a miserable death. Huh, time, oh time, what a wonderful thing it is. Kill me quickly, won't you? I can't wait any longer." The 15 dragon emperors could no longer bear to listen. Regarding Long Qinglan's matter, they had indeed admitted that they had acted on impulse and caused many irreversible consequences. However, how could it be as Chen Ting had said? "Let me do it." The Eternal Dragon Emperor had now recovered. There was no need to debate with him. Everyone in the world could naturally understand who was right and who was wrong. Now, Chen Ting had fallen into a dead end, and no one could pull him out of it. Hearing the Eternal Dragon Emperor's words, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Of course, they did not want a dangerous person like the Black Hell Emperor to live. Hearing this, Chen Ting laughed as well, as if everything had proved what he had said. However, at this moment, Long Chen quickly stood in front of him, blocking the Eternal Dragon Emperor. He said in a low voice, "Let me do it." His words had indeed exceeded everyone's expectations, and made everyone's hearts tense up. Although Long Chen had killed Heavenly Veil Emperor, the Black Hell Emperor was actually much stronger than Heavenly Veil Emperor. In particular, he had a close relationship with the Black Yama Beast. Who knew if he had some secret weapon? At this time, the most suitable method was to let the 15 Dragon Emperors kill the Black Hell Emperor quickly, lest there be any unnecessary trouble. If the Black Hell Emperor took the opportunity to escape, it would be troublesome. Therefore, the people in the world were still worried about letting Long Chen take action after the fact. They thought that Long Chen was angry and wanted to take action. The 15 Dragon Emperors looked at each other, unable to decide for a moment. Long Chen's voice was resolute. He looked straight at the Black Hell Emperor and said, "You don't admit defeat, don't admit that you can't compare to my father. Today, I'll give you a chance to admit defeat. You think that the human race is despicable and unworthy of you being one of us. Today, I'll prove it to you. If you can escape from my hands, I'll let you leave this place." Chen Ting, are you convinced now? Some things had to be resolved using such methods, using such a tough method. Otherwise, even if the 15 Dragon Emperors killed Chen Ting now, everything Chen Ting thought and said would still affect everything. Long Chen not only wanted him dead, but he also wanted him to die convinced. If the 15 of them took action, he definitely wouldn't be convinced. His heart didn't change at all. He would die in a carefree manner and even with a cold smile. However, Long Chen had to prove to him that his thinking was wrong. He was just a pitiful person with extreme thinking. This sentence caused a huge uproar. Although everyone believed in Long Chen, they couldn't help but think that if he couldn't kill the Black Hell Emperor, wouldn't he really let him go? If the Black Hell Emperor left, then it might cause more trouble. Wasn't it the behavior of a fool to give such a person a chance to make a comeback? For a moment, many people in the Dragon God domain were in an uproar, objecting to this method. Of course, the decision was made by the 15 Dragon Emperors. No matter how much they argued, it was useless. Even these words caused Chen Ting's arrogant attitude to instantly freeze. He gulped down a mouthful of saliva and looked at Long Chen with slight disbelief. After a long time, he couldn't help but roar with laughter and said, as expected of a young man, "You're much more impulsive than your father. But do you think you have that much power? Can you decide whether I live or die?" "I can decide," Long Chen replied. He turned back to look at the 15 Dragon Emperors. Although they looked troubled, under Long Chen's firm and confident gaze, they chose to agree. In reality, this time, Chen Ting was targeting them. Even if they killed Long Chen this time, the reputation of the 15 Dragon Emperors would be tarnished. Every word Chen Ting said would be like a needle hanging in their hearts. Long Chen was the only one who could tell Chen Ting this truth and remove it. Did you see that? Everyone agreed. Long Chen stared at him without blinking. The 15 Dragon Emperors spread out to prevent the Black Hell Emperor from escaping during the battle. They opened up a large area for them to fight. Now that the 15 Dragon Emperors had made up their minds, although some people in the Dragon God domain still found it unbelievable, the majority still endured and chose to believe in Long Chen. Just based on the fact that Long Chen could reverse the heavenly blood hell and massacre city and save so many people, he was worthy of their trust. All of this made Chen Ting feel so incredulous that he even forgot to laugh as he stared blankly at Long Chen. Long Chen was not being impulsive. This battle had to be carried out. This was to give himself an explanation to Long Qinglan, and an explanation to Chen Ting. Some battles could not be avoided. If Chen Ting was killed by the Dragon Emperor today, he would not feel comfortable. Because even if Chen Ting died, he would not realize his mistake. No matter what, the human race in the world at least had the same blood flowing in their veins. They were all descendants of the mystical dragon. Although they were lowly, they were not despicable. They had their own pride and stubbornness, just like Long Chen himself. This was not something that could be blasphemed against. But Chen Ting was questioning and discrediting it all. More importantly, the matter of Long Qinglan that he had spoken of was also closely related to Long Chen. That was his father. Now that Long Chen had the evidence, he had sought out the truth precisely because he believed in all his compatriots. In the face of the truth, he believed that everyone would face the eternal Dragon Emperor again. They would repent for their wrongful hatred and curses. This was what he wanted. If he did not approve of this race and all his compatriots, then why would Long Qinglan give up everything for them? Why did he care? He could have stayed away from the human race and this place. Why must he clear Long Qinglan's name? Because his and his father's roots were here. People could not forget their roots. And Chen Ting had already forgotten his roots. He had forgotten the blood that flowed from his body. He had forgotten the mystical dragon blood essence that he had inherited, forgotten his oath, and lost his soul. Although he had controlled the Black Yama beast, he had given his soul to it. Before this, I have an important matter to tell everyone in the Dragon God domain. Please listen to every word I have to say. Just as everyone thought that Long Chen was going to start a war with the Black Yama Emperor, Long Chen said this. Chen Ting did not think much of it. He was just trying to stir up emotions and convince himself. In his opinion, no one could defeat his heart. Chapter 2307. The reason why he had chosen to speak of this matter at this moment was to give an answer to the Black Hell Emperor's previous doubts and clamor. This was also the moment that Long Chen had been looking forward to the most over the past few years. Ever since he had arrived in the Eternal God domain, there had not been a day that he had not dreamed of fulfilling his father's dying wish. He wanted to wipe away all the slander, criticism, and disdain that he had suffered. This was the final wish of the man who had given him everything. It was also Long Chen's destiny, wish, and goal for many years. For this day, Long Chen had risked his life. In fact, he had not even taken good care of Lingxi or his brothers. Now, this moment had finally arrived. If he had not already matured, his eyes would definitely be brimming with hot tears at this moment. Right now, he only wanted to let Long Qinglan know that he was about to accomplish everything that he had entrusted to him. Now, he adjusted his breathing and calmed his heart. He was going to reveal this past event to the world and correct that incorrect part of history. His voice resounded throughout the Dragon God domain. My fellow humans, my brothers and sisters, today, I, Long Chen, will reveal the true truth to all of you. That's right, I am vindicating my father and clearing his name. The reason why I came to the Eternal God domain and became stronger was all for this one and only goal. For this moment today, I have already poured in countless blood, sweat, and tears, and I have even nearly stepped into the gates of hell several times. However, I, Long Chen, have succeeded. I have not let down the expectations that my father had for me. From now on, I will clearly explain to all of you the two most important events that happened back then. At the same time, I would also like to apologize to all of you for these two events. He did not hold back his hot tears. Instead, he made his announcement in a majestic and surging voice. His voice drowned out all the other voices, causing everyone in the Dragon God domain to shut their mouths and listen to him. The moment had finally arrived. Under the gazes of the 15 Dragon Emperors and the bewildered gaze of the Black Hell Emperor, he continued, previously, Chen Ting mentioned that my father had poured in countless blood, sweat, and tears for the human race, but in the end, because of two mistakes, he fell into the abyss. I believe that back then, no one could have imagined that the eternal Dragon Emperor, who ruled over the entire human race, would disappoint all of you to such an extent. Because of this, everyone was angry and filled with hatred. However, I hope that all of you can understand why an ordinary peerless genius, a king who loved his people, would have such a change. Is there really no reason for this? I, Long Chen, have come here to find this reason. At this moment, he raised his voice and continued, the first matter is about the battlefield of the deities. That time, when he reappeared, he was like a crazed demon, and wanted to destroy the battlefield of the deities. He fought with the 15 Dragon Emperors and even injured countless experts. This was also the time that everyone was most disappointed in him. Now, this matter has been clearly proven that it was because he was affected by the primordial spirit assimilation technique. The 5 Dragon Emperors were also affected and destroyed all the god statues. Let's not talk about what happened with the 72 god corpses under the deity ocean for now, and let's not talk about what the battlefield of the deities is about, but at that time, everything that my father did was not his original intention. Therefore, he is the same as the 5 Dragon Emperors today. He is not guilty. Everyone agreed on this point. If he was guilty, then all 5 Dragon Emperors were guilty today. The entire Dragon God domain was listening attentively to Long Chen's words. Now that everything about the battlefield of the deities had become a mystery, the 72 divine cities were also suspicious of him and no longer believed him. In reality, they were also full of doubts about what had happened to Long Qinglan in the past. If the battlefield of the deities was not his fault, then in reality, Long Qinglan had only caused trouble for the people of the world because of how he had handled the matter of the Devil Star. In that case, how could this matter be explained? How could he have such a turning point? This was what Long Chen truly wanted to announce today. This time, he spoke of the eternal mystery of the Devil Star in a narrating tone. In fact, it was likely that no one in the entire Dragon God domain knew about it before this, because apart from Long Qinglan, no one had ever entered the Devil Star and come out. He started with the identities of Yi Shui and Meng Hen, followed by the primeval troll, Ta, and then Long Qinglan entered the Devil Star in search of the path to godhood, and received a request from the awakened bloodline. He could not bear to see so many people live in that abyss of suffering forever, so he decided to help. After all, most of them were part of the human race. However, he and all the other freedom demons did not expect that after Ta had awakened, his will could cross such a long distance and affect the demons. It did not matter if he affected the demons. If Long Qinglan was not affected, he could completely control everyone under his control. Unfortunately, he also did not expect that he would be remembered by the primeval troll. Because the 2 people from the Devil Star had confirmed these ancient secrets, no one doubted it. This was something that even the 15 Dragon Emperors did not know. Back then, Long Qinglan had been too proud and aloof, so proud and aloof that he did not tell the 15 Dragon Emperors his true intentions and thoughts, causing everyone to think that he was selfish and only released the demons for the sake of godhood. Now that they thought about it carefully, what did becoming a god have to do with releasing the demons? This was the true truth. He only wanted to help others out of kindness. It was a mistake caused by kindness. For a leader, it was not a deliberate mistake, but he was despised so much. This was not fair. This is the true truth about the Devil's Star. Perhaps because it involved too many things, he did not say anything after the disaster. What happened next, what kind of danger he experienced, that he disappeared from everyone's sight and did not return until the battlefield of the gods. I don't know, perhaps no one knows, but from the battlefield of the gods and the primeval troll, we know that the human race is not at ease. He may not even be the strongest existence in the world. There are people in this world who can kill him, but unfortunately, we do not know his difficulties. Now, everything has come to light. Although he made a mistake because of kindness, he contributed so much to the human race. He was the strongest human in 1,000,000 years. Now, Long Chen had vented all the anger in his heart. Yes, this was not fair. It was just that the people back then were too shocked and disappointed, and they couldn't get any explanation. Even the 15 dragon emperors didn't know what had happened, so under the chain reaction, it caused all the public opinion in the world to slander and defame him. Now that his son had returned with an explanation, everything should really disappear. In this matter, Long Qinglan had made a certain mistake, and the people of the world also had their own mistakes, especially the 15 dragon emperors. They did not stop the public opinion that had gone out of control, and allowed it to be passed down from generation to generation. They spread the anger in their hearts to the entire human race, causing everyone to forget his achievements and his strength after so many years. When Long Chen finished saying all this, everyone lowered their heads in silence. They were in pain, because of anger and unwillingness, but they had discredited the strongest human leader in 1,000,000 years, and even made him die with everlasting regret. They had made him entrust his son to do all this for them. In fact, Long Chen had relied on himself to understand all this. Silence, panic, self-blame. Perhaps their hearts had truly changed over the years. It was just as Chen Ting had said. They had been selfish, fawning on the rich and powerful, and had been blinded by hatred. But now, the truth of Long Chen's actions had caused them to truly wake up. To humans, mistakes were unavoidable. But if they could repent and accept the truth, then Long Chen was willing to inherit his father's will, to protect the common people, and to love them. Perhaps a united human race was Long Qinglan's true hope. Today, Chen Ting had challenged this unity, and Long Chen had used his sincerity to exchange for this unity. Everyone was thinking and looking at the people around them. No one could deny that they had participated in discrediting their greatest leader for so many years, and had even spread his anger to the next generation. These were all mistakes, and everyone was at fault. However, Long Chen needed everyone to change, reflect, and then create a truly great and united human race. In all this, the 15 dragon emperors were the greatest sinners, and also the ones who needed to reflect the most. After hearing all this, as Long Qinglan's adoptive father, the eternal dragon emperor who had despised him the most, tears streamed down his face, and his body trembled as he stared blankly at Long Chen. He could not forget that it was Long Chen who had used the fire of life to heal his injuries, and how many things he had done to Long Qinglan over the years. Everyone, I have made a mistake. The eternal dragon emperor mustered his courage at this moment. His wizened voice reverberated across the world. As a dragon emperor, he could not suppress the trembling in his heart. He said, as his godfather, I did not become the person he communicated with. In fact, I was strict with him and alienated him. As a result, we did not know the inside story of the Mo Xing incident. This is the mistake of the 15 dragon emperors. This is the first major mistake. I can't think of any way to punish myself. He could barely control his emotions, and it was the dragon emperor who held him up. Long Chen took a deep breath when he finally heard this stubborn old man say such words. His eyes couldn't help but turn red. If his father could hear these words, perhaps he would be happy and gratified. In the end, he still did it. The eternal dragon emperor's wizened face moved the world. Chapter 2308. This was the temper of the eternal dragon emperor. When he couldn't believe that Long Qinglan would bring disaster to the human race, he was the angriest and most intense. Now that the truth was out, he could disregard his pride and stand up, apologize, and then lead everyone to respect the new truth. Now, with this Aurora technique, I think everyone in the world knows the truth, so I don't need to say more. We are all of the same race, and have the same ancestors. We should unite and love one another, and work together from now on. At this point, the Eternal Dragon Emperor had made his stance clear. The Eternal Dragon Emperor did make some mistakes, but so many years have passed, and we have slandered him all these years, and he has paid a heavy price. From today onwards, I hope there will be a new beginning. At this time, the other dragon emperors stood up one after another. They were the most authoritative people in the dragon god domain. With their words, and the truth Long Chen had provided, Long Qinglan's image in the dragon god domain had truly changed. Just as Long Chen had hoped, they had flaws in their human nature, and so did he. But it was undeniable that they were basically kind. For a moment, everyone in the dragon god domain started discussing. This matter needed to be resolved, and it needed to be treated fairly. Long Chen saw everything that satisfied him. He had succeeded. From today onwards, Long Qinglan was still their eternal dragon emperor, a hero. A knowing smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This was everything he wanted to prove to the Black Hell Emperor. The human race wasn't as despicable as he had imagined. In reality, Long Chen had also hated them. Back when he had left the battlefield of the gods, he had also felt this way. However, when he had returned to the dragon god domain, he had discovered that it wasn't as bad as he had imagined. There weren't many people who were truly filled with evil intentions. Back then, Du had affected Long Chen greatly, but one Du couldn't represent everything. The 15 dragon emperors knew that they were in the wrong. After some discussion, they announced that 10 days later, they would hold a grand ceremony in the Eternal Dragon City and invite all the elites in the world to participate. Their goal was naturally to trace back the Eternal Dragon Emperor and use this ceremony to officially clear his name and give him the justice he deserved. This was the result of Long Chen's hard work. It was what he wanted. Although this was just a formality, Long Chen believed that his father definitely needed it. This proud and even arrogant man seemed to look down on everyone, but he still cared about how his compatriots viewed him. Now that he had 15 dragon emperors and so many people supporting him, the entire dragon god realm would definitely be united once again because of this grand event. They might even be waiting for Long Chen to become a figure at Long Qinglan's level. There was a high possibility of that happening. Of course, he still had to complete a very important task today. That was to defeat Chen Ting and make him admit defeat. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Chen Ting was stunned for a long time before he couldn't help but laugh. But this time, he was in a very sorry state. His heart was pained and conflicted. His greatest enemy in life, the person he hated the most, was Long Qinglan. He originally didn't have the chance to take revenge, but he didn't expect that Long Qinglan would suffer such a huge change and die. Later on, he was cursed and slandered by everyone. He didn't know how good it felt. But now, his reputation was ruined, and he almost lost his life. At this time, Long Chen had cleared Long Qinglan's name, allowing him to regain the love and admiration of the human race. To Chen Ting, this was such an irony. He was actually so laughable. Do you understand now? Everything you say, everything you think, is your own extreme thinking. You can't blame anyone else. No one is at fault except for you. I naturally gave you a chance. Now that you have a fair chance to fight, if you can defeat me, you can leave. As for me, I am standing here today not only to clear my father's name, but also to clear the name of the tens of thousands of brothers I killed in Dragon City. Chen Ting, are you ready? It was only at this moment that Long Chen revealed his true dominance. That pair of cold eyes exuded a shocking murderous intent. If his battle with Emperor Tianmu had only made everyone aware of his strength, then today, he was going to show a kind of spirit, a kind of courage, and a kind of will. He had the courage and confidence to fight a fair battle with the Black Hell Emperor, who had brought disaster to the human race. Now, Long Chen's status in the human race was constantly rising. Although some 9 palace tribulation elders had awakened, in terms of status, Long Chen was already the number 1 person below the 15 Dragon Emperor. Chen Ting was originally unyielding even if he died, thinking that he hadn't lost. But this time, Long Chen clearing Long Qinglan's name had been a huge blow to him. If it had been 15 Dragon Emperors, they wouldn't have been able to defeat him. But this time, Long Chen, who was younger and stronger than him, was standing before him. His heart had already been crushed before he even made a move. Because even he couldn't convince himself. This was bound to be a greater tragedy. Amidst the anticipation of billions of people, Chen Ting cried like a madman. He suddenly laughed and said, "I'm ready, of course I'm ready. Go. Since I, Chen Ting, lost to Long Qinglan in the end, then I'll defeat his son. This will at least prove that I'm not bad. I just don't have his luck." Chen Ting's body began to swell. He was going to transform into a dragon. The 15 Dragon Emperors guarded every corner. They definitely wouldn't escape while Chen Ting was fighting. As for whether they would keep their promise to Long Chen if he lost, it was uncertain. At least, they hadn't decided yet. At this time, everyone in the Dragon God region was also looking forward to this battle. Would Long Chen let such a dangerous fellow go? If he was really defeated, what should he do? It wasn't that they were underestimating Long Chen, but that he was too young, and the Black Hell Emperor Chen Ting was a cunning and crafty person. Sometimes, victory and defeat couldn't be decided by absolute strength. The same went for life and death. The Black Hell Emperor Chen Ting was once the number 1 genius of the devouring dragon city. His name shook the world, and he was one of the youths closest to Long Qinglan. However, Long Qinglan's progress was heaven-defying, and all the other youths were left far behind. After displaying his unparalleled talent, his master, the number 1 Dragon Emperor of the devouring dragon city, bestowed him with the inherited blood essence of the devouring world dragon. The devouring world dragon was one of the best among the ultimate mystical dragons. It was even more powerful than the great fortune Yin Yang dragon. During the era of mystical dragons, this mystical dragon specialized in devouring Qian Kun, space, and worlds. It had devoured countless spaces and even everything in them. The Void Refinement Realm Demon Dragon was actually a mystical dragon of the devouring world dragon family. Their abilities were similar, but the Void Refinement Realm Demon Dragon was only a high-level mystical dragon, while the devouring world dragon was an ultimate mystical dragon. There was a huge difference between them. At least, their appetite was huge. The appetite of a devouring world dragon was equivalent to the appetite of thousands of Void Refinement Realm Demon Dragons. Now that Chen Ting had lost the power of the Black Yama beast and turned back into a pure human, the mystical dragon he transformed into was naturally the devouring world dragon. The black mystical dragon appeared violently, rolling in the Aurora technique. Black clouds came from afar, enveloping him within. It was a pitch-black mystical dragon with a huge body and a pair of huge black wings. They were as sharp as blades and could easily cut through the most stable space in ancient times. The most shocking thing was that there was indeed a huge black dragon head in front of him. However, if one looked down from the dragon's body to the dragon's tail, one could see that the tip of the dragon's head had rolled back and was also looking at Long Chen. It was actually another dragon head. It was completely black and was only 1/3 the size of the big dragon head. However, it was equally ferocious. As it opened its mouth, the space was annihilated and it was swallowed into its stomach. It actually had 2 dragon heads and they were at the head and the tail. The dragon head at the tail was especially eye-catching. It was like the tail of a scorpion, staring at Long Chen with hatred and murderous intent. The devouring world dragon. When this dragon appeared, the world was still shocked. There were really not many people in the world who could defeat this devouring world dragon. Especially to most ordinary people, this was simply a peerless monster. This was a very crucial battle for Long Chen. It was not as simple as winning or losing. Now, he was representing the human race to fight this traitor who had completely abandoned the race's soul. This was proof of his courage and also the hope for the future. It was also an important battle that would once again establish his personal foundation. That's right, Long Chen wanted to become the massacred Dragon Emperor. Now that the matter of Long Qinglan had been resolved, he no longer had any restraints. However, that primeval troll of the Devil's Star was still restless. The battlefield of the gods was full of secrets. That god general even announced that his true body would descend to deal with him, and he did not know what was going on with the deity C's corpse. What was even more terrifying was the Black Jade Dragon Head's prophecy that, after 100 years, the dragon's sacrifice will perish. All of this proved that the entire Eternal God domain and the entire Dragon Sacrifice continent were in troubled times. As one of them, Long Chen deeply loved this world of the Dragon God's inheritance, so he was duty-bound. Getting rid of the Black Hell Emperor and the Twin Devils were just two small matters. Of course, he wanted peace and a quiet life with Lingxi. However, could this world be peaceful? Impossible. Long Chen seemed to feel those restless eyes, just like those motionless eyes. They were greedily examining this world, not just the Eternal God domain, but also the crumbling Dragon Sacrifice continent. As a descendant of the Dragon God, he should shoulder this responsibility and desire to handle it better. Therefore, he needed a supreme identity, which was the supreme leader of the human race, the massacred Dragon Emperor. An identity that was equally as famous as the Eternal Dragon Emperor. Of course, he did not have enough strength and merits, but he would work hard in this direction. If he succeeded, the greatest satisfaction should be that Long Qinglan would definitely be proud of him. Chapter 2309. Facing the devouring realm dragon, Long Chen displayed the body of the ancient blood spiritual dragon, and the blood-colored divine dragon roared. Although his body was not as huge as the devouring realm dragon, Long Chen was even stronger than him in terms of killing intent and fearsomeness. This is the supreme divine dragon? I'm dying of laughter, ah! At this time, the devouring realm dragon flapped its blade-like wings and charged at Long Chen. The sky and earth changed color, and countless cracks appeared in the space, giving Long Chen immense pressure. Devouring Realm. The devouring realm dragon tore through the space, and its two dragon heads, one in front and one behind, opened their huge mouths and bit at Long Chen. Because of the devouring space, its small dragon head was almost as big as Long Chen's. Light flashed. Long Chen dodged first, but the two dragon heads continued to chase after him. Every time they bit, they swallowed the space around them as if they were food. It made Long Chen look like he was a material hidden in their food. You can't escape, Long Chen. Compared to me, you are still too inexperienced. I am very grateful to you for giving me this chance to live. I will definitely bring you laughable humans a pleasant surprise. Chen Ting's two dragon heads said the same thing at the same time. Long Chen was calm, even indifferent. This was his fighting style. The more crucial the battle, the calmer he was than anyone else. Now that he had entered the late stage of the Five Elements calamity, he was comparable to the time when he fought against the Sky Curtain Emperor in the Massacre Dragon City. Time Storm. He could devour space, but Long Chen could shatter time. That's right, through each transformation, he had made great progress even in the Tao of time. Time was a power above space, and it was the foundation of everything. Without time, the entire world would disappear, leaving only empty space. This time, the time storm was especially strong. Before Chen Ting's world-devouring dragon could hurt Long Chen's dragon scales exploded. The power of time even invaded his body, causing him to tremble. The Void Aeon Dragon's power sent the devouring world dragon flying with blood all over its body. This was a crucial confrontation, and the outcome of this confrontation was almost decided. That was, Long Chen was stronger than him. He had absorbed a considerable amount of power from the Five Elements calamity, and when he reached the later stage, he released it, causing a new transformation. This confrontation filled everyone with confidence in Long Chen. They cheered for the birth of Long Chen. This was destined to be his era. Not bad. Chen Ting sneered. However, this kind of sneer could not conceal the trembling in his heart. He knew that Long Chen had the flame of life. With that kind of undying flame, who could kill Long Chen? Who could defeat him? Three Realms Beast. The devouring world dragon retreated again and again. At this time, his body actually split into three parts. Among them, the flesh wings and part of the dragon body transformed into a black goshawk, cold and sinister. For claws and part of the dragon body transformed into a walking beast with a dragon's head and a lion's body. The rest of the body transformed into a black shark in the sea, but it also had a dragon's head and was abnormally ferocious. These three behemoths all had the divine might of the devouring world dragon. At this moment, they attacked again. The goshawk flew into the sky to attack, the dragon-headed shark bit from below with extraordinary speed, and the dragon-headed lion directly confronted Long Chen. For a moment, it became a scene of Long Chen fighting 1 against 3. In fact, this Three Realms beast was one of the most tyrannical mystiques of the devouring world dragon. He actually divided his body into 3, and the 3 behemoths inherited all his mystiques. It was as if he had gained 2 helpers. Originally, he could only use 1 mystique at a time, but now he could use it 3 times. The Three Realms beast is invincible to this day. How can you break it? You are really still a child. Let me tell you, the victor has not been decided yet. When I return next time, you cowards will know how to write the word tragic. Under the fierce attack, the 3 behemoths let out different laughs at the same time. The common people didn't even blink as they watched carefully. It could be seen that the Three Realms beast's attack was indeed very fierce, and it almost forced Long Chen to retreat. Everywhere it went, space was destroyed, and the starry sky was shaken. Noisy. Long Chen could not stand it for a long time. The ancient blood spirit dragon's fury. Right now, his sharpest weapon was the 10,000 death claws. The will to kill, as well as the accumulated flames, storms, and lightning of anger, in the blink of an eye, the ancient blood spirit dragon had already displayed a peerless, cold-killing intent. In an instant, the dragon-headed lion rushed over and began a physical battle with Long Chen. Long Chen's ancient blood spirit dragon body moved quickly, and he clashed with the other party a few times. The other party's claws pierced into his body, but he was indifferent, using the fire of life to repair himself. The next moment, all 4 dragon claws pierced deeply into the other party's body, and suddenly tore. The other party was torn into pieces. Whoosh! Such a grand occasion made all the martial artists cheer. What followed was Chen Ting's cry of pain. He did not expect the seemingly simple 10,000 death claws to have such a huge destructive power. While he was enduring the pain of that part of his body, Long Chen rushed up to the clouds, and his huge dragon body pressed down on the goshawk. He grabbed the other party's wings, and with a violent tear, he also tore that part of the other party into pieces. Not only did the Three Realms beast not have any effect, but it also lost 2 parts under Long Chen's fierce attack. Under such circumstances, Chen Ting, who was in extreme pain, made the last part of his body escape hurriedly. The corpse fragments in the sky reassembled, and finally reunited with the dragon-headed shark, turning into the appearance of the devouring world dragon. But this time, it was many times weaker. After a round of battle, Long Chen had the absolute upper hand and crushed Chen Ting, causing him to be in a sorry state. Not only had he lost to Long Chen mentally, but he was also defeated in combat. Although he was not dead, he was close to it. But at this time, no one dared to relax. Even a cornered dog would jump over a wall, let alone the Black Hell Emperor. Now, the 2 great mystical dragons faced off again. Long Chen's calmness and majesty formed a very clear contrast with Chen Ting's sorry state and pain. The 15 dragon emperors were ready. This was probably the time when Chen Ting wanted to escape the most. After all, he had lost very badly in this battle. Many years ago, he had lost to Long Qinglan, and his life had changed. And today, he was actually going to lose to his son. his soul was going to die? Now, everyone in the world was shouting Long Chen's name. What surprised the 15 dragon emperors was that Chen Ting had no intention of escaping. He did not deny the fact that he was not as good as Long Chen. Instead, he kept panting, but laughed very strangely. Obviously, my life has long been decided. This is a tragedy. Fate is unfair to me. I, Chen Ting, am just a stepping stone for you and your son. This is the meaning of my life. Fate, this damned fate. Who is in control of my fate? He laughed maniacally, and his huge dragon body spun around. I have always believed that fate is in your own hands. If you don't love yourself, fate won't love you. Chen Ting, don't blame fate for the wrong choice you made. Fate is not wrong. You are the one who is wrong. Long Chen had never thought of forgiving him. So many people from Massacre City had died in heaven blood hell. How tragic was that? Even if he killed this guy 1,000,000 times, he would not be able to quell the hatred in his heart. Yes, you are right. Control fate? Only someone like you, who is favored by fate, would say such sarcastic things. Instead of retreating, Chen Ting advanced. He stared coldly at Long Chen and couldn't help but smile. He smiled and said, "But you've reminded me that I have to control my own fate. In that case, I've sacrificed 2 lives brought by an ultimate divine dragon to give you this gift. Does that count as changing my fate?" Before Chen Ting could finish speaking, the 15 dragon emperors made Long Chen dodge. But Long Chen was unmoved. He did not dodge. He was not afraid, and he would not retreat. Today, it was not just a competition of strength, but also willpower and spirit. At least in front of Chen Ting, even if he was in mortal danger, he could not retreat. You can't scare me away. Long Chen looked at him coldly and enunciated each word clearly. Everyone could hear the unyieldingness and determination in his voice. This was the kind of unyielding person he was. Then let's go together. Chen Ting suddenly stopped laughing. In truth, he was in great pain. To his horror, he discovered that this young man actually had no weaknesses. Chen Ting had already used all of his skills, even using 2 lives to threaten this young man, but he was still unable to scare him away. In fact, even if Long Chen retreated half a step at this time, Chen Ting would die with a smile on his face. He would feel that he had not lost. However, Long Chen was cruel and did not give him this opportunity. He wanted to fight to the death with him. Even if Chen Ting had to give up his life, he would not let him retreat even half a step. In this life, I have devoured a lot of space, all piled up in my body, compressed into a single point. This is a terrifying point. Even if the Dragon Emperor were to get close to me, he would not be able to escape. Long Chen, are you sure you won't retreat? Aren't you afraid of death? Chen Ting asked in a daze. Long Chen stared into his eyes and suddenly laughed. He said, I am afraid of death, yes, but you do not know that there is something in this world that I am more afraid of than death, and that is losing my courage. Who do you think you are, Chen Ting? Are you worthy of my death? Come on, let me see if you have the ability to do so. Long Chen's words scared Chen Ting away. That's right, everyone was afraid of death. Chen Ting was no exception. Right now, his entire body was trembling. It was just that Long Chen had given him an answer. Even so, he was even more afraid, because something like courage was not something that others could say. It was a kind of spiritual will, a kind of faith. Many times, it was not just a battle of strength, but a battle of faith. Long Chen waved his mystical dragon body, suppressing Chen Ting step by step. This move shocked even the 15 dragon emperors. From Long Chen, they had learned something that would benefit them for the rest of their lives. The most precious thing about him was not the ancestral dragon's blood essence that Long Qinglan had left him, but courage. And Chen Ting could only retreat under his pressure, until he could not take it anymore and made his final choice. Chapter 23:10. Primordial Annihilation. All the space that the devouring world dragon had devoured was condensed at a single point. When he ignited this point, it would be the moment when he no longer cared about his life. He had been suppressed to the extreme by Long Chen, which was why he chose this ending. Now, he had lost to Long Chen in all aspects and was extremely depressed. He only had one last chance to turn things around. If Long Chen died with him, then he would have succeeded no matter what. At the very least, everyone in the world would feel sorry for Long Chen's death and hate him, Chen Ting. That ultimate point that condensed countless spaces exploded amidst the laughter of the devouring world dragon. It carried all the anger and unwillingness of the Black Hell Emperor, as well as all his cowardice and pain. Follow me and perish for all eternity. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the power of primordial annihilation would be. Ultimate mystical dragons had one chance to be reborn, but when the Black Hell Emperor died and was reborn, as long as he was still within the range of primordial annihilation, he would still perish once again. Therefore, he chose to explode again and again. 2 attacks of primordial annihilation. What Long Chen could see with his own eyes was that as Chen Ting's ferocious gaze changed, his body suddenly cracked, as though it was covered with countless blood-colored webs. And in the next instant, the terrifying explosion began. This was his final counterattack. From the beginning to the end, Long Chen had been dealing with it calmly. Now, he only used the fire of life to envelop his entire body and protect himself. However, he had never shown cowardice in any aspect. Therefore, the Black Hell Emperor was disintegrated into pieces and turned into dust amidst his unwillingness. The power of primordial annihilation was too great. Even the 15 dragon emperors couldn't help but retreat and protect themselves. They had originally wanted to join forces to rescue Long Chen, but Long Chen had a stubborn temper. He had to suppress the other party, so he rejected the help of the dragon emperors. The dragon emperors could only protect themselves with a bitter smile while feeling nervous. When the primordial obliteration appeared, the entire Aurora technique was filled with a black light, and everyone could no longer see anything. However, very quickly, they could feel the ground shaking and even cracking. Of course, there was also the terrifying explosion that spread throughout the entire dragon god domain. Bang! An earth-shattering sound rang out. Heaven and earth shook, rivers flowed in reverse, and mountains collapsed. For a moment, it was like the end of the world. Everyone was in a state of panic, but they still stared at the sky. Even though they were so far away, they could still feel the terrifying might. What about Long Chen? Would he be able to survive? At this time, everyone was worried about him. Bang! But right at this moment, it resounded once more, and it caused destruction that wasn't inferior to the previous one. It swept through the world once more, and it even affected the Spirit God region and Monster God region. Such a terrifying attack hadn't even happened and the Dragon Emperors were fighting the Black Yama Beast. All the experts knew that the Black Hell Emperor Chen Ting had bet the lives of 2 ultimate mystical dragons on this. When the final sound rang out, it meant that the Black Hell Emperor Chen Ting was dead, and had disappeared from this world. In the end, Long Chen still killed him. But this wasn't important anymore. Everyone was more concerned about Long Chen's survival. Countless people watched the Aurora technique anxiously, waiting for the light from the explosion to dissipate, waiting for hope to be born. In reality, they were very pessimistic. They knew how terrifying the power of primordial annihilation was. Although Long Chen had completely defeated Chen Ting in terms of spiritual will, could he really survive? Especially since there were 2 more such attacks. Their worries weren't without reason. Even the 15 dragon emperors were currently extremely worried. From today onwards, Long Chen's significance to the entire Dragon God region had become even more different. Now that he was Long Qinglan's successor, perhaps he was the new hope of the Dragon God region. There were many miracles to look forward to on him. If he died, it would be the greatest loss the entire Dragon God region had suffered since Long Qinglan's death. In an instant, everyone started praying. Now, more than half of the eastern star region had been submerged by the spatial fragments. A huge spatial turbulence had formed here, and ordinary people couldn't come here anymore. Otherwise, they would be swallowed up by the spatial turbulence. Even at this time, the intense tremors continued. The 15 Dragon Emperors also didn't sense any information about Longchen. The aftershocks of the explosion started to weaken, and Chen Ting disappeared without a trace. After a brief discussion, they couldn't help but head towards the center to search. Yi Shui and Meng Hen also couldn't help but head there to search for the final answer. Please don't let anything happen to him. You have to survive. The people of the world were like them, silently praying. It was just that they were too worried, so all of their faces were pale. Some people even couldn't help but curse Longchen. There was clearly no need to do this. The 15 Dragon Emperors could have easily killed him. Why did they have to end up like this? Now, the aftershocks of the ancient obliteration were quickly dissipating, and the Aurora technique was gradually becoming clearer. There was no suspense, and there wasn't much to worry about. When everything had dissipated, they found Longchen at the place where Longchen had been standing. The people of the world also saw Longchen. As expected, he didn't take a step back. He was still at the same place, and there was no longer anything in front of him. His body burned with the raging flames of life, rising thousands of meters into the air. That was a boundless will, a boundless life force, incomparably exuberant and powerful, causing everyone to deeply feel his current strength and perfection. In everyone's imagination, even if he didn't die, he would probably be heavily injured. But what they saw was a complete Longchen, unharmed. He was still strong, arrogant, and had the aura of a natural king. That sharp gaze of his was almost unstoppable. After everything was over, he retracted his dragon form and returned to his human form, appearing in front of everyone. Even at this moment, his expression was still resolute, and there was even a penetrating look in his eyes. Everyone started to understand that this was the reason why he didn't take a step back. He could lose everything, but not his courage. And this kind of courage was coincidentally what most people lacked. Therefore, when this gaze was transmitted to the world through the Aurora technique, the image of Longchen this time was deeply engraved in their minds. This time, it would probably be unforgettable for the rest of their lives. The 15 Dragon Emperors stopped in their tracks and exchanged glances with each other in front of Longchen. They couldn't help but smile bitterly. Thinking about it, the difference between them and Longchen was probably this kind of courage. Now, it was all over. Chen Ting was dead, and the two newcomers from the Devil Star had also impressed Longchen. The 15 Dragon Emperors heaved a deep sigh of relief, and their faces bloomed with smiles for Longchen. Welcome back alive, miraculous young man. The Violent Blood Dragon Emperor laughed heartily. The other Dragon Emperors were also full of joy. At this moment, it seemed that the entire Dragon God domain finally reacted. They erupted into earth-shattering cheers and hugged each other, as if welcoming the arrival of a new era. Now, it was the end, and also the beginning of a new life. Huge cheers filled the entire Dragon God domain, filling this ancient land. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before this place would welcome their new supreme ruler. Today was destined to be a different day. They knew the truth behind the final change of the Eternal Dragon Emperor, and in this battle, they saw Longchen's most precious quality, his courage. Everyone was in a state of ecstasy. Their previously tense nerves finally relaxed. Their eyes were filled with hot tears, and they cried bitterly. Today, the Black Hell Emperor was destined not to be the main character. Only Longchen was the most dazzling one. The Black Hell Emperor couldn't possibly kill him. Among the 15 Dragon Emperors, only the Eternal Dragon Emperor was still a little embarrassed. I can only say that I'm sorry. Standing in front of Longchen, he said guiltily. He probably won't mind, Longchen said with a smile. Today, all his wishes had finally been fulfilled. It was time for everything to end. Both he and Long Qinglan weren't people who liked to argue. Hearing this, the Eternal Dragon Emperor heaved a sigh of relief. Eternal old ghost, don't be so stubborn in the future. I also reminded you back then. Now, change your temper. One of the dragon emperors teased, and the crowd immediately roared with laughter. It was over, and it was time to leave. Long Chen returned the 3 dragon balls that he had snatched previously to their respective owners. At this time, the Eternal Dragon Emperor said, 10 days later, there will be a ceremony in Eternal Dragon City to clear your father's name and restore his title as the Eternal Dragon Emperor. You should be there then, right? This was something that was necessary. Of course, it would be best for Long Chen to be there. Perhaps it was also his own wish. However, Long Chen didn't care about such formality. Now that there was a good result, he wouldn't care about such things. He smiled and shook his head. I might not be able to come. I have more important things to do. The 15 Dragon Emperors didn't expect such an answer from him. Eternal Night Dragon Emperor was startled, then smiled helplessly. I'm afraid he will have to go to planet Sky Dragon to see his beloved woman. If not for the Black Hell Emperor suddenly releasing the water of sky, he would have returned to planet Sky Dragon by now. I see. The Dragon Emperors understood very well. They had all experienced the same thing. Then, in 10 days, I will leave it to the Dragon Emperors, Long Chen said gratefully. Long Chen said gratefully. To be honest, he really couldn't bear it any longer. Another year had passed, and so many things had happened, but he still couldn't get Lingxi to stay by his side. Now that it was finally over, he had fulfilled his father's long-cherished wish, as well as his own wish and goal. It was time to go and see her. It would be more accurate to say that he was eager to return home. Chapter 23:11. The Aurora technique could only last for about a day. After this day, it would gradually dissipate. After bidding farewell to the 15 Dragon Emperors, Long Chen came to Yishui and Scar. The 2 witches now looked at him in a new light. Yishui chattered, hey, they said you have a woman. She's on Celestial Dragon Planet, right next to Devil Planet. We saw a very strong woman there. She's yours. Then it must be Yang Yu. Long Chen said, she's an elder of mine. What are your plans for the future? I'm sure you won't go back to Devil Planet. Yishui laughed and said, I'm a fool. I'm not going back. We plan to travel the world and enjoy this rare freedom. We grew up on Devil Planet. These days, we've been busy looking for the 5 Dragon Balls. We haven't had a chance to see this beautiful world. That's good. We'll meet again if fate wills it. Long Chen said very straightforwardly. Won't you ask us to stay and follow you? Are we not as beautiful as your woman? Yishui said angrily. Long Chen laughed. He knew that the other party was joking, so he did not answer. Okay, we'll go first. Yishui pulled Meng Hen, who was beside her, and the 2 of them turned into shooting stars, quickly disappearing from this world. Long Chen watched them leave. In the end, Meng Hen turned back to look at Long Chen, then quickly turned back to pursue their own lives. Take care. Long Chen pursed his lips. The Dragon Emperors had said that they would personally escort Long Chen to Celestial Dragon Planet. However, the Black Hell Emperor and the twin demons were no longer a threat, so there was no need to escort him. Therefore, Long Chen prepared to go back alone. As for them, of course, they would prepare for the ceremony to restore Long Qinglan's title as the Eternal Dragon Emperor together. After parting in the Eastern Star region, Long Chen and the 15 Dragon Emperors moved separately. After leaving the Eastern Star region, Long Chen quickly headed north alone. Within the range of the Aurora technique, everyone disappeared. As time passed, the Aurora technique gradually dissipated. Everything was over, and everyone went back to what they should be doing. However, they were all looking forward to the grand ceremony in 10 days. That was also a form of atonement for their sins. On the way back, Long Chen took out a star talisman. Instead of contacting Lingxi, he contacted Yang Yu. I heard about what happened over there. There are a few of us from the celestial dragon planet over at the Dragon God domain. Congratulations, you've finally succeeded. You've completed your father's dying wish. You're an outstanding son. Yang Yu's tone was still unhurried. However, he could tell that her voice was different from usual. Her voice sounded a little choked. Perhaps she had been crying. She was once the closest person to Long Qinglan. I'm going back soon, Long Chen said. I'll be back in a day. Okay, we'll wait for you to come back, then we'll talk in detail. How's little she doing? She's in the final stage. She'll succeed in a few days. I'm by her side right now. Long Chen didn't look for Lingxi directly because he didn't want to disturb her. It had been a year. She had been working hard all the time just to end it as soon as possible, so that she could see Long Chen as soon as possible. Long Chen had traveled the world for a year and had had such a wonderful time, but Lingxi had been very peaceful. She could only work hard. With her talent, she was probably second only to Long Chen. However, compared to Long Chen, it was still very difficult. After disconnecting the star talisman, Long Chen's body was boiling. His longing was like poison spreading all over his body. Lingxi's image had filled his head, and he couldn't even breathe. He couldn't help but increase his speed, rushing toward the galaxy of chaos. Outside of the celestial dragon planet was the divine planet of destiny. Outside of it was the royal planet of chaos. At the moment, a white-haired warrior was standing outside the star of chaos, not getting close. He was the one who had appeared in the royal planet of chaos, and even the Lord of the Star of Chaos had called him senior. He looked gentle, handsome, and his skin was crystal clear. He looked like a piece of jade, even more beautiful than a woman. He was the most delicate and pure man in the world. The divine planet of destiny, a mystery that even I can't get close to. In the eyes of ordinary warriors, the divine planet of destiny was just a very exclusive place, and anyone who went there would be killed. However, the real strong warriors all knew how terrifying it was. It was not just a planet. Through the eyes of the white-haired man, one could see that the divine planet of destiny was surrounded by layers of restrictions, which covered up the reality. It was an ancient and mysterious place. For the real strong warriors, this place was as mysterious as the demon planet and the cave of the ancestral dragon. His shining eyes finally looked at the ordinary but beautiful sky dragon planet. It was a beautiful planet with birds singing and flowers blooming. This strong aura must belong to that bitch, Yang Yu. This domineering aura must belong to that bitch, Yang Yu. After so many years, this woman has become even more powerful than before. Isn't it just because Long Qinglan gave her the blood essence of the Supreme Divine Dragon? In terms of combat power, she has probably surpassed the 15 Dragon Emperors. Of course, it's just a so-so. If I wasn't at my lowest point now, I wouldn't have waited for so long. He smirked evilly and said, Immortal Lord Realm Technique, Immortal Lord Realm Technique. What kind of transformation will it bring to me? Will it be the key to becoming a god? Although I'm not as strong as Long Qinglan at his peak, I think no one in this world can be my match. Big Demon Lord, Dragon Emperor. He opened his arms and looked at his crystal clear fingers, revealing a satisfied smile. As if he was reminiscing, his face was full of light. In this world, there really isn't a man more perfect than him. A pity that he left mysteriously. Thinking of this, his expression turned fierce. He looked at Sky Dragon Planet, but did not approach. He thought of Long Chen. He doesn't have a woman by his side, only a servant girl, Yang Yu. That vile spawn has been rising rapidly recently. He must be Yang Yu's child. If not, he is still his flesh and blood. The white-haired man trembled all over. He was hesitating, trying to control himself. In the end, he controlled himself, retreated, and disappeared from this world. Given Long Chen's current speed, it would not take him long to return to Sky Dragon Planet. Moreover, he had basically used all of his speed. A blood-red beam of light flew out of the Dragon God domain in about a day. After a long journey through space, he entered the chaotic star region, headed for the central core region, and then passed through the resplendent star region. He headed towards the depths. He passed through Azura star, Rakshasa star. Finally, he passed through the chaotic Emperor star. Who is it? At this moment, the Chaos Starlord sensed Long Chen's passing and rushed out of the Chaos Sea. That huge chaos beast rushed out of the starry sky and blocked Long Chen's path, glaring at him like a tiger watching its prey. But when he saw Long Chen's appearance, he was instantly stunned. The person who could erupt with such speed was actually this Long Chen. 2 years ago, Long Chen defeated the #1 genius of the chaotic star region, Chaos Kunwu. His name shook the world, and Chaos Kunwu was the Chaos Starlord's son. And now, Long Chen appeared before him again. The Chaos Starlord had naturally heard of many legends about Long Chen. He was doing very well in the 5 great dragon cities, but he was not very clear about his specific strength. Previously, it was Long Chen's speed that was comparable to his that caught his attention. Huh, it's actually you. There's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. Now that you've fallen into my hands, Yang, you don't have to use that resplendent star core to exchange with me. You can forget about leaving. The Chaos Starlord couldn't help but laugh. At this moment, many Chaos royalty came out from the Chaos Royal planet. They were very happy to see the Chaos Starlord intercepting Long Chen. Starlord, quickly capture him and bring him back to our Chaos Royal planet. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to waste time with them. He said, "Move aside, I'm in a hurry." "Io, you're quite arrogant. I heard that you're doing quite well in the 5 great dragon cities and even killed many experts. Do you think your cultivation base is heaven-defying? You even dare to barge into my Chaos Royal planet. Do you think I, the Chaos Starlord, don't exist?" The huge chaos beast raged. Back then, the appearance of the god of primordial beginning was a great humiliation to him. The Chaos royalty roared with laughter again. Long Chen couldn't help but frown. After thinking about it carefully, he realized that the Chaos Starlord was a despicable person. If he didn't defeat him, he wouldn't give way. In that case, he wouldn't hold back. He decisively turned into a dragon and used the 10,000 death claws. His movements were swift and fierce as he charged forward. A cornered beast will do anything. The Chaos Starlord sneered. But in the next moment, the Chaos Starlord was dumbfounded. This attack speed, this strong sense of danger, what was going on? He didn't have much time to think. Long Chen's 10,000 death claws swept across his body and left a bloody mark, making the Chaos Starlord scream in pain. Long Chen whipped his tail and the huge chaos beast crashed into the Chaos Royal planet, causing it to shake. All the members of the chaotic royal family were stunned. They could still hear the Chaos Starlord's painful scream. Looking down, the Chaos Starlord was struggling and screaming on the Chaos Sea under the 10,000 death claws attack. He turned into a human, but he still couldn't avoid the pain brought by the 10,000 death claws. "Listen up, I'll spare your life this time. If you don't open your eyes next time, not only you, but the entire Chaos royalty will disappear. I'm Long Chen, yes, but I'm not the Long Chen you can provoke." Long Chen said, turned into a human, and continued forward. Only when he erased the damage from the 10,000 death claws did the Chaos Starlord stop in pain. He came in front of everyone with difficulty and looked at the way Long Chen disappeared in shock. "Everyone, was I dreaming just now?" The Chaos Starlord couldn't help but ask. Chapter 23:12. The chaotic royal star was just an interlude. However, when Long Chen passed by the divine planet of destiny, he did feel a sense of danger. Is it this planet? Yang Yu had told him that it was best not to get close to destiny. It was a mysterious place with as long a history as the demon star. At this moment, planet Destiny was shrouded in a mysterious mist, and one could vaguely see that there were many people inside. It was hard to tell what race they were, but they were definitely living creatures. They cultivated here, grew old, fell sick, and died. It seemed like a peaceful world, but it was actually full of danger. The Sky Dragon Star was sandwiched between the God Star of Destiny and the Demon Star. In the tomb of the Massacre Dragon, the stone lock I got was engraved with Destiny Dragon City, and the key was engraved with Destiny Dragon City. Does this mean that Destiny Dragon City is the key, or that there is a key, and Destiny Star is the lock? The stone lock and the key were made of ordinary materials. There was nothing special about them, and they could be easily destroyed. That was why Long Chen guessed so. Long Chen could already see planet Heavenly Dragon in front of him. Long Chen was very anxious, so he put aside this thought and sped up towards planet Heavenly Dragon. It had been a year. He had finally fulfilled his father's last wish and returned to this place. It had been a hard year, and his life had been in danger at any time. But it had ended well. Now, he also had the face to face Long Qinglan's old subordinates on the Heavenly Dragon planet. They could totally return to the Dragon God domain if they wanted to. Long Chen rushed into Sky Dragon. He remembered where Lingxi was. Knowing that he was coming back, the entire Sky Dragon was ready. 100,000 dragons turned into human forms and filled the mountains. When they saw a red light flash in the sky, they knew that Long Chen had returned. He had returned with glory. Greetings, young master. For a moment, almost everyone half-knelt on the ground and spoke to Long Chen excitedly. Some people even had tears in their eyes. Yang Yu had already told everyone about what had happened in the Eastern Star region and the Dragon God region. This huge victory was what all the cultivators of the celestial dragon planet longed for. Although they might not necessarily return to the Dragon God domain, they didn't want to live with a crime on their backs. They didn't want Long Qinglan, whom they followed, to bear a crime either. The fact that Long Chen was able to accomplish this task naturally convinced them completely, and they followed him with all their might. Everyone, please rise. Long Chen was also filled with excitement. He landed on top of them. At this moment, Yang Yu, Dark Dragon Emperor, and Glorious Dragon Emperor were already waiting for him. A year's time was nothing more than a blink of an eye for them. But for Long Chen, a huge change had taken place. In just a year, this improvement is unbelievable. Both the Glorious Dragon Emperor and the Dark Dragon Emperor were grinning from ear to ear. Although Yang Yu only revealed a pair of eyes, one could see the gratification and joy in her eyes. It was something that had never been seen before. Perhaps she was a woman full of sorrow, but she was not like that now. She was happy. Auntie Yu. Long Chen went forward and gave her a gentle hug. Although she hadn't left Planet Sky Dragon to help him, she had the responsibility of protecting Planet Sky Dragon and the 100,000 mystical dragons. It was also because she was protecting Lingxi that Long Chen could rest assured, so he was naturally very grateful to her. It's a pity that the enslaved dragon Biyao was destroyed by the Sky Curtain Emperor. Only this incomplete painting is left. He said guiltily. Perhaps these were all her memories. Keep this painting well. As for the enslaved dragon Biyao, that's the best place for this Tao artifact. It's not necessarily a bad thing. Yang Yu's voice was filled with satisfaction. Young master, young master. The 100,000 mystical dragons were in an uproar. They were the most loyal to Long Chen, and now they were even happier. The entire planet Sky Dragon was extremely lively. There was no worry or conflict here, and it was indeed Long Chen's utopia. Little she will succeed soon, right? Long Chen couldn't help but ask. Soon. It'll happen in a day or two. Yang Yu replied. At this moment, the Glorious Dragon Emperor laughed. My children, young master didn't come back to see you. He's thinking about his little beauty. Let's disperse first. Let young master accompany Miss Lingxi. They haven't seen each other for a year. You don't know how much they miss her. Hearing this, everyone laughed heartily. Shoo, shoo, shoo. The children dispersed. They didn't have much patience to begin with, so they immediately went to play. The elders didn't stay. They worshipped Long Chen now, and of course, they couldn't wait to see young master. But they couldn't disturb others' reunion. Go. Yang Yu's eyes were filled with a kind smile, so satisfied and beautiful. Okay. Long Chen didn't mince his words. He headed towards the area that belonged to the two of them. It was a beautiful forest and a lake that was filled with starlight. Lingxi was in this place. They didn't tell Lingxi that Long Chen would be back today, so Lingxi didn't know at all. Long Chen was filled with longing and excitement. He stood at the edge of the lake, and he saw the core at the bottom of the lake. It gave off gentle starlight, making the entire lake look like a flowing gem. But Long Chen's eyes couldn't leave the woman sitting on the core. Under the contrast of the azure starlight, she was so perfect, like a goddess. No matter in which aspect, she was so beautiful that it was impossible to take liberties with her. Her rosy lips, clear collarbone, and perfect curves all made Long Chen have the urge to rush down to hug her and give her a good bite. He held back. Because Lingxi was at the final juncture. But this didn't stop him from admiring this exquisite beauty. He couldn't imagine that there would be such a perfect beauty in the world. Long Chen couldn't help but feel suffocated. He even forgot to breathe. There was only this soul-stirring beauty in his eyes. Regardless of whether it was her black hair dancing in the water or her snow-white skin under the starlight, they were all fatal temptations. Not to mention the curves of her upper body, waist, and buttocks. They were all perfect masterpieces. She seemed to have blended perfectly with the water around her, becoming a delicate woman like water. Maybe it was because of growth and maturity, she had greater charm and charm. She was no longer the lively and mischievous girl in Lingxi's sword, but a gentle and considerate one. But no matter how she grew, she would always be Long Chen's true love. Long Chen looked at her quietly. This beauty made him forget the passage of time, and he even wanted to freeze at this moment forever. Maybe it would be 1 day later, maybe 2 days later. At a certain moment, Lingxi's long eyelashes fluttered gently, and a pair of blue eyes opened in the water. She didn't look in Long Chen's direction. Instead, she conjured a spell, and the dazzling star below her trembled slightly, turning into a long sword covered with Dao patterns and butterfly patterns. She held it in her hand. She had succeeded. For the past year, she had been waiting for this moment. Therefore, it was unimaginable how excited she was now. Once she succeeded, it meant that Long Chen would return, and she would be able to reunite with Long Chen. This was what she had longed for the past year. She was almost trembling as she let the butterfly illusory sword enter her god kingdom. She didn't even bother to count how many Dao patterns there were. Now, she was anxious to tell Long Chen this news. In fact, because of the fusion of the two star cores, the butterfly illusory sword had a total of 750 Dao patterns, which was slightly higher than Long Chen's god-slaying sword. Given Lingxi's current strength, she would be able to unleash combat power that surpassed her level if she mastered the butterfly illusory sword. Her blue eyes in the water were filled with excitement. As she emerged from the water, she took out the star talisman. At this moment, she was completely wet as she emerged from the water. Her perfect body and faintly discernible beauty were displayed in front of Long Chen. She was like a lotus emerging from the water, and her beauty couldn't be described with words. She didn't even notice that Long Chen was right in front of her. She activated the connection with the star talisman. Her eyes were even filled with tears of anticipation as she waited for Long Chen to appear in the star talisman. Then, he really appeared. Looking at this familiar man, Lingxi couldn't suppress the longing and excitement in her heart. She hurriedly said, "Chen, I succeeded." At this point, she seemed to hear her own voice from somewhere else. That was the voice from the star talisman. She was stunned for a moment. The voice came from right in front of her. She seemed to see a pair of feet. Then, she looked up and saw her lover, whom she had missed for a long time, appear in front of her. He was also holding the star talisman in his hand. Lingxi couldn't believe her eyes. However, she didn't think about whether her eyes were playing tricks on her. Even if her eyes were playing tricks on her, it was enough for her to be able to see him. Therefore, at that moment, the star talisman in her hand fell and sank into the beautiful, clear lake. Her wet long hair and the water droplets sliding down her skin were all extremely tempting to Long Chen. He had been waiting for this moment. He stared. He stared for a long time. The more he stared, the more real it seemed. Lingxi knew that all of this wasn't fake. For Long Chen, the short distance was covered in a single step. However, Lingxi was faster than him. In the blink of an eye, she was already in front of Long Chen. Long Chen could smell the refreshing fragrance on her body. There was no communication. It was more direct than when Long Chen tore his clothes. Over the past year, his little dragon had been hungry and thirsty. Under his hardness, Lingxi's soft and delicate body couldn't resist at all. She wouldn't resist, because she was also waiting for a violent impact. Only then would she and Long Chen be together and vent their yearning for each other for the past year. Only in such a strong way could they become one again. Although Long Chen was extremely strong, Lingxi was indeed a woman who could make him melt. No one approached them. After all, those with some experience knew what the first thing they would do when they met. As expected, the movement that could not be suppressed spread faintly. Young Master's firepower is too fierce. He's really merciless. Glorious Dragon Emperor sighed. You're too old. Get lost. Yang Yu rolled his eyes and said. A new volume was opened. Eternal Riot. Chapter 23:13. 10 days later, almost all the experts of the Dragon God domain had gathered in Eternal Dragon City to complete the restoration of Long Qinglan's name. This ceremony was also the experts' apology to Long Qinglan, as well as their reminiscence. This made everyone think of the era that had shone brightly because of Long Qinglan's existence. On this day, all of Eternal Dragon City was very lively. On the Time Sea, the 15 Dragon Emperors had built a tall and magnificent altar that could accommodate tens of thousands of experts. Over the past 10 days, the experts of the 5 great dragon cities and the representatives of the 72 ancient cities had rushed here from all over the Dragon God domain and gathered on this altar. Right now, everyone was looking at the highest point of the altar with solemn expressions. The 15 Dragon Emperors were like heavenly gods, exuding boundless dragon might. This time, the Black Yama beast had been killed thanks to the full effort of these 15 elders. The 72 divine cities weren't the main characters this time. Under the leadership of the newly elected city Lord Di Jun, they stood at a corner of the altar. The newly elected city Lord Di Jun was Di Yao's younger brother. He'd been in seclusion for many years, and had recently come out. He was a late-stage 7-star reincarnation tribulation realm cultivator. Although he was also one of the peerless experts, the gap between him and Long Chen's current level was like the chasm between heaven and earth. Therefore, the 72 ancient cities were also very obedient. The ceremony wasn't complicated. It was just a form of announcement to the world, to be recorded in history. Almost all the experts of the human race had participated, which showed the importance of this ceremony. The 15 Dragon Emperors lit incense and worshipped, silently chanting in their hearts. Then, tens of thousands of experts lit incense and worshipped the giant cauldron in the center of the altar. When it was over, the 15 Dragon Emperors turned back to face the common people. Among them, the first Dragon Emperor of Eternal Dragon City took a step forward, his eyes sacred and solemn. He said in a clear voice, "Today's ceremony can be held because of one person. However, he isn't here now, so it doesn't matter. What does it matter, because he has already accomplished everything he wanted to accomplish. Congratulations." 10 days ago, everyone saw the Aurora technique and understood it. Since we're here today, I won't beat around the bush. From today onwards, the Eternal Dragon Emperor is still the Eternal Dragon Emperor. I don't wish to hear any unfair words towards him in the entire dragon god domain. Can everyone do it? Everyone answered without hesitation, we can do it. Basically, after the dragon god realm had gone through the Black Hell Emperor's calamity, it had already reached its best state. It was united against the outside world, and facing off against an unprecedented situation. After understanding Long Qinglan's situation, as long as they didn't have a personal grudge against the Eternal Dragon Emperor, they basically wouldn't be so unreasonable anymore. Now that they had Long Qin, everything was different. Apart from this, there is another matter today. Everyone, please listen carefully. At this point, the Eternal Dragon Emperor paused for a moment. Everyone held their breath and listened to his other matter. The other 14 Dragon Emperors probably knew, so they were all smiling at the crowd. The Eternal Dragon Emperor said in a clear voice, since ancient times, the rule of our dragon god domain is that as long as a dragon martial artist from one of the 5 great dragon cities can defeat the combined strength of 15 dragon emperors and make meritorious deeds for the human race, and with the approval of more than 10 dragon emperors, they will be conferred the supreme title of Dragon Emperor. He was conferred the title of the Supreme Dragon Emperor, a title that was rarely seen in history. In other words, he was the Dragon Emperor with Dragon City as his title. In the past million years, the human race has only had one Eternal Dragon Emperor. At this point, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. In their minds, a person couldn't help but appear. That was, of course, Long Qin. Now, after the discussion of the 15 Dragon Emperors, we all agree that Long Qin may be able to do this in the future. In other words, he will complete 3 steps. The first step is to defeat the combined strength of the 15 Dragon Emperors, the second step is to make great meritorious deeds, and the third step is to obtain more than 10 Dragon Emperors. If he can complete the first 2 steps, we will prepare to elect him as the Massacre Dragon Emperor, the leader of the 5 great dragon cities and the 72 ancient cities of the descendants of gods, and the supreme emperor of our human race. From today onwards, the 15 dragon emperors will begin to observe him until he can complete the first 2 steps. As long as he can complete the first 2 steps, everyone can also supervise him together. The 15 dragon emperors were first to complete the 3rd step for Long Qin. The 15 dragon emperors all agreed that in the future, Long Qin might bear and enjoy any and all of this supreme power. Now, it had been announced to the world. Whether Long Qin could become the Massacre Dragon Emperor in the future depended on his future performance. Generally speaking, according to his current state, the possibility of success was at least 80%. Massacre Dragon Emperor. Everyone could not help but gasp. This title was too shocking. It belonged to the same level as the unique Eternal Dragon Emperor. Not just the title, but also the supreme power. As the Emperor of the human race, he could command the 15 Dragon Emperors, which was equivalent to Ling Huang's status in the spirit race, or even higher. He was as famous as his father. Everyone seemed to be able to see that day. Then, the Eternal Dragon Emperor announced that it was over. Everyone could return to their respective dragon cities and god cities, and start a peaceful life again. In the corner, the expressions of the city lords of the ancient city of gods' descendants were somewhat unsightly. They could not accept that someone who killed city lord Di Jun could become such a supreme existence. Even giving Long Qin this opportunity was cruel to them, because if that was the case, in that case, they would forever lose any chance of revenge. Don't be too pleased with yourself. It's not that easy to defeat the 15 Dragon Emperors working together, unless the 15 Dragon Emperors go easy on them. But if that's the case, this Dragon Emperor massacre won't be able to convince the masses. Moreover, whether or not he has made a great contribution is something that needs the approval of everyone in the world. It's not something that can be decided by just a few people. With Long Qin's personality, it's fine as long as he doesn't cause trouble for the world. This sacrificial ceremony was also a grand meeting, and it was also a method for the Dragon God region to announce to the other Demon God region, Spirit God region, Sorcerer God region, and Sea God region. During this period of time, the Dragon God realm had been in chaos, and some of them had even suffered heavy losses. However, the other forces of the eternal life god realm had been very quiet. They had been observing the changes in the dragon god realm, and some of them were even ready to make a move. The 15 dragon emperors had also used this method to let them know. He shut his mouth completely. Long Chen had been to the spirit god realm and the demon god realm. He believed that those who knew him before would tremble for him now. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed on the Sky Dragon planet. A year of not seeing each other had been exchanged for more than 10 days of communication through the night. The two of them were practically riding the clouds, and every time they reached the peak of hysteria, they would completely release their longing. Then, they would rub each other's ears and whisper to each other for a few days. It was as if they wanted to fill in all the words they had said. After a year, the Mistress Su Seal had once again played a great role. Although the current Lingxi was much weaker than Long Chen, it could still bring him great feedback and harmony. To Lingxi, now that she had 3 ancestral dragon bodies and had surging power, Long Chen was simply a huge supplement. Due to the huge nourishment, Lingxi's rate of improvement had been rather slow this year. She had been focusing on the astral core. However, in the few days since Long Chen's return, he had helped her clear a samsara tribulation. At the same time, Long Chen was also advancing towards a higher level. His next breakthrough would be the 6 Paths tribulation. Now, he was already invincible under the demigod body. If he rushed to the 6 Paths realm, he would probably be able to start fighting against those old people who had just woken up. If he went further up and rushed to the 7 Stars reincarnation tribulation realm, he might be able to rush to the peak of the dragon god realm, beyond par with the 15 dragon emperors, and reach the true strongest realm. Of course, this was not Long Chen's end. To Lingxi, these few days were already a little tired. Now that the starlight fell on her slender and smooth body, it was filled with extreme temptation. Her breathing was rhythmic, rising and falling. It was also filled with extreme temptation. Rest first. Long Chen stroked her forehead and said with a smile. Okay. I'll go look for Yang Yu. I have some questions to ask her. Go, I'll wait for you to come back. From today onwards, I will never leave you for the rest of my life. No, it should be many lifetimes, endless reincarnation. Me too. Such a beautiful woman, unless it was truly irresistible, Long Chen would still not leave her. This year was enough. However, this year was too dangerous, too busy. Until now, Long Chen's tense nerves finally relaxed. Coming out of the lake, in front of him was a stretch of black mountain peaks. Under the starry sky, the peaks shone with colorful starlight, as if there were countless gems hidden in them. As for Yang Yu, she was on one of the tallest mountain peaks. That was the place closest to the Devil's Star. One could see a huge black vortex, like a huge mouth, aimed in the direction of the Sky Dragon Star, as if the Sky Dragon Star would be swallowed at any time. In the blink of an eye, he was standing next to Yang Yu. Yang Yu was dressed in a black dress, like an orchid in an empty valley, with a refreshing fragrance, almost blending into the night. She was such a woman, sometimes very strong and bright, but more often than not, as if she didn't exist, as if she was as lonely as the night. "Aunt Yu?" Long Chen called softly. Yang Yu didn't look back. Looking at the Devil's Star, she said, "Now that the secret of the Devil's Star has been solved, it's all your credit. It's just that after so many years, the Devil's Star hasn't been able to send anyone out. Do you know why this time?" The two in the Devil's Star said that it was Imo Xiaolang's masterpiece. Long Chen told Yang Yu the details. If they can send 2 out, they can send more out. The demons and primeval troll of the Devil's Star won't give up. The seal has lasted for millions of years, and now it's almost time. I dare predict that whether it's the Dragon God domain or the entire Eternal God domain, they will probably encounter a calamity. And my Sky Dragon Star will definitely be the first to bear the brunt. If the primeval troll of the Devil's Star succeeds, Long Chen couldn't help but have a headache. This was indeed very scary. Chapter 23:14. The Devil Star's plan has failed this time, and it won't be easy for them to make any new moves for the time being. There's no need to be anxious. Your cultivation speed is very fast, and your only mission is to continue breaking through. If something really happens, you can probably salvage the situation a little. Yang Yu said slowly in a distant voice. Long Chen knew that as he displayed his talent, the pressure on his shoulders was also getting heavier. He was a little dazed. In the past, he had come to the eternal celestial territory just to clear Long Qinglan's name. But now that he had achieved his goal, he did not immediately follow his own wishes to escape and live a carefree life. This was because fate was like this. It would never let him stop. Responsibility, and the desire to follow his father. None of these things could make him leave at this time. Moreover, he was now the greatest enemy of those mysterious existences. No matter where he went, someone would find him. Apart from the cataclysmic changes that could happen to the Devil Star in the future, there was also the divine general of the battlefield of the gods, which was also a huge threat. The secret of the battlefield of the gods had not been solved yet. There was also an even bigger problem that had not been solved. What had happened to Long Qinglan in the time between the Devil Star and the battlefield of the gods, and who had caused his death in the end? At this time, Yang Yu turned around and stared at Long Chen with his deep eyes. He said, "You've guessed it too, right? Although the Black Hell Emperor is not bad, he definitely did not have the ability to kill your father, and it was even more impossible for him to implant the Black Hell Beast into his body. Perhaps the Black Hell Beast was implanted by Chen Ting after his body was found, but he definitely did not kill him." In fact, Long Chen did not need to guess to know that Chen Ting definitely did not have the ability to do so. In that case, someone else must have caused Long Qinglan's death. He had too many questions in his heart, and he wanted to clarify them with Yang Yu today. The biggest question was, of course, the god of the beginning. Who was he? Why would he entrust Yang Yu to obtain the Tai Chi Spirit Dragon's essence blood for him? Yang Yu, the glorious Dragon Emperor, and the Dark Dragon Emperor all knew about the Ancestral Dragon's essence blood. They might even know about the other two. Long Chen always felt that although Long Qinglan was dead, he still seemed to be in control of the overall situation. And Yang Yu and the other two Dragon Emperors were all important chess pieces for him. He asked, "I want to know what kind of relationship the god of primordial beginning has with the essence blood of the Tai Chi living creature. Why does he look like my father?" Yang Yu didn't answer for a long time. She shook her head and sighed, "To be honest, I don't know much more than you do." "Yes." Yang Yu's deep and serene eyes hid countless secrets, making it impossible for people to see through them. Facing the night wind, she continued, "The god of the beginning, I don't know who he is. To me, he is also a huge surprise, but I can be sure that he has a certain connection with your father, so I did as he told me." Later, as you can see, he disappeared. She was probably telling the truth when she said this. But Long Chen's mind was still in a mess. "Is that so? You don't trust me?" Yang Yu asked calmly. Her expression was a bit strange today. Was she excited because Long Qinglan was finally proven, or was it something else? Of course not. She didn't even care about something like the Tai Chi Spirit Dragon and handed it to Long Chen. It was clear that she wouldn't harm him. Maybe she hid some secrets from him, but it should be for his own good. But there was still one thing that was strange. That was, he realized that Yang Yu wasn't as strong as he had imagined. A year ago, when he stood in front of Yang Yu, he felt that he was far from being a match for him. But this time, he had defeated almost all the opponents who were at the same level as Yang Yu. Why was it that when he faced her again, he still had the illusion that he was still weaker than her, and the gap was a little big? With Long Chen's intuition that came from the Ancestral Dragon, although this feeling was concealed by his opponent and seemed like an illusion, Long Chen still couldn't get over it. Not just Yang Yu, but even the glorious Dragon Emperor and the Dark Dragon Emperor were stronger than he had imagined, especially Yang Yu. If she was so strong, even comparable to the Dragon Emperor, then there would be even more mysteries about her. Long Chen couldn't help it anymore. He suddenly asked, "You're an unparalleled mystical dragon, right?" In his eyes, all the ultimate mystical dragons he had seen, even the 15 Dragon Emperor ultimate mystical dragons, couldn't compare to Yang Yu. Yang Yu had the same feeling as the two imprisoned dragons, which was why he dared to make such a bold guess. This guess made Yang Yu narrow her eyes. There was no killing intent, but rather some panic and confusion. Something was definitely wrong with her. Everything that had happened before was just a facade. Thinking of this, Long Chen had no choice but to take action. He believed that Yang Yu wouldn't blame him. He just wanted to know more. If Yang Yu really cared about him, she definitely wouldn't be angry. Actually, it was very simple. Long Chen just wanted to test if it was an illusion. So in this situation where he was so close, he directly attacked. He formed the 10,000 death claws with one hand and reached for the other's head. Since he had made up his mind, of course he would be fast and accurate. Yang Yu still didn't fully understand Long Chen. She didn't expect Long Chen to be so bold. She was still hesitating on how to answer his previous question. Following that, Long Chen's fatal attack came. As a warrior, when something like the 10,000 death claws was in front of them, their only instinctive reaction was to resist. Bang! The speed that she displayed when she was instinctively was shocking. When Long Chen's 10,000 death claws reached for her, she could still reach out with a finger. When the 10,000 death claws were about to reach her head, she flicked Long Chen's palm away. She even flipped Long Chen over. This power was definitely something that only the Dragon Emperor could possess. Long Chen couldn't help but be excited. As expected, Yang Yu was much stronger than he had imagined. She didn't completely confess to him. She definitely knew more secrets and news about his father. Thinking of this, his heart was incomparably excited. He was extremely eager to know more, which was why he was so bold this time. If Yang Yu really took care of him, he definitely wouldn't blame him. Everything he did was for his father. So, he couldn't wait to ask why Yang Yu had the inheritance essence blood of an unparalleled divine dragon. Why was she so strong? Since she had such power, why did she hide it and not show it to Long Chen? In fact, when Dream Scar and Yi Shui appeared, she should have been able to directly suppress them. Why didn't she do so? Of course, Yi Shui had the mystique of teleportation. However, the situation wasn't that Yi Shui and Dream Scar escaped. Before that, Yang Yu had already given up on attacking. He had countless doubts in his heart, and he wanted to clarify them with Yang Yu. However, what Long Chen absolutely didn't expect was that a freak accident would happen. When he attacked Yang Yu with the death claw, it was less than 3 centimeters away from Yang Yu's face. The impact of that force sent Long Chen tumbling, but at the same time, something that Long Chen didn't expect happened. That was, the veil that covered Yang Yu's face was torn. What appeared in front of Long Chen was the face of a beautiful woman. When he saw that face, Long Chen felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He stood there in a daze on the highest mountain peak. It wasn't because of how beautiful the face was, or how perfect it was. The most important thing was that this face had influenced him for half of his life. Later on, as he journeyed, it had been buried deep in his heart, and he had even forgotten about it. In fact, he almost forgot about it. But now, what did he see? He saw this face appear in front of him, so close to him. The eyes, the nose, the lips, the face, the countless details caused Long Chen's body to tremble. He shook his head with all his might, wanting to get rid of this face and prove that he had only seen wrongly. However, this was impossible. It was as if this face had been deeply engraved in the depths of his heart, and he had never forgotten it. Yang Yu, Yang Shueching. Long Chen was almost trembling as he said these 5 words. It was almost unimaginable that this scene would be like this. This made time seem to stop. The two of them were a few meters apart, staring at each other with an indescribable pain. That's right, the Yang Yu in front of him was exactly the same as Yang Shueching. There wasn't the slightest difference, except that Yang Yu looked slightly younger and prettier than the Yang Shueching in his memory. However, they were definitely the same person. How could Yang Yu look the same as Yang Shueching? At this moment, an incomparably profound scene crashed into his mind. It was when he entered the rebirth tribulation realm. When he was resisting the One Origin tribulation, it was as if he had gone through a whole new life. At the beginning, there seemed to be two women. They were like two people, but also like one person. That's right, she gave birth to him. Compared to Long Chen, Yang Yu was also panicking. This scene happened too suddenly. Her eyes flickered and tears almost flowed out. However, she saw Long Chen's even more incredulous gaze. She saw the doubt and conflict in his eyes, and in the end, it turned into a kind of warmth. Tell me, what's going on? Yang Yu, or Yang Shueching? Long Chen lowered his voice and said this sentence with a trembling voice. What kind of secret was behind this? Yang Yu could no longer hide it from him. There was no hatred in Long Chen's eyes, only a strong desire to know the truth, to know the relationship between the two of them. Chapter 23:15. Under the starlight, there was a gentle breeze. Although it was tranquil and cold, it still couldn't calm Long Chen's heart. The image of Yang Shueching back then and the image of Yang Yu now formed a huge impact in his mind. Why did she always wear this veil? Long Chen had thought of many possibilities, but he never thought that the face hidden under the veil actually belonged to Yang Shueching. Long Chen slowly recalled. Back then, my father said that the reason he gave me such a childhood was to train my determination and willpower. Everything in Biyao town was fake. Although I grew up in the Yang family, I have no blood relationship with them. Yang Shueching thought that my father only gave birth to me with her because he valued her physique. This was also an illusion my father created for her. Now, Yang Shueching is still living well in the divine dragon nation that I built. When he ascended the inherited dragon staircase, he had formed a connection with the people of Dragon Sacrificial Continent. Now, he could easily sense everyone's existence. That's right, Yang Shueching was there, living a leisurely life. However, her life was very simple. It was more like she was silently living the rest of her life under someone else's control. However, Yang Yu and Yang Shueching definitely didn't just look similar. She was the closest person to Long Qinglan, and she also looked similar to Long Chen's illusory mother. Then, it was very likely that, I want to know the truth. Tell me. Long Chen couldn't care less. From the first time he saw Yang Yu, he felt a sense of familiarity. It was the feeling of being taken care of by an elder. Now, he held Yang Yu's hand and looked at her with sparkling eyes. There were even tears of excitement hidden in them. After countless struggles, Yang Yu finally sighed. She said in a slightly sad voice, I know I can't hide it anymore. I just didn't expect it to be so soon. You're my mother, right? Long Chen's breathing quickened. Long Qinglan had died in Eternal Dragon City, but he had reappeared in Poplar Town and given birth to Long Chen. He had told himself that Long Chen and Yang Shueching had nothing to do with each other. So where did Long Chen come from? Long Qinglan was not a Tai Chi spirit dragon. He could not create life by himself. He could only reproduce. This question made Yang Yu's eyes tremble. She almost nodded silently, but then immediately shook her head and said, yes and no. What kind of baffling answer was this? Long Chen was about to go crazy. He was waiting for Yang Yu to clarify. After your father died in the Eternal Dragon City, thousands of years passed. About 100 years ago, he suddenly appeared and found me, who was guarding his old subordinates on the Sky Dragon planet. Yang Yu couldn't face Long Chen's eyes. Especially as a woman, she had countless pain and secrets in her heart. Didn't he die? Why did he appear again? Long Chen couldn't help but ask. This him is the him that you saw in Aspen Town. It's a strand of his soul that was almost annihilated, By chance, he managed to execute the art of reincarnation that he learned during his adventures in the primeval cave abode, and seized a body that had just taken shape and had yet to give birth to a soul. After that, he obtained a new life. Realization dawned on Long Chen. If Long Qinglan had really died in Eternal Dragon City and his corpse had turned into a black llama beast, then who was the man who had given birth to him in Biyao town? Who was the man who had given him the ancient blood spirit dragon's blood essence, and even the void Aeon dragon's blood essence and the Tai Chi lifeform dragon's blood essence? That's right, it was this Long Qinglan who had used his remnant soul to cast the reincarnation technique to obtain a new life. However, because he was the reincarnation of a remnant soul, his life, talent, and other aspects were all greatly restricted, causing him to be unable to inherit the most important things he left behind. Moreover, because his remnant soul had already lost too many important memories, it caused him to become manic, sluggish, and even forget many things, even forgetting the majority of his experiences. Yang Yu clearly didn't want to mention this memory. But this time, Long Chen definitely wanted to know everything, so she could only touch these areas that she couldn't touch. You're saying that when he found you 100 years ago, he forgot many things. He doesn't even know who killed him. Long Chen was very shocked. Logically speaking, if Yang Yu had been with the reincarnated Long Qinglan, Yang Yu should have known everything even if Long Qinglan's reincarnated body was gone. But she didn't know what had happened between the Devil's Star and the battlefield of the gods. She didn't even know who killed Long Qinglan. Therefore, she held back her tears and shook her head. I'm sorry. If I knew more, I would definitely tell you. Actually, I only hid one thing from you. That's it. His condition isn't as good as you think. After all, he's just a reincarnated soul, and he has too much resentment and revenge in his heart. I can't even talk to him much, and he doesn't even know what he's going through. He can only complete some things mechanically, such as looking for me. At this point, Yang Yu bit her lip, a little pained and helpless. And then I was born. Long Chen knew that he was Long Qinglan's greatest weapon in his counterattack. Long Chen had created him for revenge. Yang Yu shook her head. It wasn't that simple. He found me. At the time, I thought he wasn't dead and was very excited. But as time passed, I realized that he wasn't perfect. He was just a remnant of a soul filled with schemes. He had already used his reincarnated body to secretly cultivate to the level of the 9 palace tribulation. But because of the limitations of his remnant soul, he couldn't improve in terms of talent or cultivation. He was about to face a new death. I'm afraid he won't be able to take revenge this time. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a lunatic. Then, he found me. In his impression, I was the person he trusted the most and the only person who could help him. His request was for me to help him give birth to a new life. That was his chance to live again. Speaking of this, Yang Yu looked a little lonely. Long Chen could understand her very well. Obviously, she had followed Long Qinglan for so many years, and the only man in her life was him. She must have loved him deeply. It could be seen from her words and actions. However, Long Qinglan did not seem to have such feelings. It was not until after he died and was reincarnated that he actually made such a request when he came to find her again. This was the only chance for him to live and form a complete soul. Because the souls of his descendants were too similar, Long Qinglan's remnant soul could occupy the newly born soul and form a new life. As long as he could inherit what he had left behind, he might be able to make a comeback. And then, Long Chen didn't know how to comfort this woman. I refused, Yang Yu suddenly said. However, her voice was trembling. It was obvious that this decision had made her suffer for countless years. The man she deeply loved had made such a request to her. She should have been overjoyed and happy, but she seemed to have other thoughts. At this time, she, who had been strong for many years, could not help but burst into tears. This allowed Long Chen to see her fragile side, as well as her emotional side. He didn't love me. He only treated me as a younger sister. When he was conscious, he never treated me as anything other than a younger sister. He respected me, understood me, and loved me. That was the period of time I yearned for his love the most. However, when he was conscious, he didn't give it to me. Instead, he made such a request at this time. If he was conscious, he definitely wouldn't have come to me like this, so I refused. There must be more to it. Otherwise, Longchen wouldn't have been born. Long Qinglan needed someone who could give birth to a new body for him, not a son. Although Long Chen was shocked to realize this problem, the focus of his attention wasn't on this. Now that he suddenly thought of it, he couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. What exactly happened after that? And then? He couldn't wait to find out. After that, I asked him to teach me the reincarnation rebirth technique. After I successfully cultivated it, I separated a third of my primordial spirit and reincarnated on the dragon sacrificial continent. Her name was Yang Xueqing. Longchen finally understood what Yang Yu meant when she said, yes or no. She didn't give birth to Longchen with the body in front of him. That reincarnated body was born from her primordial spirit and was also personally created by her. In fact, it was still herself. It was just that she had changed her body to give birth to Longchen. So, in the end, she was still Longchen's mother. The other person who truly brought him to this world was actually her. However, Yang Yu said very apologetically, actually, I'm not familiar with the reincarnation rebirth technique, so there was a small accident. The body of the child I seized had already formed the embryonic form of a soul. After the third of my primordial spirit entered, although it fused, it also lost my memories. It was a bit like she became a new life that belonged to me. She didn't know everything that we had planned. So, your real mother should be considered her. Yang Yu's voice was trembling from start to finish. Longchen didn't expect things to be so complicated, so he couldn't recover for a while. These accidents made it hard for him to breathe, especially when it came to his mother. Regardless of whether Yang Yu was his mother or not, what was certain was that she was the one who brought him to this world. Whether it was in terms of bloodline or soul inheritance, she and Longchen had a huge relationship that couldn't be severed. Although Yang Xueqing wasn't a successful reincarnated body, she still came from Yang Yu. Chapter 23:16. Between Yang Yu and Yang Xueqing, it was no longer important who was his mother. Perhaps they were originally the same person, but because 1/3 of their primordial spirit had been reincarnated, their bodies had lost their memories. Longchen originally felt that Yang Yu was very close, but he didn't expect them to be this close. Now, he couldn't call her Aunt Yu anymore. Logically speaking, he should call her mother, but he could see that Yang Yu had some psychological barriers in this regard. She hurriedly said, Longchen, just call me Aunt Yu. I don't think I deserve to be called mother. Although I made you who you are, I didn't do anything for you, nor did I take care of you. This matter made her feel deeply guilty, but this was Long Qinglan's order. He didn't allow her to get close to Long Chen's growth. She believed that Long Chen could only become a true powerhouse that way. Long Chen seriously thought for a while and said, the title isn't important. What's important is that from today onwards, I will treat you as one of the most important people in my life. This is enough. I never thought that my mother would be so complicated. Now, Yang Xueqing is basically a new life, right? Yang Yu nodded and said, yes, she was an ordinary mortal in Dragon Sacrificial Continent, but she really gave birth to you. Long Chen remembered that Long Qinglan had once told him that everything in Biyao town was a dream. It seemed that Long Qinglan didn't acknowledge Yang Xueqing at all. He only acknowledged Yang Yu and thought that Yang Yu was his mother. He probably wanted him to treat Yang Yu better in the future. As for Yang Xueqing, she was just an accident born by chance, a reincarnated body that had lost her memories and couldn't be controlled. Long Chen didn't plan to disturb Yang Xueqing's life. Now that she was finally released, she was very happy. Many years later, she would enjoy her old age in peace. Facing Yang Yu, Long Chen understood her. She was a person with deep feelings but couldn't express them in words. She was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. She loved Long Qinglan dearly, but she couldn't bear the fact that he didn't love her. Even so, she still did some things for him that she could. No matter what, he had to protect this woman for his father in the future. She was his real mother. She just didn't use her body to carry Long Chen. However, there was one thing he didn't understand. He asked, "Aunt you said that my father created me to be reborn." Yang Yu nodded and said, "You're right." Of course, he didn't want to have a child. Instead, he wanted to use his own inheritance to give birth to a descendant. Then, he would use his remnant soul and the newly born soul to achieve a true rebirth, not a reincarnation controlled by the remnant soul. The whole process was very successful. You shouldn't have come to this world. At that time, he only wanted revenge. No one could understand his depression, and he was even a little crazy. But what exactly happened after that? Yang Yu looked at Long Chen with her slightly red eyes. She bit her lips and said, "An accident happened that he didn't expect. After you were born, he was about to invade your body. However, when he heard your cries after you were born, he saw your young appearance, your eyes, your gaze. In the end, he cried very miserably. He realized that he couldn't do it. Once he did it, it meant that your new life would disappear from this world. Only then did he realize that you were his son, and not his rebirth." She seemed to recall the scene at that time. She looked at the sky and said, "Your father was a good person all his life. He never did anything evil. His heart was extremely kind. Although he was a little extreme, a little hateful, and a little anxious, he couldn't hide the humanity and kindness in his heart. That was why he was originally full of confidence. However, after you were born, he suddenly chose to let you live, and let the last remnant of his soul die." Long Chen was in a state of deep shock. It turned out that he wouldn't have come to this world in the first place. He wasn't part of Long Qinglan's plan. However, he gave up his life, gave up his revenge, and went to explore everything again. He gave his life to himself, and chose death. From then on, he stayed in Biyao town as a father until the day you buried him. He also ordered me not to go near the dragon sacrificial continent and to return to Celestial Dragon Planet. He told me to wait for the day you came to the Eternal God domain. Then, 2 years ago, you really came. At that time, I didn't understand why he spent so much effort but didn't choose to be reborn. After seeing you, I finally understood. That's right, you are his son, not himself. Perhaps she was filled with deep regret towards Long Chen, so she didn't dare to call herself a mother and speak to him in the role of a mother. However, in Long Chen's heart, she already was. Long Chen finally knew about this part of the story. His mind was a little chaotic. After sorting it out and clearing his mind, he asked again, "Other than this part of the story, don't you know anything about my father's enemy, his encounter, and the person who killed him?" Yang Yu shook her head and said, "I only hid this from you. Because when he came to find me again, he had also forgotten about these things. I have no way of knowing either. Moreover, at that time, there was no way for him to communicate at all. However, he still has an explanation." "An explanation?" Long Chen asked doubtfully. It seems like it's about time to tell you now." Yang Yu wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes. Her gaze towards Long Chen was still calm and serene. Seeing him happy and strong, she didn't know how excited she was in her heart. Now, the matter of the Black Hell Emperor and the twin devils had been resolved. The Black Hell Emperor didn't know much. What he said basically came from his faint perception and random guesses. As for the matter of the Devil Star, it was temporarily resolved. He just didn't know if there would be new disputes. Originally, Long Chen was very worried that the Sky Dragon Star was now close to the Devil Star. Once the Devil Star changed, would the Sky Dragon Star be in trouble? However, he was more at ease now. Yang Yu was the only inheritor of the Supreme Divine Dragon. Long Qinglan had given her the inheritance and essence blood. Her battle strength was extremely strong. At least for a long time, she would be stronger than him. With her guarding, he was also very relieved. He looked at this woman, who could already be compared to Lingxi and Li Xuanji, and waited for her to tell Long Chen his father's final explanation. Ancient Blood Spirit Dragon and Void Aeon Dragon, I really didn't know that your father actually had these two legendary inheritance and essence blood. Back then, I only guessed that he had fused with the inheritance and essence blood of the Void Aeon Dragon. As for the inheritance and essence blood of the Ancient Blood Spirit Dragon, I only knew about it because of the hint from the god of Taisher. These are the pinnacle of the entire draconic sacrificial continent. Even if the top gods still exist, they would probably fight to the death for them. Don't tell too many people about this. Once it's leaked, the experts of the entire world will definitely come to deal with you. Long Chen nodded. Of course, he knew how precious these three things were. They were the biggest gifts that Long Qinglan had left for him, especially the Ancient Blood Spirit Dragon and the Void Aeon Dragon. Although the origin of the inheritance and essence blood of the Tai Chi Lifeform Dragon was mysterious, the god of Taisher definitely had a deep relationship with Long Qinglan. At this time, Yang Yu began to tell him about Long Qinglan's instructions. She said softly, actually, he told me that he knows the location of the last drop of Ancestral Dragon inheritance. In that instant, Long Chen's eyes widened. He had originally thought that it was already heaven-defying to be able to possess 3 types of Ancestral Dragon inheritance blood in his lifetime. Apart from him, there weren't many people who knew about the existence of these things. He was so lucky. But now, there was actually news about the 4th Ancestral Dragon inheritance blood. He held his breath and couldn't help but ask, now that I have slaughter, time, and life, what is this 4th Ancestral Dragon? Fate, or devour? Although it was rumored that there were 10 great Ancestral Dragons, in the current Dragon God domain, people could only find out about 5 of them. The 5 great dragon cities were built for the sake of the 5 Ancestral Dragons. As for the other 5 Ancestral Dragons, not many people knew whether they existed or not. Of course, as for what their attributes were, that was even more unknown. Therefore, Long Chen was very much looking forward to it. Yang Yu shook her head and said, it's not fate, nor is it devour. It's called karma. Karma. This unfamiliar term made Long Chen a little confused. Good will be rewarded with good, and evil with evil. Is karma retribution? Long Chen asked thoughtfully. Yang Yu said, that's not entirely the case. Karma is the dragon of morality and karma. For example, the primordial spiritual blood dragon controls all slaughter in the world. The cosmic dragon controls time, traversing the long river of history, and is the controller of time in this world. For example, the primordial spiritual blood dragon controls life and creation, creating the world and creating life. However, the dragon of morality and karma is more illusory. Morality and karma are things that can't be seen or touched, but everything in the world, every living being, even non-living beings, are within the rules of morality and karma. For example, for us humans, the rules of karma bind us for life. As you said, good will be rewarded with good, and evil will be repaid with evil. Morality is the difference between good and evil. Therefore, the dragon of morality and karma is also known as the dragon of punishment. In the era of the ancient gods, it was he alone who established order, intimidated millions of mystical dragons, suppressed evil, and promoted good, bringing peace to the world. The primordial spiritual blood dragon's slaughter is his own path, and he does as he likes. However, the dragon of morality and karma is to uphold justice. He is the heavenly tribulation of the era of mystical dragons, the true ancestral dragon that manages millions of mystical dragons. His name is the divine Tao refining dragon. Chapter 23:17. The 10 great ancestral dragons were the pinnacle existences of the primordial divine dragon era. They were the top 10 powerhouses that had ever existed on the dragon sacrificial continent. Compared to the most tyrannical gods, they were countless times more tyrannical. They were a group of existences that had truly come into contact with the highest laws of the world. They were like rulers that controlled that incomparably vast era with billions of divine dragons. It was unimaginable how terrifying the dragon sacrificial continent was during that era. Divine dragons that were equivalent to gods, or the so-called true dragon realm, were practically everywhere. Even the weakest red dragon could probably fight against the current reincarnation realm martial artists. One could imagine what kind of concept it was when the weakest in the entire dragon sacrificial continent was comparable to the current reincarnation realm. Among them, the primordial blood spiritual dragon was the slaughter dragon. The void astral dragon controlled the laws of time and could reverse time and travel through space and time. The Tai Chi life-form dragon controlled the two great divine Taos of life and creation. In creation, there were 14 types of elemental laws. The sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, and trees could all be used. The clouds, mist, and rivers were all under his control. As for the divine Tao heart-refining dragon, he used morality as his saber and karma as his sword. He was in charge of punishment, cultivating the heart in the mortal world, suppressing evil and promoting good. He maintained the stability of the billions of divine dragons in the entire ancient era. In that era, he should have been the ancestral dragon that was closest to all divine dragons. Naturally, he was also the target that all divine dragons feared. But now, he didn't even leave his name, let alone the Karma Dragon City that existed specifically for him. The Tao of Karma is as mysterious and complicated as the Tao of time and the Tao of life. It's even more complicated than these. There's heaven's will in the unseen world, and this heaven's will is the will of the divine Tao heart-refining dragon. It's something that hangs in everyone's heart. Pay attention to the word heart-refining. In fact, this ancestral dragon also stabilizes his heart in the mortal world, thereby achieving greater transcendence. The so-called divine Tao is actually another name for the Tao of punishment. Using heaven and earth to punish and refine the heart, distinguishing what is good and what is evil. It pursues a kind of inner and spiritual strength, and at the same time, grasps the cycle of karma in the unseen world. This is the divine Tao heart-refining dragon, the dragon of morality and karma. This was obviously what Long Qinglan had told Yang Yu. Yang Yu, even if you don't introduce him, as long as you tell Long Chen that this is the ancestral dragon, he will understand the meaning behind it. The ancestral dragon is the #1 treasure in the world, it is irreplaceable. Whether it is karma, devouring, or fate, Long Chen will search for it and obtain it. In reality, karma was similar to fate. It was just that fate had no rules. It was like a straight line from beginning to end. It was even more mysterious. Karma, on the other hand, was tangled together like a ball of string. Both were the most profound rules of the heavenly Tao. Then, do you know the location of the divine Wei heart-refining dragon's blood essence? This was what Long Chen was most concerned about. As for the ancestral dragon's blood essence, because of the suppression of the dragon jade and the clues provided by Long Qinglan, Long Chen knew that he had to take action immediately. He had to make this his new goal and not let anyone beat him to it. The reason why he was so powerful was basically because of the ancestral dragon's blood essence, so he couldn't be careless in this aspect. Now that they were talking about the ancestral dragon's blood essence, they had basically let go of the story between Yang Yu and Long Qinglan. Yang Yu had also integrated into her role and explained to Long Chen in detail. He told me that it should be in the center of the Sea God's territory, in the Sea Clan's holy land, vast imperial city. Legend has it that there are 2 God stones in vast imperial city that suppress the entire Sea God's territory. These 2 God stones are the 3 Lives God Stone and the Sacred Karma Stone. The 3 Lives God Stone symbolizes love, while the Sacred Karma Stone symbolizes rules and morality. The divine Wei heart-refining dragon's blood essence is in the Sacred Karma Stone. This is all your father told me. I don't know how to get it. That's a lot. Long Chen was very satisfied. He already knew where it was. He had the mysterious dragon jade and the 3 ancestral dragons' inherited blood essence, which were divine items of the same level. It was not impossible for him to obtain the inherited blood essence of the Shinto heart-refining dragon. These two divine stones have existed since tens of millions of years ago, when the sea tribe was still very weak. They are their birthplace. Now that they have multiplied for so many years, they are absolutely sacred objects in their hearts. The entire vast sea imperial city is built around these two divine stones that symbolize love and law. If your father hadn't told me, I wouldn't have guessed that the ancestral dragon's essence blood was actually hidden in the sacred karma stone. Yang Yu said emotionally. Although the sacred karma stone was important, the Sea clan's imagination wasn't that heaven-defying. Moreover, they had to be protecting these god stones, so it was normal that no one had been able to take away the blood essence for so many years. Chen, have you decided to take it? Yang Yu could roughly guess from the look in his eyes. In fact, she had been prepared for this when she told Long Chen. Long Chen nodded and said, yes, after all, it's such a precious thing. Father also ordered me to go take a look. Of course, I won't be reckless. If I'm not confident, I won't go recklessly either. After all, the Sea clan is also one of the 5 great clans. Their strength shouldn't be underestimated. Yang Yu nodded and said, then I'll tell you about the Sea clan. How much do you know about them? Long Chen shook his head. He had never been there. Actually, the sea race was separated from the demon race. They are actually the demon race of the sea, and are not much different from the demon race. Basically, they are all demon beasts of the water, and are good at fighting in the water. Most of them are of the water attribute. Of course, there are some special ones, such as the merfolk, who are actually members of the demon race of the sea. Currently, the sea race's overall strength has developed quite well, and is probably equivalent to 1/3 of the dragon god domain. They have the 6 great ocean emperors, and their strength is basically equal to the 15 dragon emperors. Oh, it seems like the Sea clan isn't weak, even though they are the weakest among the 5 great clans. Among the 5 great clans, the human clan and demon clan were the strongest. Their strength was about the same. Next was the spirit god domain, which was ruled by Ling Huang. Last was the witch clan and the Sea clan. Among them, the Sea clan was slightly weaker than the witch clan. In the Sea clan, there is a very strict monarch and subject system. The 6 great ocean emperors are the rulers of everything. In the sea god domain, the stronger one is, the closer they are to the core of the vast sea imperial city. This is the clan with the strictest hierarchy among the 5 great clans. In the Sea clan, hierarchy is everything. The strong can kill the weak at will, and the vast sea imperial city gathers all the strength of the entire Sea clan. One vast ocean imperial city is actually equivalent to 2 dragon cities gathered together. They have the first ocean emperor, the second ocean emperor, all the way to the 6th ocean emperor. Every ocean emperor basically comes from the strongest of the 6 great bloodlines of the Sea clan. From this, entering the vast sea imperial city is a very troublesome matter, right? After all, Long Chen was a human, which was very different from the Sea clan. That's not all. In fact, if it weren't for the inheritance of essence blood, I wouldn't have suggested you go there. The sea god's domain may seem beautiful, but it's actually a cruel and merciless world. Compared to the demon race, they are more like wild beasts. There are no rules or reason in this place, only one word, and that is rank. And rank comes from strength, connections, birth, and race. The sea race has been guarding the 3 lives divine stone, which symbolizes love, and the sacred stone of karma, which symbolizes morality and rules. However, they just happen to have lost these 2 things. They don't have love, only possession. The strong can have thousands or even tens of thousands of women, while the weak are not fit to reproduce. They also don't have rules, only the strong are respected. Their strong can kill those weaker than them at will, without suffering any punishment. Ah. Long Chen hadn't paid attention to the Sea clan before, so he really didn't know that such a society actually existed. For example, in the dragon god domain, the 5 great dragon cities controlled the overall situation of the world, while the 72 god cities controlled the small matters of the region. There was a clear hierarchy, and rewards and punishments were clear. The demon god domain and the dragon god domain were actually similar. In the spirit god domain, Ling Huang ruled over the masses, and he alone held power. However, the spirit clan was a race that pursued beauty, and they had supreme experts to intimidate them, so everything was very stable. However, the vast sea imperial city was a world that revered violence, and this was the most primitive rule. Among the 5 great races, the Sea clan has an extremely huge advantage, and that is that their experts' reproductive abilities are very strong, and they can produce a large number of offspring. Originally, after so many years, their numbers should have long surpassed the human clan and the demon clan. However, this is not the case now. Do you know why? Yang Yu asked quietly. Long Chen shook his head. This blue crystal is the core of their power. To other sea races, it is a delicacy. Swallowing a large amount of blue crystals can increase their cultivation. Therefore, there is a rule of big fish eating small fish. In other words, the strong eat countless weak people every day and eat their blue crystals to strengthen themselves. For the blue crystals, the entire sea race has always been engaged in internal strife. Although the strong are stronger, they also lose a kind of fairness. They lose the advantage of being strong. Therefore, although the sea race is fierce, if one is not from a strong race, one cannot escape the fate of being eaten. I heard that the 6 sea emperors eat tens of thousands of blue crystals every day, and they are all the blue crystals of the strong. This was a naked beast society. Long Chen couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the place he was going to was actually such a place. Although he didn't have a blue crystal, it seemed like there would be many challenges. At the very least, the 6 sea emperors wouldn't let him easily get close to their 2 divine stones. Chapter 23:18. Although things had been peaceful these past few days, because of the conversation with Yang Yu, Long Chen had set a new goal. According to the news from the 15 dragon emperors, the sacrificial ceremony was over, and Long Qinglan's last wish had been completely fulfilled by Long Chen. He was still the eternal dragon emperor, still the peerless emperor of the dragon god realm. This was great news for the entire celestial dragon planet. They had been celebrating for a few days, and the whole planet was in a festive mood. And because of Long Chen's existence, the celestial dragon starry sky was bustling with noise and excitement, with hundreds of thousands of mystical dragons dancing in it. But Yang Yu was unwilling to announce their relationship, so Long Chen could only tell Lingxi about it. In his opinion, it didn't matter whether it was announced or not. In Yang Yu's eyes, he had been an inseparable part of her life ever since he had appeared, and now she was the same to Long Chen. When Long Chen told Lingxi the news, he didn't expect her to smile and say, "Chen, I actually guessed it before, but I wasn't sure." "You never thought of it, you're so stupid." Long Chen asked in surprise, "Really? I really didn't think of that." "How did you guess?" Lingxi said proudly, "I've been with her for 2 years. I'm a woman now, and I understand women. I can see it from the tone of her voice and the look in her eyes. Although she has a cold personality, I can still guess it." Long Chen blushed with shame. "I think she's a very, very good mother. You have to cherish her, and don't let her suffer any grievances. Otherwise, I'll ignore you." Lingxi threatened him. This point didn't need Lingxi to say, Long Chen also deeply understood. Lingxi had accompanied him in Biyao town, and encountered the conflict between him and Yang Xueqing at the beginning. She knew that Long Chen had always had a regret in this regard, and now she finally knew the truth. "Do you miss your parents?" Long Chen saw that her eyes suddenly became a little erratic and a little worried, so he said. Lingxi nodded heavily. It had only been a few years since Long Chen could see her parents' current state. They were very happy now, and there was nothing going on in the 3 arch regions. They're fine. After some time, when things are more stable, I'll see if I can find a way to go back and let you reunite with them, Long Chen said. Lingxi hurriedly said, there's no need for that, Chen. It's only been a few years, and it's still early. Besides, the Eternity Celestial Realm isn't peaceful right now, and don't you want to go to the Oceanus Celestial Realm to find the Divine Tao Heart-Refining Dragon's Legacy Essence Blood? Then we'll talk about it in a few years. Long Chen paused for a moment before continuing, as for the Divine Way Heart-Refining Dragon, I've already made preparations. I'll head to the Sea God region in a few days, but before that, I have to inform the 15 Dragon Emperors. I want to go too. Lingxi's eyes widened, and she looked at him expectantly. Of course, I can't bear to leave you. Long Chen pulled her cheek and smiled. After a few days of collecting information, Long Chen had a general idea of what kind of place the Oceanus Celestial Realm was. It was probably the most chaotic race in the Eternity Celestial Realm, even more chaotic than the Chaos Star Domain. It was a place where the strong preyed on the weak, and it wasn't very friendly to the human race. Boundless Imperial City was even more strict, and there shouldn't be anyone other than the Oceanus race there. The 6 Oceanus Emperors ruled over everything, and they could kill as they pleased. In the Oceanus Celestial Realm, they were the rules, and they were the heavenly Tao. Long Chen had to go to the Oceanus Celestial Realm with an official identity. Otherwise, many people would attack him before he even arrived. The reason why he wanted to see the 15 Dragon Emperors was because Long Chen also wanted to discuss it with them. About half a month later, Long Chen bid farewell to Yang Yu and set off with Lingxi. This matter wasn't urgent, so they went sightseeing along the way. This rare peace and tranquility, and the warmth that Lingxi brought, made Long Chen feel incomparably comfortable. She was a person who could completely calm a person's heart. As for Yang Yu, she still had to protect the celestial dragon planet for Long Chen, so she couldn't go to the Oceanus Celestial Realm with Long Chen. The Divine Tao Heart-Refining Dragon needed to be taken out by wits. If Yang Yu went, it would instead cause the 6 Oceanus Emperors to be vigilant, and it wouldn't be of much help to Long Chen. However, what Long Chen didn't know was that while he was going to the Dragon God Realm, an enchanting white-haired man had been following him and Lingxi. It was just that he didn't show himself. That man didn't go in until Long Chen stepped into the Slaughter Dragon City. He stood at the edge of the boundless sea of blood, looking at the Slaughter Dragon City with a profound gaze. Continuously rising, a new legend. He's practically the same monster as his father. It's really enviable. It's just that he's too ruthless in his bones. He doesn't have the temperament of his father. Should I make a move? This kind of genius really makes one look forward to it. What kind of level will he reach? Will he become stronger than me in a short period of time? In the whole world, there was no one who could be stronger than this man. And the one who had surpassed him in the past was now no longer here. After arriving at the Slaughter Dragon City, Long Chen met with the 3 Dragon Emperors. In fact, he had already discussed in detail with the other Dragon Emperors using the Star Talisman. This time, he had come to the Slaughter Dragon City just to use this place as a starting point. We've already notified the 6 Sea Emperors of the Oceanic God Realm. We'll send you our blessings and some gifts during the sea sacrifice ceremony of the Oceanic race. The Oceanic race is far inferior to the human race, and they're disgraced by the 4 major races. This time, we've taken the initiative to send gifts, and we've even asked you to deliver them. You don't know how happy they are. I guess they feel that they've gained face. When the other 3 races hear this news, they'll probably think that the human race wants to ally with the despicable Oceanic race. After all, the Oceanic race is ostracized by the demon race, and no one likes them. When Long Chen was looking through the materials, he happened to see that the Oceanic race would hold the sea sacrifice ceremony, which was held once every 5 years, in the next month. Therefore, he took this opportunity to think of a way to let the 15 Dragon Emperors send gifts on behalf of the human race. In this way, they could stay in the vast Sea Imperial Palace openly for a period of time. Speaking of this, the Violent Blood Dragon Emperor was a little confused and asked, Long Chen, why do you want to go to the vast sea imperial palace? With all due respect, the oceanic god realm is not a good place. You should know how brutal and shameless the oceanic race is. We, the human race, have always been a righteous race, a race of justice. If we take the initiative to send gifts to the oceanic race because of this, the spirit race, the Wu race, and the demon race will definitely laugh at us when they hear this news. There was no avoiding that. Long Chen could only say, I'm sorry, I can't explain it clearly to the three of you now, but I can guarantee that it is indeed an important matter. It is related to an instruction of my father when he was alive, so I must go to the oceanic god realm to complete it. If I succeed, the benefits I will get will definitely far exceed this loss of face. Hearing this, the three dragon emperors looked at each other. The violent blood dragon emperor nodded and said, since it is Qinglan's instruction, there should be no problem. However, you still have to be careful. After all, the 6 ocean emperors are not easy to deal with. Even I am not willing to go to the vast sea imperial palace. Of course, this matter of face is not worth mentioning. Your safety is the most important thing. In addition, this time our human race took the initiative to send gifts, which is a bit inexplicable. I think the oceanic race will also be vigilant, so no matter what you do, you have to be careful. This was the violent blood dragon emperor's instruction. In fact, it was also the instruction of the 15 dragon emperors after discussion. Thank you, dragon emperors, for your help. I will put my safety first. Please rest assured. Long Chen nodded heavily. After that, he bid farewell to the 3 dragon emperors, left the massacred dragon city, and embarked on the road to the Sea God region. The Sea God region was a vast sea in the Eternal God region. Its territory was 1/3 the size of the Demon God region. Millions of years ago, the Sea God region was still a part of the Demon God region. However, the oceanic race later became independent from the demon race. The Demon God region was between the Sea God region and the Dragon God region. Of course, Long Chen could not cross the Demon God region. Therefore, he directly crossed the territory of the Demon God region from the northern starry sky. From the Sea God region, he once again returned to the huge land of the Eternal God region. If he went further, he could see a boundless sea. That was the Sea God region. A new journey, a new test, had begun. Spirit God region. Under a mountain range with hundreds of rainbows in the sky, there were 2 extremely beautiful women standing in the wind. It's so beautiful, the human world. Yixue spread her arms and looked up at the sky. She said with incomparable satisfaction. Yes, the demon star has never had a rainbow. Dream Scar's eyes shone. I don't want to return to the demon star anymore. In this life, I must escape from that place. Definitely. Yixue jumped up and down excitedly. Yixue, if the primeval troll Ta awakens again, do you think we will be controlled again and become its puppets? Dream Scar suddenly said. Yixue's expression became very ugly. She said angrily, stupid Dream Scar, don't say such things. Don't ruin our mood, okay? Yes. Dream Scar silently lowered her head. Under the rainbow, a very long time passed. Just as the 2 beauties were preparing to leave, they suddenly stopped at the same time. Their faces turned deathly pale. No one could hear the sound they were hearing right now. It was a roar that came from an incomparably distant place. Deep and domineering, it penetrated deep into their bodies like a nightmare. It was like countless worms burrowing into their bodies and controlling their pulse. Although the roar only lasted for a moment, they were covered in sweat as if they had just experienced a huge battle. The 2 collapsed in exhaustion and hugged each other. We hugged each other tightly. Tears flowed out of our eyes. What's going on? Why is it showing signs of awakening? I don't know. It's only been so long, how can it be? It's calling us. When it truly awakens, we definitely won't be able to resist it and will be controlled again. What should we do? Tell Long Chen. Yi Shui said nervously. No, tell him. He will restrict our freedom. Dream Scar said coldly. Freedom. Chapter 23:19. Longchen wasn't in a hurry. He and Lingxi traversed the vast starry sky, heading west from the east. The Dragon God domain was probably the easternmost part of the eternal celestial domain. In this endless starry sky, the sky was filled with fragmented and sparkling stars. Sometimes, passing through these fragmented stars was extremely beautiful. After fusing with the star core, Lingxi also possessed a portion of the star's power. Now, she was the master of the resplendent star. If the illusionary immortal tribe, Dreamrake tribe, and Golden Battle God tribe wanted to stay on the resplendent star, they had to get Lingxi's permission. But although Lingxi had refined the resplendent star, her heart was still on Longchen. Her long dress fluttered in the wind. The two streaked through the starry sky, heading west. Finally, they crossed the Demon God domain and arrived at the Sea God domain. Of course, the Sea God realm also arranged for guards to be stationed at the border, but Longchen easily entered. Not long after entering the land, a vast and boundless Sea God realm appeared in front of Longchen and Lingxi's eyes. The endless seawater was countless times that of the Divine Sense Sea. It was not as violent as the Divine Sense Sea, but rather peaceful and quiet, but in reality, it was much deeper than the Divine Sense Sea. This is the Sea God domain. Facing the sea breeze, a fresh and clean smell of the sea greeted them. Were those the Oceanids? Like the demon race, they took human form. Lingxi asked curiously. Yes. It said that they were originally a branch of the demon race. However, once the Oceanids leave the sea, their combat power drops. That's why they aren't willing to come to land. Even if they do, they maintain their human form. Let's go in. Longchen held her slender hand. The two crossed the clean beach and entered the true Sea God domain. It was their first time here, so they couldn't help but feel a sense of novelty. The Oceanids had strict rules. The vast Sea Emperor Palace was located in the center of the sea race. The closer one was to the center, the more vigorous the energy of heaven and earth would be. The edge of the palace would be the most barren. The weaker a race was, the further away they were from the vast Sea Emperor Palace. When Longchen first entered the Sea God region, he had actually arrived at the weakest region of the Sea God region. Every sea race would be placed in a specific area according to their potential and overall strength. The people in the core area could go outside, but the people in the outer area could not. Otherwise, once they were discovered, they would be killed on the spot, and even their entire family would be implicated. The social hierarchy of the sea race was like a ring. The deeper the ring was, the more powerful it was. Because every member of the sea race could condense a blue crystal, the races in the outer ring were like livestock in the inner ring. Most of them couldn't escape the fate of being devoured, even though they were large in number and had strong reproductive abilities. The Sea tribe followed the law of the jungle, and they were extremely cruel. For Longchen, it wasn't going to be easy to obtain the inheritance blood essence of the divine Tao heart-refining dragon. In fact, it could even be said to be very difficult. After all, there were at least 20 experts in the vast Sea Emperor city that could defeat him. As long as it was above the 9 Palace tribulation, Longchen didn't have any confidence. He and Lingxi played in the water as they advanced. The bottom of the sea is actually quite beautiful. What a strange sea race. Because they weren't slow, it was difficult for the sea race in the outer ring to discover them. Along the way, Longchen saw many giant beasts in the sea. They were all members of the sea race. They liked to maintain their original appearance in the sea. There were all kinds of fish, prawns, crabs, jellyfish, corals, seals, sea lions, and so on. There were even many strange sea race members whose names he couldn't name. They were all huge. As long as they matured, they would basically be huge beasts, similar to the demon race. Some of the sea race members were even very beautiful and colorful. The entire sea god's domain actually has a strong smell of blood. Long Chen frowned and told her. Yes, this was originally a beautiful place. It's just that the sea race doesn't know how to cherish it, Lingxi said with some regret. The two of them advanced in the direction of the vast Sea Emperor Palace. They encountered many members of the sea race and many killings, but Long Chen ignored them and continued deeper. In the blink of an eye, after a few days of travel, they discovered that the surrounding sea race members were at least 10 times stronger than when they first entered. Long Chen knew that they only had 1/3 of the journey left in the sea god's domain. At this point, Lingxi already deeply hated this place. There were too many killings and devouring phenomena here. They saw with their own eyes that the giant beasts could swallow dozens of fish when they opened their mouths. In the blink of an eye, the other parts of their bodies were expelled and the blue crystals were swallowed. The sea race has the threefold divine stone and the karma sacred stone to suppress the entire sea, but they don't have these two things. It's really strange. Lingxi said with some displeasure. There are sea race members coming in front, and there are a lot of them. Long Chen took her hand. Originally, he planned to let Lingxi enter the Divine Kingdom and directly use the Time Dragon to go around, but after thinking about it carefully, he was here to visit the sea race, so there was no need to be so bad, so he continued to move forward calmly. At this moment, the surrounding seawater trembled violently, forming a storm in the sea. The sea quickly swept and collided, able to overturn people for thousands of miles. Of course, it couldn't do anything to Long Chen. Countless powerful cyan lights appeared in the dark sea. They were undoubtedly the eyes of a kind of sea race. In an instant, hundreds of fish that were hundreds of meters long and had bone spikes like hedgehogs appeared in front of Long Chen. In addition to their sharp and hard bone spikes, they also had another characteristic: their eyes were cyan. Hundreds of these giant beasts rolled and stirred in the water. The surroundings were almost like the divine sea. Human race. Among the green-eyed fish called the Green-Eyed Fish Clan, someone suddenly exclaimed. No one from the 4 major clans was willing to come to the sea race. It was very rare for a human to appear, and it was close to the core area. It must not be easy for a human to come here, but this is the territory of my sea race. Today, let me have a taste of the human race. As soon as he said this, a green-eyed fish rushed out of the group, stirring huge waves, and rushed towards Long Chen. Its mouth opened like a huge whirlpool, completely surrounding Long Chen. Long Chen couldn't help but smile. As soon as the god-slaying sword appeared in his hand, the massacre sword art danced, and hundreds of sword lights instantly rushed over, passing by the green-eyed fish at lightning speed. Huh, I can't even hit you. The green-eyed fish was shocked at first, then he found that he was fine and laughed, but soon he found that he laughed too early because the bone spikes on his body were all cut off. At this time, he was naked, and his appearance was as funny as it could be. Get lost. Long Chen asked. Kill him. All the green-eyed fish were furious, and hundreds of them rushed up together. Long Chen didn't bother to be polite to them. For a time, the sword lights flew out like a net. In just an instant, there were still hundreds of sword lights, but they passed by the green-eyed fish one by one in order. Ding ding ding. Millions of bone spikes sank towards the depths of the sea, and in just an instant, what appeared in front of Long Chen were all naked green-eyed fish. If I want to kill you all, I only need one move. Long Chen said in a deep voice. The green-eyed fish were all frightened. They looked at each other and were shocked. Brothers, run. For a time, all the green-eyed fish quickly turned around and went back in the opposite direction. In just a while, they all ran away. They are very sensible. This is also the rule of this place. Once they realize that their opponent is stronger than them, they have to run as far as they can. Otherwise, they will definitely lose their lives. The blue crystals on them are a temptation to their companions. Long Chen put away the god-slaying sword, took Lingxi's hand, and continued to move forward. It's really a strange place. Why is the 3 lives divine stone that symbolizes love in this place? The 3 lives were the previous life, this life, and the next life. Even countless reincarnations. A few more steps forward, there were many corpses of green-eyed fish around, all of which had their blue crystals dug out, and most of them were cut off by Long Chen. Who killed them? Seeing these green-eyed fish die with their eyes open, Lingxi was still a little sad. They were still living creatures before, but in the blink of an eye, they were dead. Moving forward a little, there were already hundreds of corpses around. None of the green-eyed fish just now could escape. It seemed that they were hunted by a strong person. The blue crystals on their bodies were gone, leaving the corpses with empty eyes. The main character is here. Long Chen looked to the left. It was an extremely huge shadow, at least thousands of meters wide. Although it was said that the Sea Clan, Monster Clan, etc., was not necessarily the stronger the bigger it was, but in fact, huge basically also meant powerful. It was just that some small bodies were very powerful. Soon, 2 huge black iron pincers appeared in front of Long Chen. They were thousands of meters long, covered with a steel-like hard carapace, and there were many fine spikes extending from them. Then, what appeared in front of Long Chen turned out to be a giant prawn. One of his tentacles was now countless times thicker than Long Chen's waist. This was a very fierce sea clan. Those green-eyed fish just now were basically slaughtered by him. Human, report your name. The black giant prawn said in a hoarse voice. His whole body was covered with hard armor, so he was very tough. This natural armor was probably refined by him countless times, and now it was comparable to a Dao tool with many Dao patterns. His strength should be at the 6 paths of reincarnation tribulation realm. In Long Chen's opinion, this level of strength was only passable. You are not qualified. Long Chen pointed with his left hand. Chapter 23:20. Using the sun's sacrifice in the water was also a challenge. Of course, to the ocean race, this was a terrifying killing force. Long Chen pointed out with his hand, and a huge fireball with a diameter of 100 meters appeared. It was like a sun, and before the black prawn could react, the sun's sacrifice landed on its body. Preposterous, I am from the giant armor race. Before he could finish his sentence, the power of the sun's sacrifice engulfed his entire body. In an instant, his entire body was enveloped in a sea of fire. This huge beast actually burned in the sea of fire, turning into ashes in a short period of time. Even the blue crystal disappeared in front of Long Chen's eyes. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to give him a chance to speak. Although the strong preys on the weak, you are unlucky to be so arrogant in front of me. Long Chen looked at the black prawn and felt a little uncomfortable. He had a deep killing intent. If he didn't attack, he would definitely find trouble with him. Long Chen suddenly recalled that he wanted to obtain the Tao and cause and effect dragon. These were 2 words that were hard to understand. What was Tao and what was cause and effect? If Tao was good and evil, then what was good and what was evil? The giant armor race swallowed hundreds of other ocean race members at a time. This should be evil. Then, if he killed him, would he be good? It was also killing, but there was good and evil. This gave him a bit of a headache. Any race would become stronger through competition and killing each other, and they would have stronger resistance. For everyone, killing was unavoidable. A truly peaceful region would be unable to withstand a single blow when external forces invaded. Good karma would bear good results. If he killed the giant armor race today, was it good or not? Both were killing. Was there a real difference? If he didn't understand these questions, Long Chen believed that he wouldn't understand the Tao and cause and effect dragon at all. His name was the heart-refining dragon. The god Tao was the Tao of punishment, the Tao of good and evil. The heart-refining dragon was to train and temper one's heart. Was this the core of the heart-refining dragon? Chen, let's continue. Lingxi held his arm. Yes. He didn't want to have any conflicts with the sea race, so he was a little more careful and avoided the stronger opponents along the way. However, some news still reached Immensity Imperial City. The commander of the giant shell area was killed. He was eating at the time. Several green-eyed fishes who survived said that they saw a powerful human passing by. It is estimated that the human killed him. Oh. The son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor, who has recently risen to fame and shakes the world, must be approaching our vast ocean Imperial Palace. What should I do? Open the vast ocean Divine Palace and welcome this peerless genius with the largest scale possible. At that moment, the entire Oceanic Imperial City was preparing for his arrival. Of course, no one knew what their true objective was. The deeper they went, the stronger the smell of blood in the sea. Obviously, there were more killings here, and they were all of the stronger ones. The experts of the sea race were more concentrated, and the vast ocean Imperial City was equivalent to 2 major dragon cities. At this time, Long Chen was already close to the vast ocean Imperial City. Although there was still a long distance, he could already see a corner of it. This was an enormous azure blue city that sat majestically in the center of the sea god region, and it was like the most beautiful and largest sapphire in the world. Everything within a radius of 50,000 kilometers was illuminated by a beautiful blue light, and it was like a dream. It was simply like a paradise, if one could ignore the smell of blood. Vast Ocean Imperial City. In terms of size, this huge city that occupied the underwater mountain range should be about 3 times the size of the Eternal Dragon City. One must know that the Eternal Dragon City could accommodate hundreds of thousands of divine dragons in their dragon forms at the same time. It was estimated that the vast ocean Imperial City could accommodate millions of members of the Sea Clan. Looking from afar, one could vaguely feel that the vast ocean Imperial City was very lively. There were a large number of experts, and their auras were soaring. The surrounding seawater was actually light gold, very dazzling. They are preparing for the sea sacrifice ceremony. Is that why it is so lively? Lingxi asked curiously. The sea sacrifice ceremony is only held once every 5 years. It is not a big event. It will be held in half a month. This place is so lively, it should be to welcome me. Long Chen said with squinted eyes. The entire vast ocean Imperial City had about 600,000 members of the sea race. This was the core of all the sea race, and most of them were probably at the reincarnation realm or above. Now, these 600,000 members of the sea race were shouting and clamoring, waiting for the arrival of Long Chen, the son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor. Long Chen's identity was indeed a huge shock to the sea race. The sea race was not lacking in information. At the very least, they knew about the recent major events like the back of their hands. They knew that although Long Chen was young, his battle prowess was enough to defeat an expert with a demigod body like the Black Yama beast. In the past few years, he had created countless miracles. He was a new legend of the human race. Most importantly, during the sacrifice ceremony half a month ago, the 15 Dragon Emperors had directly announced that they would start a test for Long Chen. Once he passed, he would become the Massacred Dragon Emperor. He would be on the same level as his father, the Eternal Dragon Emperor. The Eternal Dragon Emperor had once brought a terrifying suppression to the sea race. The 6 great sea emperors were like children in his hands, easily defeated. On the other hand, what kind of sparks would Long Chen's arrival cause in this oceanic imperial city where strength was everything and brutality was everything? Little Shi, go. In the distance, the huge city was waiting for his arrival. 600,000 members of the sea race had set up a shocking formation to welcome him. Perhaps it was because they had not expected that a small sea sacrifice ceremony would actually make the human race send Long Chen to the sea god region to deliver a gift. The closer he got, the more members of the sea race he saw. Fortunately, they were in human form. Otherwise, with so many members of the sea race gathered together, it would really be dazzling to see. Even in human form, they still had the characteristics of the sea race. For example, when the sea snake race transformed into human form, they would basically retain their snake tails. They were similar to soy eon and looked very enchanting. The prawns and crabs of the sea race still had their hands as pincers, which were also fatal weapons. Another example was the sea turtle race. After transforming into human form, they still wore turtle shells to protect themselves. 600,000 members of the sea race transformed into human form and stood on both sides of the path to heaven in vast ocean imperial city. The path to heaven was very long, but it was only 10 meters wide. This meant that Long Chen had to pass through the long path to heaven under the gaze of these 600,000 members of the sea race and reach the vast ocean divine palace at the peak. This was a kind of pressure that the sea race exerted on Long Chen. Of course, it could also be said to be a welcoming gesture. This adventure would not be easy. Long Chen had already prepared for it. Under the path to heaven stood a skinny old man wearing a thick golden turtle shell. His skin was also light golden. He had no teeth in his mouth and a few sparse golden hair. He should be very old. He was the one who welcomed Long Chen. Before Long Chen got close, he trotted all the way to Long Chen. He opened his toothless mouth and said excitedly, "Ah, the most terrifying genius of the human race, the future dragon emperor of slaughter, this old man has waited for you." This old man is called Guilingzi, an old servant under the first ocean emperor of the sea race. You can just call me by my name. You really have an imposing appearance, handsome and unrestrained. This must be your wife, right? She is really as beautiful as a flower. No one can compare to her. Welcome, warmly welcome. Please follow this old man to the vast ocean imperial palace of the sea race. This old turtle chattered non-stop as soon as he arrived. He spoke with his toothless mouth, which was quite interesting. But who knew if there was any killing intent in his laughter? "Sorry to trouble you." Long Chen responded blandly. No trouble at all. This time, the future dragon emperor of slaughter, please follow me. This time, our sea race has opened the vast ocean divine palace with the greatest sincerity. We have gathered all the powerful warriors of the sea race to welcome you. The last time the vast ocean divine palace was opened was tens of thousands of years ago. Even when your father came here, he didn't receive such a treatment. It can be seen that our sea race worship you, yes, worship you. Now, the 6 ocean emperors are all waiting for you in the vast ocean divine palace. Please follow me. Guilingzi continued chattering. Long Chen followed him and stepped on the path to heaven. From this moment on, he was almost drowned by the sea race. Those 600,000 sea race warriors gathered around him, widely opened their eyes and looked at him. Some were curious, some were expressionless, and some were hiding in the corner, whispering. The sea race was not friendly at all. This welcoming gesture was more like a show of strength. At least, from those whispers, Long Chen could hear a little bit. Isn't the human race the most powerful race? Why did they send someone to deliver a gift? And it's even this kid. It's really hard to understand. Let's not talk about it. Our superiors have told us that if we let him hear our plan, he will be sentenced to death. All right. There weren't many whispers, but to Long Chen, their suspicious and vigilant eyes had explained everything. Along the way, he received the gazes of 600,000 sea race warriors. The other side exerted a great amount of pressure, trying to frighten Long Chen with this kind of dense pressure. This could also be counted as a show of strength. However, at least for now, except for this Guilingzi, there was no one who could frighten Long Chen. In a blink of an eye, he arrived outside the vast ocean divine palace. Inside, there were 6 ocean emperors. That was the real test. However, he was confident, so he didn't panic. Under Guilingzi's lead, he strode forward and directly stepped into the vast ocean divine palace. Chapter 23-21 There were about 50 people in the vast ocean divine palace. However, these 50 people were basically all the top experts of the sea race. The vast ocean divine palace was the highest standard of the sea race. To be qualified to enter, one had to be at least a demigod. The 50 people present were basically at the 8 trigram samsara realm or above. Even the old turtle beside him was at the early stage of the 8 trigram samsara realm. Because the human race and the sea race were relatively far apart, they basically did not have many conflicts. Today, when Longchen stepped into the vast ocean divine palace, it was the second time after many years. Longchen had been in the limelight recently, so the commotion he caused when he came to the sea race was unimaginable. This was almost a historical moment. However, the sea race had always been suspicious. Ever since Longchen came to vast ocean imperial city, they had deep doubts about Longchen's actions. After hearing some of Longchen's deeds, they had many thoughts of comparing the sea race to the human race. The first thing Longchen sensed was the hostility hidden under the smiles. He first sensed the hostility, and then he saw the warm smiles on the faces of the 50 or so people present. There were many golden seats around him, and the golden carpet under his feet extended all the way to the feet of the 6 Neptune. There were more than 40 sea race experts around him, and they welcomed Longchen with warm smiles. The old turtle led Longchen to the 6 Neptune seats. The human race, son of the eternal dragon emperor, Longchen, has arrived. In this formal occasion, he did not say that he was the future dragon emperor of slaughter. This title made Longchen uncomfortable. He was still far from having this ability, but the other party said it first. It sounded a bit ironic. Please follow me again. The old turtle shook its golden shell and moved forward in the vast ocean divine palace. Longchen passed by the demigod sea race experts. These experts looked at him with warm smiles, and could not help but nod in praise. It was as if they were very honored by Longchen's arrival. These experts came from the major clans of the sea race. Basically, they all had the top bloodlines of the sea race. Some were even like the 6 Neptunes, belonging to the 6 peak bloodlines of the sea race. The 6 Neptunes were the strongest of the 6 peak bloodlines. They were the emperors of each clan. Even if the experts with demigod bodies from the various top-notch bloodlines were in human form, their appearances would still be very strange. It was very obvious which clan they belonged to, just like the tail of the 9-tailed celestial fox. The 6 Neptunes were now sitting on the golden dragon throne, waiting for Longchen to approach and pay his respects. Longchen had interacted with the 15 dragon emperors many times. Therefore, although these 6 Neptunes were the strongest of the sea race and the gods of the sea race, to Longchen, they were actually not scary. Therefore, he naturally did not feel nervous at all. He led Lingxi to stand in front of the 6 Neptunes and kept sizing them up. The 6 peak bloodlines were Neptune's Tooth, Tyrant God Emperor, Xiao, Qi Yan, Yingyu, and Purple-Eyed Emperor. The 6 Neptunes were Neptune's Emperor, Tyrant God Emperor, Xiao Emperor, Qi Yan Emperor, Yingyu Emperor, and Purple-Eyed Emperor. Among them, Neptune's Emperor was the first Neptune and enjoyed the highest power in the entire sea race. Neptune's Tooth's peak bloodline was in the form of a shark. Currently, sitting in the seat of honor was a 3-meter-tall bald, burly man. His skin was as pale as ash-gray rock. Although he was smiling, one could see that his mouth was full of blade-like teeth. There were a total of 2 rows, so even if he was smiling, he looked very frightening. Beside him were Tyrant God Emperor, Xiao Emperor, and so on. Based on the first impression, Neptune's Emperor surpassed the other Neptunes. He appeared more sinister and overbearing, and was the scariest emperor in the sea. That pale gaze collided with Longchen's, filled with a domineering aura. At that time, Longchen was already standing in front of these 6 Neptunes. Lingxi was slightly frightened by these 6 great Neptune's emperors. Longchen gently held her hand and revealed a calm smile. He was the first to speak. Junior Longchen from the Dragon God domain and my beloved wife greet the various Neptune seniors. For the sake of the divine Tao heart refining dragon's inheritance blood essence, he had to give them this bit of face. At this time, everyone's gazes turned to the number 1 Neptune, Neptune's emperor. Neptune's bald head gleamed, his teeth were sharp, his eyes were deep, and his body was burly. Even though he was sitting, he still gave off the feeling of a terrifying giant beast. Facing Long Chen, he suddenly applauded softly. As expected of the eternal Dragon Emperor's son, the new core of the human race. Your bearing is extraordinary, and your talent is unmatched. On behalf of the Oceanids, I welcome your arrival. This Neptune's emperor's voice was deep and dignified. It was sharp and hoarse, filled with aggression. When he applauded, the entire vast ocean divine palace applauded enthusiastically, their faces brimming with smiles. Please take a seat. Neptune's emperor did not speak much. He made an inviting gesture. Long Chen's seat was on the right side of them. It was the highest seat apart from the 6 of them. After Long Chen sat down, he finally didn't have to face the stares of all the experts. He raised his head and looked around. It seemed that other than the empty seat opposite him, the other seats were already full. After sitting down, Long Chen chatted with the 6 Neptune. The others did not have the chance to speak for the time being. They were filled with curiosity towards Long Chen, so they kept staring. Neptune was the number 1 Neptune, but he did not speak much. The one who spoke more was the only enchanting woman among the 6 Neptune. She still maintained her youthful appearance. She was beautiful and exceptionally enchanting. This was Emperor Biyao, and Biyao was the sovereign of all the sea snakes among the 6 peak bloodlines. Long Chen had read through the information of the Oceanids before. Emperor Biyao was the 5th Neptune, and she also had another identity, which was the 1st Neptune, the wife of the Neptune Emperor. In fact, among the peak bloodlines, cross-race unions basically did not exist, but they were an exception. As for the specific reason, Long Chen did not know. She chuckled softly and said to Long Chen, "In the past few years, the 6 of us have heard countless news about you. From the moment you defeated the Chaos Star region's Kunwu, everything has been shocking. Since ancient times, heroes have come from young, and this sentence is not bad to be used on you, the future Dragon Emperor of Slaughter." This kind of compliment Long Chen would not be coaxed to faint. He hurriedly said, "Emperor Biyao, don't say that, it's just a rumor. In fact, it's not that exaggerated. I can do something for the human race, but it's mostly because of luck. As for the Dragon Emperor of Slaughter, it's just an expectation of me from the 15 Dragon Emperors. It's hard to say whether I can complete it or not, so don't call me by this name. If I can't do it in the future, wouldn't that be a joke?" Talking to them was Long Chen's old job. Today's most important task was to stabilize the vast sea imperial palace without causing a huge conflict. Hearing this, everyone laughed, and the atmosphere became very relaxed. After all, Long Chen was not someone who liked to put on airs. To be a hero at a young age and to be humble and cautious, truly a genius of a generation. Why didn't our sea race produce such a genius? I really envy those 15 Dragon Emperors. Emperor Biyao couldn't help but laugh. She and Long Chen had the most enthusiastic conversation. The other ocean emperors would occasionally interject a few words, while the sea god emperor maintained his smile, revealing his terrifying fangs. "Oh right, I forgot about this. The 15 Dragon Emperors know that the sea race will hold the sea sacrifice ceremony in half a month. This is a grand event of the sea race. In order to wish this sea sacrifice ceremony a complete success, the 15 Dragon Emperors sent me to deliver these gifts. Please accept them first. Here comes the main topic." The 6 ocean emperors declined slightly, but still accepted it. Among them were some Tao artifact immortal spirits and many secret techniques. For Long Chen's success this time, the 15 Dragon Emperors had put in a lot of effort. After the 6 ocean emperors saw the gifts, they smiled. Judging from the gifts, Long Chen shouldn't be here to cause trouble, but this move was too inexplicable. What was his real purpose in coming to the Sea God region? This was the most puzzling thing for all the sea race in the sea god region. At this time, among the 6 ocean emperors, Emperor Xiao gave a look to a shirtless man not far from Long Chen. The man was also very tall, and his arms were as thick as Long Chen's body. There were mysterious purple patterns all over his body, and his eyes were also the deepest purple. There was a vast purple aura circulating in them, like 2 gems. This person was similar to the Purple Eye Emperor, one of the 6 ocean emperors. He should be a member of the Purple Eye Emperor, one of the 6 peak bloodlines of the sea race. He had the potential to grow into a new ocean emperor. The Purple Eye Emperor was actually the peak bloodline of all the crab races in the sea. To be able to become one of the 6 peak bloodlines, just this alone proved how tyrannical this bloodline was. The Purple Eye Emperor understood. While Emperor Xiao and Long Chen were happily chatting, he whispered to another martial artist, "Guess what the human race means? Aren't they known as the #1 race in the eternal god realm? Our sea race is holding a small sea sacrifice ceremony, and he has given us so many good gifts. Is he trying to curry favor with us?" The person next to him said, "It can't be. The human race has always been aloof. Haven't they always disdained to be associated with our sea race? This time, they came over to curry favor with us. I think they might have other thoughts. We should be on guard." In truth, although the vast ocean imperial palace was very big, those who could come to this place were all peak characters, absolute existences of the upper echelons. Although they were whispering, everyone could hear them. Only they pretended not to let others hear them. This was an unbridled slap in the face. Chapter 23-22. Long Chen could naturally hear what they were saying. This was definitely the intention of the 6 ocean emperors. They were testing Long Chen, probing Long Chen. As ocean emperors, of course, they couldn't say such unpleasant words on such an occasion. Therefore, they arranged for the 2 of them to pretend to be talking. In fact, they were deliberately humiliating Long Chen. They wanted to see how Long Chen could deal with this situation. Was he here to curry favor with the sea race, or did he have other motives? The burly man from the Purple Eye Emperor clan continued, "Don't look at the glory of the human race right now. There's also this so-called future Dragon Emperor of Slaughter, making it seem like the Eternal Dragon Emperor has personally come. Let alone whether this person can become the Dragon Emperor of Slaughter, even if he succeeds, his father still won't be able to rest in peace. Recently, if it wasn't for this brat making some connections and figuring out the matters on the Devil Star, the Eternal Dragon Emperor would still be infamous for 1,000,000 years. You'd better be careful with your words. In this kind of situation, if you say such words, where will you put your face? Give this brat some face." The 2 of them echoed each other, making it seem as if they were really whispering, not knowing that everyone was listening to them. Some people were already laughing. They looked at Long Chen expectantly, wanting to know if he would stand up and resist, curse back, go berserk, or pretend not to hear and endure it silently. "What's wrong, Long Chen?" Emperor Xiao pretended not to hear anything. Seeing that Long Chen's expression had already turned cold, she hurriedly asked. This was the sea god's domain. There were 6 ocean emperors present. In addition to so many sea race experts present, the 6 ocean emperors naturally didn't think that they couldn't suppress this rapidly rising young man. After all, this was the territory of the sea race. He came to the sea god's domain alone. Wasn't this purely looking for abuse? Of course, he still had to be polite on the surface, but before he could figure out Long Chen's intentions, this kind of humiliation in the dark was a common thing. After Long Chen didn't say anything, everyone quietened down. They looked at Long Chen with a faint smile, waiting to see how he would solve this situation. Should he pretend that he didn't know, or should he stand up and scold the sea race? Either way, it would destroy his current calm and composed state. At this time, Long Chen had Lingxi sit down obediently. He stood up under everyone's gazes. He didn't say anything. His gaze turned and landed on the purple-eyed imperial family's burly man. The burly man had a pair of deep purple eyes. His pupils were formed by countless purple rings. The more one stared at his eyes, the more one would discover that these rings were actually endless. There were at least 1,000 of them. There were even tens of thousands of purple rings. Every ring was like a lock, locking Long Chen's body. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Long Chen suddenly ignored the 15 Dragon Emperor and walked straight towards the purple-eyed imperial family's burly man until he stood in front of him. Everyone was a little confused. What was he trying to do? If he really had any purpose, he could just pretend not to hear it and admit defeat. Could it be that he wanted to fight against the entire sea race? Although the sea god's domain was recognized as the weakest among the 5 great clans, they had a sense of superiority that they thought they were number one in the world. The 6 sea emperors secretly looked at each other. In the end, Emperor Xiao coughed and said with a smile, little brother Long Chen, haha, this is one of my sea race's sea king generals. He doesn't use his brain when he speaks. Don't bother with him. I'll apologize on his behalf. At this point, she glared angrily at the purple-eyed imperial family's burly man and said, "You, get out of here." To the sea race, this kind of humiliation was enough. This would make Long Chen retreat. After being intimidated once, he would tactfully submit. A mere human dares to behave atrociously in my vast sea divine palace? The purple-eyed imperial family's burly man sneered. He turned around and was about to step out. Originally, everyone thought that this matter was over, but at this moment, something unexpected happened. That was, Long Chen actually attacked the purple-eyed imperial family's burly man without saying a word. One of his hands turned into a dragon claw, and blood-colored dragon scales instantly covered it. Bone spikes extended out, and his palm quickly turned into a dragon claw. Blood, flames, storms, lightning, and so on appeared. This was the wrath of the ancient blood spirit dragon, and also the 10,000 death claw. The people of the sea race didn't expect Long Chen to make a move at all. When they realized it, it was already too late. Long Chen's 10,000 death claw quickly extended after the other party turned around. Although the purple-eyed imperial family's burly man had a demigod body and quickly reacted, how could he block Long Chen's 10,000 death claw at such a close distance? Whoosh! At that moment, the purple-eyed emperor came back to his senses. But at this moment, he could only see red rushing towards his face. It was a kind of killing intent that instantly terrified the two of them. The wrath of the ancient blood spirit dragon cut through heaven and earth. No matter how the other party's purple eyes rotated, Long Chen's 10,000 death claw still deeply pierced into his face. Pfft! It was almost pierced through. The sharp claws almost pierced through the back of his head. The scariest part of the 10,000 death claw wasn't the damage of the claws, but the damage of the wrath. It quickly spread throughout his body, completely suppressing the wrath of this expert with a demigod body. Long Chen pressed down hard and pressed the other party to the ground, causing him to lose the ability to resist in front of him. Otherwise, the result would be death. Of course, it was also because his attack was unexpected that the other party and the surrounding people didn't expect it. That was why Long Chen was so relaxed. Otherwise, in a real battle, it would take a certain amount of time to finish him off. However, this sudden action had truly stunned the entire scene, causing the entire sea race to fall into a moment of silence. Long Chen always attacked first, and this time was no exception. If he wanted to do something, he had to do something that they thought they didn't dare to do. Of course, his actions still had to be accompanied by his words. Otherwise, he would be a complete idiot. Now that he had the life of the purple-eyed royal family in his hands, he looked directly at the 6 sea kings. At this time, the 6 sea kings had already narrowed their eyes, and their faces had also become extremely cold. The surrounding experts also stood up with a whoosh. Long Chen directly said to the 6 sea kings, "Seniors, today, I, Long Chen, represent the human race. I came here with sincerity, but this brother actually insulted me verbally and doubted my motives. This is a great disrespect to me. If I wasn't extremely angry, I wouldn't have done this. You dare to injure people in my sea god region. You're courting death. For a moment, dozens of demigod experts were extremely angry. Each of them clenched their fists, waiting for the 6 Sea Kings' order. As long as they gave the order, they would definitely attack without the slightest mercy. The 6 Sea Kings really didn't expect Long Chen to be so unyielding. Empress Biyao said in a deep voice, although it was this guy who offended us first, it seems that you're not putting us, the 6 Sea Kings, in your eyes. Currently, the atmosphere of the entire vast sea divine palace had become quite tense, and killing intent swept out wantonly. Lingxi was someone who had seen the world, but she was still a little afraid at this time. She didn't know why Long Chen would do this, and how he would solve it. Long Chen was not in a hurry, and said in an exaggerated tone, "What are you saying, Empress Biyao? If I didn't respect the 6 Sea Kings, why would I personally come from the Dragon God domain to meet the 6 Sea Kings? I, Long Chen, have 100 respects for the 6 of you. To be honest, this trip was proposed by me to the 15 Dragon Emperors, so that our human race and the sea race can have a good relationship, work together, and develop together. This is the greatest wish in my heart, and for this wish, my personal honor is already a small matter. It's just that this brother insulted me, insulted our human race, and destroyed the wish in my heart, and destroyed the opportunity for our human race and the sea race to establish a good relationship. This kind of behavior shows his short-sightedness and narrow-mindedness, and it's targeted at me, so I couldn't control myself in my anger. I hope that the Sea Kings can forgive me. To be honest, I sincerely hope that our two races can have a good relationship and unite. That's why I sent the human race's meager gift before the sea sacrifice ceremony. As the saying goes, the gift is light, the sentiment is heavy. We've already sent the gift, yet this brother still insulted us. Could it be that you despise the human race's gift? Long Chen suppressed everyone in a single breath, saying a lot of things. These words kept him in a very reasonable position, and it sounded like this was the case. The 6 Sea Emperors didn't know how to refute him. The truth was that the sea race was pressuring them, and Long Chen had beautifully counterattacked. At this time, Long Chen didn't wait for the Sea Emperors to make any other decision before he directly took out the 10,000 Death Claw and ignited the fire of life, burning it on the purple-eyed King Emperor's martial artist. He smiled and said, "In truth, I was just joking with this brother, warning him not to randomly question others and hurt the hearts of our human race. I, Long Chen, truly have sincere feelings this time, and sincerely wish to become friends with the sea race, so that we can struggle together on the road to the future. If you really aren't willing to establish a good relationship and don't recognize me, Long Chen, then my decision to spend so much effort is meaningless. It's better to bid farewell now." As he spoke, he used the fire of life to restore the purple-eyed King Emperor's martial artist to his original state. From injuring others to saving others, Long Chen's two methods were incomparably ingenious and effective. One move to kill, and the other to bring the dead back to life. It was simply shocking and mysterious to the extreme. It was simply a miracle. Although Long Chen's strength was equal to the purple-eyed King Emperor, he could still reverse his life and death. Chapter 23-23. After saying this, Long Chen prepared to pull Lingxi away. The purple-eyed imperial sea beast had just recovered when Long Chen gently pushed him back to his seat. He sat on the ground and hastily checked his body. When he discovered that he was unharmed, he forgot about revenge and was stunned. What's going on? His defeat was inexplicable, and his recovery was also inexplicable. The feeling that Long Chen gave him wasn't that of an expert of the same level. It was the kind that could control his life and death. If he wanted him to live, he would live. If he wanted him to die, he wouldn't be able to live. Long Chen cupped his hands at the 6 Sea Kings and said, "Seniors, since Hanhai Imperial City doesn't welcome me and the oceanic race has no intention of establishing a good relationship with the human race, I, Long Chen, can only take my leave. As for the injury I caused to this brother, I have already healed him. I was too impulsive before. Perhaps I was young and hot-blooded and couldn't control myself. Here, I apologize on behalf of this brother." Although Long Chen said this, his tone was still tough. He didn't seem scared at all. In fact, everything had been under his control from beginning to end. Now, he even used the ultimate move of goading. No matter how one looked at it, his performance today was perfect. He responded well to the other party's humiliation, gave them a slap in the face, and left the 6 Neptunes with no excuse to attack him. He could only swallow this humiliation. Now, Long Chen was even more carefree. He directly turned around and left. He had already made it clear that he was leaving today because they didn't have eyes. The oceanic race was petty. If this matter were to spread, they would become the laughing stock of the oceanic race. The oceanic race itself was looked down upon. If they didn't accept the human race's intention to establish a good relationship, they would become the laughing stock. Under Long Chen's implicit pressure, the 6 Sea Kings naturally wouldn't let him leave. Wait. This was actually the voice of the first Sea Emperor, the Sea God Emperor. Previously, he had only greeted them and didn't say anything else. Now that he spoke again, it seemed like the person with the greatest authority in the sea race was still him. "May I ask if Senior Sea God Emperor has any other matters?" Long Chen turned around and asked with a smile. At this time, the others were still shocked by the fact that Long Chen had made them half dead and then resurrected them. Through this ingenious method, Long Chen had completely displayed his strength. They couldn't help but be afraid. As everyone knew, Long Chen wasn't more than 1,000 years old, not even 100 years old. The bald, pale-skinned Sea God Emperor waved his hand and said, "Sit down first, we can talk things out." Long Chen said, "Senior, I really want to have a pleasant conversation with the Sea Emperors and listen to your teachings. It's just that the Sea Clan brothers at the side don't seem too willing." At this moment, the experts with demigod bodies were still standing around Long Chen. "Everyone, sit down," the Sea God Emperor shouted in a low voice. Suddenly, it seemed like a storm was stirred up. The demigod experts sat down one after another. They already deeply understood how difficult it was to deal with Long Chen. Not only was his strength many times greater than when he was young, but his will and will were also the same. He was invulnerable. This was a true perfect genius. The Sea God Emperor had already made a concession and didn't care about the matter just now. Long Chen knew that it was time to stop. He smiled slightly and returned to his seat with Lingxi. He said, "To be honest, I'm really sorry for what happened just now. I was impulsive. I hope that the Sea Emperors won't care about it because I'm young." Haha. His smiling appearance was a humiliation to the experts around him. However, every sentence of Long Chen's was on point. He could be impulsive because he was young, but everyone present was old. Moreover, it was the old who provoked him first. Now that they had suffered a loss, they could only swallow it down. The Sea God Emperor said, "What happened just now was just a small matter. It's not worth mentioning. The 6 of us are really interested in the greetings from the 15 Dragon Emperors. First of all, we really have to thank little brother Long Chen for winning this precious opportunity for our Sea Clan. I believe that with your efforts, our Sea Clan can definitely become close brothers and comrades with the human race. We can resist the enemy together. In this way, little brother Long Chen will be a meritorious minister." This was what Long Chen wanted to hear. Because in this way, he could stay in the Sea Clan for a longer period of time. He quickly said, "The Sea Clan has countless experts. After thousands of years of development, it has become very powerful. It's not much different from the monster race. To be able to become friends with all of you is also my human race's honor. If all of you can recognize me, Long Chen, then my wish for this trip can be considered to be fulfilled." The Sea God Emperor faintly smiled. His eyes were deep. Every time he smiled, 2 rows of sharp teeth would appear, making him look very ferocious. He said, the road to forming an alliance is not easy to walk. After all, there will be friction between the two sides. It will take a period of time to get used to each other. However, the road to happiness is strewn with setbacks. I believe that the human race has such a far-sighted person like you. The development of our two races will be more complete. Now, my Sea clan is about to hold the Sea sacrifice ceremony. On behalf of the Sea clan, this old man invites little brother Long Chen to participate in our Sea sacrifice ceremony. I hope you can do me the honor. Hearing this, Long Chen quickly said, of course, of course. Previously, Long Chen did something wrong. It is already my greatest honor that Senior didn't argue with me. How can I refuse this invitation? Although there was a small conflict before, I believe that this Sea clan brother will not argue with me. Am I right? I will pay a visit another day and apologize to this brother again. He turned his gaze to the burly man from the Purple Eye Imperial family. Obviously, his previous actions were instructed by the Sea Emperors. Now that he saw Long Chen involve himself, he hurriedly looked at the Sea Emperor. When he saw Emperor Biyao staring at him, he hurriedly said, No, I was talking nonsense. I was wrong. I should be the one to apologize. The two of them complimented each other a few times. In fact, Long Chen understood that no matter what, they would still doubt his motives. However, his current goal was to stay here, and now he should have succeeded. The Sea God Emperor said, among our Sea clan, there is a fellow human who is also an important member of our Sea clan. Brother Long Chen has rushed all the way here, so I arranged for this human to welcome you and arrange a residence for you. You are both members of the human race, and you are both dragon warriors, so I believe you will be more used to it. Long Chen was a little surprised. There were actually humans here. Thank you, Senior Sea God Emperor. At this moment, someone had already gone out to invite people into the vast Sea Divine Palace. Long Chen vaguely heard a name. It seemed to be Chen Xingyao. After a while, a middle-aged scholar wearing a blue robe walked in. This person was very handsome, floating like an immortal. At a glance, one could tell that he was someone who had read a lot of books and was full of knowledge. He walked over with large strides. It was probably his first time here, so he wasn't too familiar with it. After finding the position of the 6 Sea Emperors, he walked over with large strides and kowtowed in front of the 6 Sea Emperors, saying, Chen Xingyao greets the 6 Sea Emperors. Among them, Emperor Biyao said, Get up. After saying that, she looked at Long Chen and said, You should have heard of him. This is the most popular person in the human race, a genius. His reputation shakes the eternal life god realm. You should have heard of him long ago. His name is Long Chen. Chen Xingyao definitely knew about Long Chen. Long Chen took a closer look. He wasn't weak, actually having a late-stage demigod body. One had to know that there weren't many experts at this level in the entire dragon god realm. Why would he come to the vast Sea Imperial Palace and become the subordinate of the 6 Sea Emperors? Long Chen couldn't understand. At this time, Chen Xingyao saw him. He was very respectful and said, I've heard of your excellency's fame many times. Seeing you today, you are indeed a young hero, rarely seen in the world. Your humble servant, Chen Xingyao, greets your excellency. His tone was very respectful, but it didn't fluctuate much. Long Chen nodded slightly as a greeting. Emperor Biyao said, From today onwards, this genius will stay in my vast Sea Imperial Palace for a period of time to celebrate the Sea sacrifice ceremony with us. At the same time, he will work hard for the union between the Sea race and the human race. You are responsible for arranging his residence and itinerary. If there is anything wrong, I will have Lu Ji punish you. Chen Xingyao hurriedly said, Rest assured, Xingyao will do his best to satisfy the guest. Speaking up to hear, the Sea God Emperor said to Long Chen, In that case, little brother Long Chen must be tired now. Xingyao, take him to rest first. We will pay a visit another day. Many thanks, many thanks. Long Chen smiled and bowed. Under Chen Xingyao's lead, he brought Lingxi away from the vast sea divine palace. He knew that after he left, these guys would definitely talk about him. But it didn't matter, because he had already achieved his goal. Now, he had a total of half a month to get close to the sacred stone of karma. As expected, as soon as he left, the 6 sea emperors let the other martial artists leave. The light of the vast sea divine palace dimmed. The 6 sea emperors sat inside, closing their eyes to rest. What is the human race doing? Does he really want to ally with our sea race? Why doesn't he want the spirit race or the sorcerer race? The spirit race's Ling Huang is arbitrary and difficult to control. The sorcerer race is different from our sea race. We can't ally with the monster race, but the sorcerer race can. Maybe that's the case. But in this peaceful era, what's the point of allying? We don't need territory. After all, we can only stay in the sea god region. It's not necessarily peaceful. Recently, the human race has encountered a lot of things. First, something went wrong in the battlefield of the gods. Then, a mysterious creature called the Black Hell Emperor of Devouring Dragon City possessed him. It even caused a disaster to Eternal Dragon City and Slaughter Dragon City. In addition, everyone knows about the matter on the Demon Star. Once the primeval troll awakens again, there might be a crisis. Chapter 23-24. After coming down from the vast ocean divine palace, Long Chen had officially entered the vast ocean imperial palace. This time, the vast ocean imperial palace had held such a grand ceremony to welcome Long Chen. Regardless of their motives, they had at least announced it to the world. After the ceremony, all the martialists of the vast ocean imperial palace dispersed. Long Chen and Chen Xingyao walked towards the depths of the vast ocean imperial palace. This was how it was in the vast ocean imperial palace. The higher one's strength and status, the further one could go. Generally, the martialists of the Samsara realm could only stay in the periphery of the vast ocean imperial palace. Along the way, Long Chen saw many colorful martialists. There were even more martialists of the sea race than the demon race, and they were even more mystical. Lingxi was momentarily dazzled. Long Chen chatted with Chen Xingyao as he walked. It turned out that Chen Xingyao was a martialist of the dragon-devouring city. He had been with the sea race for thousands of years. When he first came here, he had not yet reached the demigod body. Now that he had reached the late demigod body, even if he returned to the human race, he would be a top figure. Although it's a little presumptuous, I can't help but ask. Since you are a human, why did you stay with the sea race for so long? With your strength, even if you return to the human race, you would be treated well and have a good status. Now, your status in the sea race doesn't seem to be high. From the situation along the way, the martialists of the sea race did not seem to like Chen Xingyao very much. Along the way, no one greeted him. Previously, when he welcomed Long Chen, it seemed like it was Chen Xingyao's first time entering the vast ocean divine palace. In the territory of the sea race, it was impossible for a human like him to have a high status. Chen Xingyao smiled faintly and was very calm. He said, "It's been many years. You should be surprised to hear this. I grew up with Chen Ting. When I was still in the 6 paths of Samsara realm, my cultivation was similar to his. I was one of the top geniuses of the dragon-devouring city at that time. Most of the time, it was basically the two of us competing. Once, due to some matters, we became enemies and lost. So, I left the dragon god domain and escaped here. The sea race took me in." Long Chen did not expect him to be related to the Black Hell Emperor. Now, he had casually explained what had happened in the past, but he had no choice but to flee to the sea race. It seemed that the matter was quite big. Long Chen wasn't sure which side Chen Xingyao was on, so he was more cautious. Maybe he was sent by the 6 sea emperors to investigate him. After spending so many years here, I'm used to it. Plus, the Black Hell Emperor is still in the Devouring Dragon City and is stronger than me, so I didn't go back. Later on, I even got married here. Although the Black Hell Emperor is gone, I don't think I'll go back. Qin Xingyao narrowed his eyes and said in a very calm tone. Although he was a middle-aged man, his tone was that of an old man. Long Qin originally wanted to ask him about the location of the Sacred Stone of Karma and the Sacred Stone of Three Lives. However, after thinking about it carefully, he suddenly asked about this matter. If he were to reveal this matter to the 6 Sea Emperors, he might reveal his motive in advance. Qin Xingyao still couldn't be fully trusted. As for you, why would the 15 Dragon Emperors want to build a good relationship with the sea race? To me, this is really unimaginable. Qin Xingyao changed the topic, as if he was trying to get information from Long Qin. Long Qin said seriously, the sea race is the most suitable. It hasn't been peaceful recently, and there will definitely be more things happening in the future. For example, the primeval troll on the Devil Star. That's why I came here. It's not easy to communicate with the sea race. You're still a human, so I guess I'll need your help during this period. He took it as the truth. Anyway, he couldn't trust this guy now. Who knew what kind of changes he had gone through in the thousands of years he had been with the sea race? Hearing this, Qin Xingyao suddenly shook his head and said, Long Qin, you don't have to trick me. I know the 15 Dragon Emperors. They look down on the sea race. They are people who think highly of themselves. Even if they die in battle, they won't ask for help from the sea race that they despise. He was very sure of what he said. But I am not. Furthermore, my thoughts can influence the decisions of 15 Dragon Emperors. Do you believe that? Long Qin stopped in his tracks and stared at the other party as he spoke word by word. That's right. If Qin Xingyao had finished speaking just now, he would have been seen through by Long Qin if he wasn't firm enough. Every time a conversation or a confrontation was about to reach a deadlock, Long Qin would choose to use his own strong method to break through the opponent's defense. Just like this time, Qin Xingyao was speechless. Obviously, he really wanted to know if Long Qin had other motives. However, Long Qin directly used his own method to tell him that he didn't. We're here. Qin Xingyao smiled and made arrangements for Long Qin. Then, he gave Long Qin a star talisman and said, if you need anything, you can contact me at any time. I'm not far from here. Also, let me remind you that the sea race's imperial city is heavily guarded. The sea race's people are rude and unreasonable, and they like to cause trouble. If you want to move around, it's best to call me along, lest some blind people provoke you. The 6 Sea Emperors should also come to visit you personally or summon you. The sea sacrifice ceremony will be held in half a month. If you can attend, it will be a signal to the outside world that the human race and the sea race are on good terms. No problem. Long Qin said with a smile. The sea race's buildings had a different flavor. They were in the deep sea, and the walls were like azure glass. It was as if the entire imperial city was a huge Tao treasure that was stable and hard to destroy. There were pearls, gems, agates, shells, and other beautiful decorations in the surroundings. Apart from the faint smell of blood in the air, this was indeed a good place. After Qin Xingyao left, Long Qin and Lingxi stayed here with peace of mind. Of course, he had to finish inheriting the essence blood within these 15 days. Of course, the 6 Sea Emperors would definitely be on guard against him. They might even use other methods to test Long Qin. After all, to them, Long Qin was like a time bomb that could explode at any time. Qin Xingyao walked towards the Devil Blue Palace. The Devil Blue Palace was the largest palace after the 6 Sea Emperors' palaces. It was the 7th largest palace in Imperial City. The two words, Devil Blue, came from the sea race's Blue Devil clan. Among the sea race, the Sea Snake clan had tens of thousands of species. Their overall strength was ranked in the top 5 among the sea race. They were very tyrannical. The top 2 bloodlines were the Xiao clan, where the 5th Sea Emperor, Xiao clan, and the other was the Devil Blue clan. The Blue Devil clan was slightly inferior to the Xiao clan's bloodline. It wasn't considered one of the Six Peak bloodlines, but in fact, it wasn't far from the Six Peak bloodlines. Even the Blue Devil clan's terrifying lethality was more terrifying than the Xiao clan's, making the entire Xi clan tremble with fear. Of course, whether it was the Six Peak bloodlines or the Blue Devil clan, they were very few in number. Each of the Six Peak bloodlines only had a few dozen, some even had a dozen. Of course, only one could truly grow to the Sea Emperor level. The reason why the Devil Blue clan was famous was because of the Devil Blue Palace's master. She was a famous character in the Sea race. Her fame wasn't inferior to Xiao clan's. She was already the 7th Sea Emperor. There were even people who called her the Devil Blue Emperor in private. Of course, in terms of strength, she wasn't at the Sea Emperor level, but she had already passed the 9 Palace Tribulation. However, she had a huge advantage. She was much younger than Xiao clan. She was in the same generation as Long Chen's father, Long Qinglan. With Long Qinglan's generation, other than himself, there were probably only 2 or 3 people in the Eternal Sacred Realm who had passed the 9 Palace Tribulation. The spirit race and the demon race might have one, but the human race and the witch race didn't have one. The only one that could be confirmed was the Devil Blue Emperor. From this, it could be seen that in the entire Eternal Sacred Realm, if there was no Eternal Dragon Emperor, this Devil Blue Emperor would be the strongest person in the current era. She was stronger than people like the Blue Fire Emperor, Xueqi, and Qin Xingyao. Moreover, this Devil Blue Emperor was a woman. Of course, for the Sea Snake race, it was normal for females to be more attractive than males. The Devil Blue race was a rare snake of pain. They had hundreds of rare poisons and all kinds of poison effects. They had hundreds of ways to poison their opponents to death. The Devil Blue race's poison was mixed into their attacks and power. They had thousands of ways to use it. They were truly poisonous creatures. Their poison could even defeat opponents several times stronger than them. For example, the Devil Blue Emperor's poison could probably scare the 6 Sea Emperors and the 15 Dragon Emperor. Qin Xingyao stepped into the Devil Blue Palace. The Devil Blue Palace was pitch black. Qin Xingyao moved forward carefully. Finally, he reached a black sea. When he got close, his skin turned pale. He had to use reincarnation power to protect himself. He took out something from the God Nation. It was thousands of blue crystals. They were filled with great power. Light flowed, and there seemed to be a sea beast swimming in them. These were the blue crystals of the sea race. Every sea race member had a blue crystal. It was the core of their life. Once the blue crystal was taken, they would die. "Madam, the blue crystals are here." As soon as he said that, the depths of the Black Sea region rumbled. The seawater surged, sending Qin Xingyao flying. In that instant, a huge black snake head emerged from the seawater and swallowed the thousands of blue crystals in one gulp. Qin Xingyao retreated a distance and looked inside worriedly. Impudent. Chapter 23-25. The impact this time caused Qin Xingyao's internal organs to be severely injured, but he was probably used to it. The black seawater churned. Why is there a third-level samsara tribulation realm inside? How dare you make up the numbers? Don't you know that I can't eat a third-level samsara tribulation realm one? An incomparably domineering but very pleasant female voice sounded, and a woman walked out of the black seawater. This was a moving woman, and she was probably formed from the Black Sea Serpent. Merely her outward appearance was already extremely enchanting and charming, and she was like a snake as she moved. If it wasn't for the wisp of gloominess and brutality between her brows, she would definitely be even more alluring. She also belonged to the sea snake race. Empress Xiao was dignified, elegant, and beautiful, but compared to this woman, she was still lacking in terms of charm and beauty. In fact, this person in front of him was the #1 beauty of the sea race, be it in terms of talent or beauty. When Long Qinglan was shining in the human race, she was also shining in the sea race, becoming the target of countless people. However, no one could catch her eye. Although she was no longer young, in terms of appearance and temperament, especially the unique temperament of the devil blue race, no one could compare. Of course, those who understood her behavior, habits, and what she had done in the past knew that this woman was the most terrifying person in the sea race. Calling her a snake and scorpion beauty was the most appropriate. In terms of poison, no one could compare to the devil blue emperor, Lu Ji. The beautiful woman standing in front of Qin Xingyao was the 7th sea race emperor, Lu Ji. Her face was rosy and full of vitality. She even looked a little delicate. It was difficult to connect her appearance with her reputation. Madam, please forgive my negligence and didn't check clearly. Plus, I was busy with other things today, so I was delayed. Qin Xingyao said respectfully. Back then, countless people chased after Lu Ji, but no one was good enough for her. What made everyone depressed and puzzled was that she actually married a human who had appeared out of nowhere and married him. From then on, Qin Xingyao became the most hated person of all sea race men. Of course, because of Lu Ji, no one dared to openly oppose him. Moreover, Qin Xingyao himself wasn't weak. Why did Lu Ji marry Qin Xingyao? Apart from the two of them, no one else knew about this. Everyone only knew that when Qin Xingyao came to the sea race, he had coincidentally saved Lu Ji once. Perhaps that had touched her. Right now, that peerless beauty was right in front of Qin Xingyao, staring at him with her pitch-black eyes. There was no one who wasn't afraid of this woman's gaze, because just a single glance from her could cause one to be poisoned. It could even be the kind of poison that could torture them for a lifetime, but wouldn't kill them quickly. Oh. What's more important than your wife's blue crystal? Lu Ji raised her eyebrows. A wave of black gas turned into black insects and spread around Qin Xingyao. Qin Xingyao said, I mentioned to you before that the son of the human race's eternal dragon emperor, Long Qin, has come. The 6 Poseidon emperors are welcoming him at the vast ocean divine palace. The scene is grand. I remember that the Poseidon emperor summoned you, but you didn't go. Then, he ordered me to arrange a residence for the son of the eternal dragon emperor, and to find out his intentions. That's why I was delayed. Lu Ji's eyes lit up slightly. She extended her white hand with black nails and held her chin. She smiled slyly and said, You're right. Where's that guy called Long Qin? Yes, I didn't want to go today. It's not interesting. But I didn't expect the Poseidon emperors to make such a big scene. Is this kid hard to deal with? Qin Xingyao said, It's said that he's very courageous at the vast ocean divine palace. He almost killed a late-stage demigod sea king general in an instant, and healed him in an instant, leaving him unharmed. This shocked everyone. Oh. Lu Ji's eyes lit up even more. She said, as expected of the abnormal son of the eternal dragon emperor? Hee, I hope he doesn't die as early as the eternal dragon emperor. Seems interesting. What about you, Qin Xingyao? Did you find out anything? Qin Xingyao said regretfully, No. He's very tight-lipped, and he's very smart and cautious. He's not like Long Qinglan. Instead, he's very tenacious and ruthless. You're really useless. Lu Ji slapped his face. Instantly, half of Qin Xingyao's face turned completely black. His flesh was burned, and his bones could almost be seen. Madam, please calm down. Qin Xingyao's eyes flickered, but he sighed. I'm not angry at you. This is your punishment. If there's anyone who doesn't pass the blue crystal test tomorrow, don't blame me for killing people. Lu Ji looked at him coldly, and then disappeared in front of him. Qin Xingyao endured the pain on his face, and looked at the ocean sky. He couldn't help but sigh. I really don't know how long this old life of mine can last. Madam? Hee. In the depths of the sea deity palace, the seawater rippled. The sea deity palace was, of course, the core of the entire vast sea imperial palace. This was the residence of the first ocean emperor, the sea god emperor. The sea god emperor liked peace and quiet, so there was no one within 1,000 miles. Many people thought that they had a good relationship with the sea god emperor, so they barged into the sea god emperor's territory. In the end, no matter who they were, they became the sea god emperor's food and were directly devoured. Not to mention corpses, not even bones were left. As time passed, the sea deity palace gradually became a forbidden place among forbidden places. However, at this time, the forbidden place shook violently, accompanied by a woman's moan. It made one's mind ripple, and it was extremely numb. It was rare for a woman to make such an irresistible moan, and it lasted for a long time. After a long time, it gradually quieted down, and the shaking seawater also calmed down. In the depths of the sea deity palace, the sea god emperor's tall body lay on the ground. His thick arms supported a snow-white body, and the woman sat on him. Her charming eyes were filled with infinite tenderness as she stared at the sea god emperor, full of infatuation. "Don't pour your poison on me. After so many years, haven't you played enough? You can't kill me," the sea god emperor said to the woman. The woman said sweetly, "Of course not. I haven't killed you yet, so of course I won't stop." The sea god emperor slapped her with a huge palm and said with a smile, "Don't mess around, you won't kill me." The woman said, "You are too confident." "I'm serious. As long as that bitch Yao Ling isn't dead, I will think about how to torture you to death." The sea god emperor frowned and said, "Darling, isn't it good for us to be like this? Why do we have to kill her? After all, she is the 5th ocean emperor, a huge reliance of our sea clan. If it isn't for us 6 ocean emperors working together, how can we fight against others?" The woman snorted coldly and said, "I don't care about that. Do you always use this kind of excuse? I want to ask you, do you like me or her?" The sea god emperor chuckled and said, "Of course it's you. Little Demonis, who wants this old witch? You are at least 10,000 times stronger than her." Hearing this, the black-haired woman nodded in satisfaction. She stretched out her black nails and suddenly pierced deeply into the sea god emperor's thick arm. She gritted her teeth and said, "Since you are using her strength as an excuse, just you wait. Wait until the day I become the new ocean emperor. If you don't kill her, I will poison you to death. Do you think you can hide our relationship from Yao Ling by marrying me to a laughable and pathetic human? Maybe she already knows. Which ocean emperor of the sea clan doesn't have 10,000 women? Only you were sick when you were young and married Yao Ling. Now you are suffering, hee hee." The sea god emperor pressed her down and said, "What do you know? Besides, don't I still have you? Is there a use in having more women? Even if there are 1,000,000 women in this world, they are not as graceful as you, Lu Ji. Stop messing around." Lu Ji kicked him away and said, "What do you plan to do with that eternal dragon emperor's son?" "Him?" The sea god emperor frowned and said with some anger, "I am afraid of those 15 dragon emperors. Otherwise, I would have killed him long ago. This kind of person should be killed while he is still young. Otherwise, he will become like the slaughtering dragon emperor again. It will be a disaster for all races other than the human race." Lu Ji giggled and said, "There is still someone who can give you such a headache. I am becoming more and more curious about this little guy." The sea god emperor was slightly angry and said, "Don't look down on him. Also, you are my woman. Don't let me see you touch him. Besides, he still has his wife." "Oh? Wife?" Lu Ji's beautiful eyes looked at the sea god emperor and said, "The grand sea god emperor, the #1 ocean emperor, actually remembers someone else's wife. Looks like you are also lustful. I want to see what kind of woman can be more charming than me. Don't mess around." The sea god emperor angrily rebuked. Lu Ji giggled and said, "All right, I only love you. I will definitely not flirt with other women, but you can't either. You can't even touch Yao Ling. You probably aren't interested in this old woman. Alright, let me get down to business. Regarding the matter of the Eternal Dragon Emperor's son, let me help you. Don't you want to find out his intentions without offending the human race? I, Lu Ji, have hundreds of poisons. There must be one that can make him tell the truth. Furthermore, it is in a situation where he is unaware. The Sea God Emperor's eyes lit up and said, "That's right. How could I forget about you? No one is more suitable than you to take action. With your methods, you are more suitable than us. Alright, who doesn't know that you asked me to come today because you want me to help you? Do you think I am that stupid? You really like to speak in a roundabout way," Lu Ji said in a sweet voice. The Sea God Emperor smiled and said, "You understand me the best. Alright, let's start tomorrow. I will invite him. I will try to settle this little guy in one go to prevent any accidents from happening. Am I really old? He is just a child, yet he makes me so nervous." Chapter 23-26. After Qin Xingyao left, Long Qin used the star talisman to contact the Netherworld Dragon Emperor of the Devouring Dragon City. This Dragon Emperor had seen the primordial soul assimilation technique in the Divine Sea, so Long Qin had a deep impression of him. The question was, of course, Qin Xingyao. He wanted to know if this person could be used. Hearing Long Qin's question, the Netherworld Dragon Emperor replied, "Qin Xingyao has been gone for many years. He was a good kid, but a bit introverted and unsociable. If he hadn't left the Devouring Dragon City and you really needed help, he would have helped you. But now, I don't know. Time can change people. You should be careful not to tell him your purpose." People were fickle, so the Netherworld Dragon Emperor's words made sense. Long Qin nodded. "In that case, I'll rely on myself." "Yes." Besides, Qin Xingyao married a woman from the ocean folk. She's called Lu Ji, and she's the strongest of the Blue Devil tribe. She's about the same age as Qin Xingyao, but she's already past the 9 Palace Tribulation. She's one of the only 3 9 Palace Tribulation martialists in your father's generation. She's very talented, and Qin Xingyao has been married to her for many years. Even if he's a human, he should be on her side. Lu Ji. Long Qin hadn't expected this. He knew about Lu Ji. She was the 7th most powerful person in the ocean folk, close to the 6 sea emperors. She was a top expert in his father's generation, and she was even stronger than Jiang Ming and Long Haoge when she was young. She was also a woman, and she was famous in the ocean folk. The Blue Devil tribe dominated the world with poison. She was a very dangerous person. Qin Xingyao had said that he got married here, but he hadn't said who his wife was. Long Qin hadn't expected it to be Lu Ji. After all, he was an outsider, and Lu Ji had such a high status. Long Qin hadn't expected her to marry him. In that case, he couldn't get close to Qin Xingyao just because he was a human. In any case, he had to stay further away from him. Now was the time when the sea race had their eyes on him the most. Long Qin hadn't had the chance to make a move yet. He didn't even know where the 3 Lives Divine Stone and the Sacred Karma Stone were. The next day, Qin Xingyao came again. He said, "Long Qin, the Sea Race's #1 Sea Emperor invites you to the Sea Race's Heavenly Dance Palace for a chat." Yes. This Sea God Emperor's movements were really fast. It was only the 2nd day, yet he couldn't help but continue probing, or perhaps he had other methods. "Come with me," Qin Xingyao said with a smile. Just as Long Qin and Lingxi were ready, Qin Xingyao said, "It seems that we didn't invite Miss Lingxi. If you are worried, you can let Miss Lingxi enter your divine kingdom." Long Qin narrowed his eyes. Even Lingxi couldn't go. It seemed that the other party was going to make a move, but he didn't know what methods they were going to use. However, He would be most at ease if Lingxi stayed in the divine kingdom. Therefore, he did as Qin Xingyao said. Please. Qin Xingyao led the way. While walking, Longchen asked, what does the sea god emperor mean by this? He knows that we are husband and wife, but he only invited me. Qin Xingyao smiled and said, you are also nervous. The sea race loves music and dancing, especially dancing. Dancing along with music is another kind of cultivation. This time, the sea god emperor should be inviting you to watch the sea race's dancing emperor dance. I'm afraid that it will be very erotic, so he is worried that Miss Lingxi will be unhappy. Dancing emperor. Long Chen knew that this was a way for the sea race to pass time and have fun. Just inviting him to pass time? It couldn't be so simple, right? Who is this dancing emperor? Qin Xingyao smiled and said, it is my wife. So, it was that mysterious Lu Ji. The Blue Devil race dominated the world and had hundreds of top poisons. They were very hard to deal with. If the other party had a killing move, then it should have come from Lu Ji. Her name is Lu Ji. You should know her. Qin Xingyao said. He seemed to have known that Long Chen had contacted the Devouring Dragon City to ask about him. Being able to marry such a capable wife only proves that you are even more capable. Long Chen complimented. Not long later, they arrived at their destination. When they were about to reach their destination, Qin Xingyao suddenly looked ahead and cautiously said to Long Chen, Lu Ji is going to use the Heaven's Eye Heart poison. It's best not to look at her too closely when she's dancing. Long Chen's heart skipped a beat. Since the other party used such a thing to remind him, didn't that mean he was on his side? Should he remember what he said? If his reminder was part of the other party's trap, then what should he do? Qin Xingyao didn't have a chance to talk to him now because they had arrived. If he reminded him again, it might not escape the Sea God Emperor's ears. I hope you have a pleasant trip. I will wait for you outside. Qin Xingyao took 2 steps back. In front of them was a magnificent palace called the Heaven Dance Palace. Long Chen thought, whether or not he really wants to help me, I will know once I go in. Heaven Eye Heart Attack poison. Although he hadn't heard of it, their goal was to find out why he was here. It should be a drug that could cause dizziness or control. The Blue Devil race was the sea race's poison overlord. Especially Lu Ji, the poison she released could be called the world's #1 poison. Long Chen still paid 120% attention and went in. The Heavenly Dance Palace was just as magnificent as the outside. There were many seats inside, and the Sea God Emperor was already sitting in the centermost position. He was the only person in the entire Heavenly Dance Palace. When Long Chen walked, he didn't make a sound, and he quickly arrived in front of him. Sit. The Sea God Emperor waved his hand and said to Long Chen. Many thanks. Long Chen sat down next to him. He was very close to this expert. The Sea God Emperor was the sea race's #1 expert. His status and strength were very high. He was a true overlord. Sitting next to him, the pressure of that giant beast was very oppressive. After all, Long Chen was far from being his opponent. It was a very dangerous feeling. This danger came from the Sea God Emperor and also from the stage in front of him. What Long Chen saw was a beautiful and enchanting woman on the stage. She was shrouded in a golden cocoon of light. Although he couldn't see her clearly, the woman's body was releasing an indescribable temptation. She displayed the beauty of a woman to the extreme. Just from the outline, it was already a perfect figure. Wearing so little. So annoying. Chen, don't look, Lingxi said angrily. Long Chen couldn't help but laugh. But she was right. All the illusions and attacks came from Lu Ji. He had to be very careful of her. It was possible that Qin Xingyao really wanted to help him. This is the sea race's dance queen, Lu Ji. She has a world-shocking dance. She's the #1 in the eternal god domain. No one has a more perfect figure and dance than her. She's the sea race's #1 beauty. Since the year she was born, no one has been able to surpass her in terms of appearance or figure. To be able to receive such praise from the Sea God Emperor, she must really be the number one in the world. It's my fortune to be able to see her today. Long Chen said without batting an eyelid. It's not that bad. But even for me, it's very difficult to see her dance. Today, she heard that the son of the eternal dragon emperor has come to our sea race. Her heart was filled with admiration, so she wanted to dance for you to show her respect and worship for you. Today, I only have this opportunity because of you. The sea god emperor was very gloomy in the vast sea divine palace. But at this time, he was a bit too enthusiastic. Those who were familiar with the sea god emperor knew that he was actually a cold-faced killer. Normally, he would kill people silently. There weren't many people who could make him enthusiastic. At this moment, in a beautiful environment and atmosphere, the golden cocoon of light on the stage gradually cracked open, like a butterfly breaking out of a cocoon. When the golden light dissipated, a beautiful woman appeared from within. For a moment it was as if she had occupied the entire world, and then she began to dance gracefully. Slender waist, slender hands, red lips, eyes, skin, every part of her had a fatal charm. Especially her eyes, they contained 10,000 kinds of amorous feelings. No matter how she changed her dance posture, her pair of charming eyes never left Long Chen. Her eyes had the greatest charm, making it hard for people to breathe. Long Chen had to admit that Lu Ji's skills had undoubtedly reached the pinnacle, to be able to turn a dance into an attack and a method to use poison. Perhaps there really was no one in the entire eternal god domain who could match up to her. The music, the dance, the wind, the flowers, the snow, and the moon seemed to have appeared on the stage. Lu Ji danced in the midst of it, like a dream. Her seductive eyes, her waist that twisted like a snake, and her bottom that was full of temptation were like a whirlpool. All of these attracted the eyes of men. Without a doubt, this was the person that Long Chen had seen most worthy of being called a peerless beauty. In this aspect, no woman in the world could compare to her. But with Chen Xingyao's reminder, Long Chen only took a glance and flashed out of the whirlpool. Don't look, don't look. In the God Kingdom, Lingxi kept calling out. First, she was afraid that Long Chen would be poisoned, and second, she hated it. Wonderful, truly wonderful. I really envy Chen Xingyao, to actually be able to win the heart of such a beauty. The sea god emperor's fiery eyes kept rolling around. Long Chen glanced at him, feeling a little puzzled. He could see that there was no admiration in the Neptune emperor's eyes, only a desire to possess. But he wasn't anxious, as if this woman was already his. With his status, if he really wanted this woman, there shouldn't be a need to envy Chen Xingyao. Also, Chen Xingyao and this Lu Ji's union is very strange. Could it be, sometimes, a single look could reveal a lot of information? So Long Chen was sure that Chen Xingyao wasn't lying to him this time. Also, Chen Xingyao probably didn't have a wife that everyone envied. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.